Hello, you're watching Sky News. I'm Jane Secker and welcome to our special coverage of the 2025 Spending Review. The Chancellor will set out her day-to-day spending and investment plans for the government for the next 3 years. Her vision: to renew Britain. Ministerial negotiations have been taking place with the Treasury for the past 6 months or so, but who will be the winners and losers? Funding increases are expected for the NHS, schools and defence, along with a number of infrastructure projects. But the Home Office might still be forced to cut the overall numbers of police officers after lengthy negotiations with the Treasury. The Chancellor will set off from number 11 for Parliament in the next half hour. We'll bring you her spending review live with full analysis to follow. Hello, good morning. Within the next couple of hours, the Chancellor will set out the day-to-day spending and long-term investment plans that will shape the government for the next 3 years. Rachel Reeves says her spending review will be about making working people better off and renewing Britain. For the past few months, ministers have been negotiating funds for their departments, and inevitably there will be some winners and losers. We're expecting budget increases for the NHS, schools and defence, as she shares out £113 billion freed up by looser borrowing rules. Fresh in people's minds, though, will be the Chancellor's U-turn on winter fuel payments. Well, here with me, Sky's political editor, Beth Rigby, and our economics and data editor, Ed Conway. They're going to take us through the day, holding our hands for us. Let's go to Beth first of all. Beth, why is today such a big deal?
Well, look, it is a massive moment, and it's a massive moment in terms of how the government is going to spell out how it's going to spend our money, how it's going to spend money on day-to-day spending. That's how much they put into schools and hospitals and courts and the police over the next 3 years. And then there's another pot of money, which Ed will go into much more detail about, which is the investment pot. And that's how they have borrowed over £100 billion over the next 4 years. And they're going to spell out how they're going to invest that money. So that's going to be a big investment in social housing, £39 billion for house building. There's going to be investment in transport, in new rail lines and tram routes. There's going to be investment in big nuclear energy. That's what the Prime Minister was doing, announcing the new Sizewell C project, green light in that. So there's 2 pockets of money. It's a lot of money. It's £600 billion. So that's why it's massive. But it's also massive politically, because this is a government, I think it's fair to say, that has been on the back foot since taking power nearly a year ago. It has been, no one would disagree within the Labour Party, a difficult year. The government has its popularity in terms of voters is the worst of any government in power in the first 10 months in 40 years, to give you a context of how far support has fallen. So this is a moment for the government to say to voters, you voted for change a year ago, and now we are going to try and tell you the story of what that looks like. Here are our priorities in terms of spending. Here, as the Chancellor, are my choices. And just if you go back to that screen, Jane, quickly at the beginning, you saw 4 cabinet ministers going in. You saw Wes Streeting for health, John Healey for defence, you saw Bridget Phillipson for education, and you saw Yvette Cooper for home. And there will be 3 pillars of this, if you like, and Rachel Reeves will frame this spending review around the 3 pillars of security, health and economy. Security and health are the 2 departments that, in terms of the budgets, as you were saying, are going to get big uplifts. But look out for what happens with Yvette Cooper in the Home Office. And also Bridget Phillipson. I hear that she's quite happy with her settlement, but what happens with school budgets? So there's going to be a lot to talk about in terms of the government priorities. There are going to be areas that are going to be contested. But the big political picture is to try and essentially tell voters a story about what this Labour government is about. And it really will set the frame, really, of what the country is going to look like in the next few years and where money is going to be invested. So it's a really genuinely big moment. I know it's not that sexy, spending review, I find it sexy,
pretty sexy.
but that's my job too.
No, it's
Yeah, we're all feeling pretty aroused here today, I have to say. Ed, talk us through this difference between investment and the current day-to-day spending.
Yeah.
How is this going to be divided up?
Do you want me to show you on a slide?
Shall I do it?
Just before I do that, I should say one interesting thing about today is the extent to which this government is able to control the narrative in a way that it can't normally do when it comes to budgets. Because in budgets, you've got the OBR breathing down your neck, the Office of Budget Responsibility, doing their own forecasts, doing everything else.
So why don't they do that for a spending review?
They don't. And well, they could have done the spending review in line with the spring statement this year, but they chose to do it separately. It was Rachel Reeves' choice. And ironically, she's been saying you need to have an OBR announcement at the same time as every big fiscal moment. We don't have one this time around, and it's just because you get 2 OBR reports a year. We've already had the one in the spring statement, and there'll be one for the budget. So, weirdly, we're kind of left in that old-fashioned situation where it used to be it was just you were reliant on the Treasury and what their analysis. We're kind of back to that, and so it's going to be for us to navigate. That's going to be interesting. But let's do the big picture, okay? Because when it comes to this, as Beth was saying, there's a difference between what we typically hear about, in budgets and what we're going to get today, and that's quite important to remember that. Okay, so it's a very, very big picture here. This is the money that the government brings in terms of tax receipts, £1.23 trillion a year, or at least in this year. 1.35 trillion, that's the spending, okay? So the higher these are, the more we're talking about. And you'll notice that is bigger than that, and the difference between them is borrowing. And so you'll remember this. When there are budgets, every one time a year or sometimes 2 times a year, it's mostly this stuff, the borrowing, the taxing that we talk a lot about, and slightly less the spending. So today is all about that. It's about the spending. But it's not about all of this bar, okay? Because some of that bar is something that isn't typically controlled on a year-to-year basis. And again, this is really important because you won't hear so much about this from the Chancellor, but it really matters because it's where a lot of your money is going. And it's called annually managed expenditure. That's your spending on benefits, on pensions, on debt interest. It's the stuff that you can't really control quite so easily on a year-to-year basis. Instead, what we're going to hear about today is this. It's departmental spending. About 550 billion, just getting towards 600 billion, as Beth was saying. And again, with this, okay, so that being the big story of the day, we're going to get the apportionment. So where does that money go? And the final thing, I know I've been kind of like breaking this down, but the final thing that you really have to remember here is there's 2 ways you can look at the money that's being spent right now, okay? There's current day-to-day spending, it's sometimes called, resource spending. There's so many different bits of terminology here, but we're going to hopefully guide you through some of that. There's day-to-day spending. That's stuff that's going on, nurses' pay, for instance. It's just running things. Most of that is pay, police officers, the whole lot. And then there's a smaller chunk, but a really important chunk, which is about investments, spending money in the future, whether it's on schools, on hospitals, on transport. And one imagines that's the bit that Rachel Reeves is going to want to talk about an awful lot because there's a bit more of an increase in the investment, whereas current spending, it's not quite so impressive. Final thing, I mean, there's a risk I could just kind of keep going on, so I won't do that, just to spare everyone here in the studio and you at home. But just final breakdown here, because like I say, it's about the breakdown. Right now, if you take that current spending, divide it up between different departments, okay, this is the key question. So right now, it's healthcare. That's by far and away the biggest chunk of it. You've got education, you've got defence, you've got other parts of government, including Home Office that Beth was talking about a second ago. The big question here is, how are those bars changing? Whose bar is going up the quickest? Whose bar is going, are any of them going down? And how is that looking when you kind of adjust it for inflation? As I say, the Treasury is going to control a lot of the narrative, or try to control a lot of narrative on this. And then in the following hours, after you hear from Rachel Reeves, we're going to be kind of trying to piece that apart, trying to give you a sense of, in real terms, does this actually feel like an increase? As a percentage of GDP, does it feel like an increase? It may sound like that's kind of relatively, nuanced, but that stuff really matters. And so hopefully in the next few hours, we'll be bringing a bit more of that to you. And kind of, like I say, it's slightly more off-piste than a lot of these events typically are because we don't have the OBR. We have to do our own kind of, back-of-envelope sums on how generous this stuff really is. And we're not as sure that we can rely on the numbers as we might historically have been. So it's a slightly different world.
Well, there is the door of number 11. We don't often have our cameras trained on it in the same way that we do on number 10, but that is where the Chancellor will depart from. Not a budget, so we're not expecting sort of one of those red box moments when she comes out, but we're going to be keeping half an eye on that while we bring in, joining us in the studio, Dame Meg Hillier, who's the chair of the Treasury Select Committee, who joins us now next to Beth. And Dame Hillier, Beth was just spelling out earlier, this defines the next 4 years of the Labour government. What are you looking for today?
Well, I think we've seen quite a lot of those announcements already, particularly on capital spending. And I think, as Beth's right, it is defining the general direction of a Labour government over the next 3 and 4 years and beyond, because some of these are long-term projects. So, you know, we will also, this isn't a budget, so we're not going to see changes around tax or spending in that sense. The cake was baked, if you like, last November, the total amount, and this is how it's carved up. So knowing that defence and health, for example, have got more money, we know there will be, and we know some of those discussions were going right to the wire, that there will be very intense discussions have been going on between departments and within departments about what is a priority. So this is really, it is a kind of a set of choices that are going to be laid out very clearly. And then, of course, my committee's going to got to examine what the, if you like, the downside of those positive choices are.
Is it possible for the Chancellor to balance the books without tax rises?
Well, look,
while the economic picture appears to be worsening.
Well, look, I mean, we can take a snapshot in time about the economic picture week to week. It changes, employment figures, inflation and so on. And that's November's job in the budget. It is in the budget, so there will be no discussion about more money. Or at this point, she has set out very clearly the spending envelope that she's allocated to departments. But what we do know is that where departments have got more than the 1.2% that was going to be available across the piece, others will have to make hard decisions about what they don't do. And as we saw with Yvette Cooper, you know, I've already read it in the papers, but she's been up to the wire in those discussions. If you're the Home Secretary, for example, everything in your department is important, and it's the challenge about how you trim things. So a couple of things we'll be looking for on the Treasury Committee is how those capital projects are going to be managed, because if they're going to deliver growth, which is the government's agenda, they've got to be delivered and they've got to be certain, otherwise people won't invest. And another area is around efficiency savings, the oft-used word, which is a magic word that can sometimes hide the real hard choices. And efficiencies are quite hard to deliver in the public sector, so we need to be clear that that's going to happen.
I mean, just on the Home Office, it looks like the settlement was imposed on the Home Secretary rather than her agreeing it. And she obviously has a series of manifesto commitments from the government in her portfolio: 13,000 additional police, halving violence against women and girls, cutting immigration. She has a massive portfolio. It's not protected in the way that defence now is, and health. Are you concerned that the government won't be able to hit its manifesto pledges around the Home Office?
Well, it's always going to be a challenge with the money that's now gone into defence, for example, you know, which we weren't expecting at the election, although that has been partly funded through, obviously, other cuts elsewhere. There are going to be very big challenges. And one of the holy grails, really, is how you can improve productivity and efficiency in a department, but those don't kick in year one, or sometimes even in year two. Reducing headcount, you know, Beth, the redundancy payments can eat up a lot of that benefit in a year one if that's what's being proposed. So I think there is going to be a challenge, and it's about working smart and carefully, and there may be compromises that have had to be made in this process. What we'll hear today, of course, is all the positive statements, and our job as a committee is to then say what are the trade-offs in order to deliver these pledges. But growth is the government's agenda, and it's our job as a committee to challenge them on how they're actually going to deliver that. And the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, Rachel Reeves is number 2, will be in front of us in committee in 2 weeks' time.
Ed wants to come in.
Yeah, can I ask a slightly nerdy question? So one of the things that the Chancellor was talking about in the run-up to this was that this was going to be a zero-based spending review. And, like, you know, for everyone, that basically means, in theory, you're taking every single pound that each department is spending and scrutinising it. So it's, you know, maybe not totally unlike what Doge is doing in the US, really going line by line. Do you have a sense, having looked at this yourself, do you think that's actually what's happened here? Because that would be massively radical and would potentially result in a complete change in a lot of the activities departments are doing. Or is it, in practice, is it kind of more like a traditional spending review? Well,
by this point, by the late stages, it always feels, because of those late negotiations, like that's the traditional spending review tension. But there was a genuinely attempt to do a zero-based review. And every department in Whitehall has a plan. Some of it's in the public domain, but there's a detailed one that's available to ministers, new and existing. and they will come in and they can see every line of spending in their department. Now, the challenge then is, of course, which bit don't you want to do? So something that doesn't look very important, you think, we won't do that. And then you'll find there's a lobby group or an interest group or a very genuine reason why that IT refresh programme might need to happen or whatever. It may not be seeming very sexy to the exciting or important to your average citizen, but they're necessary, or if you slow it down, that might cause problems later on. So they're all the trade-offs that every Secretary of State will have to make. And, you know, making special bidding to the Treasury saying, well, we need this for housing, would say Angela Rayner. We'll need this for violence against women and girls, would say the Home Secretary would say. And other departments will then have to say, well, actually, this boring-sounding IT programme also needs investment now, or it will fall over in a few years' time. Not as exciting, but they've got to make those cases. And the key thing about a zero-based review early on is that you haven't got ministers quite wedded to every detail of their department. They've come in on that manifesto promise, on those pledges. So it should be a good time to do that. And it is an important aspect. You know, look, households are doing this up and down the country. I mean, a zero-based review, as you say, it sounds a bit nerdy and jargonistic. That's what my constituents are doing every day, counting their pennies, working out what they can afford and what they just can't afford to do.
So theoretically, government has done that now, and so every penny they're spending theoretically is going to be a smart penny spent.
That's the theory. That's the theory, and of course, then the challenge is that even then we know that there's always a challenge about delivering public services, and things can go wrong. Just technically, things can go wrong or challenging politically. There are things happen that can derail things where you need to actually suddenly invest in something that you weren't expecting. So there always is a bit of spare capacity, headroom, a small amount that the Treasury has to keep back for those situations. And quite often they'll say to a department, well, you should have seen this coming. You need to manage it within your budget. So there will be small changes, but this sets that general direction of travel for the next three years.
How do we know that she's going to stick to what she says today? How we know that there isn't going to be a U-turn on some of these pledges by the budget or later on in the year?
Well, the key thing here is that spending, each department knows how much money they've got from today, right? Or they've known just before, but we well know what they've got. And they then have to make those judgments. So something may happen left of field that they weren't expecting, and they will then have to juggle their budget accordingly. So it's not impossible or unrealistic to expect there will be some small shifts, but the broad direction, so delivery on housing, delivering on those rail projects in the north of England, those are things that are clearly set and are clearly going forward, and I think are unlikely to change. But even then, you know, you start digging in the ground, you might find a problem. We know construction projects can hit issues. They could end up being delayed for all sorts of completely reasonable reasons. So, you know, you will see some slight shift, but the overall budget has been set now.
But Meg, how has the reversal on winter fuel changed the mood on the benches? Because what you've seen is a Chancellor for the past year saying, there's a black hole, it's really difficult, I've got to make difficult decisions, I'm going to have to take winter fuel allowance away from pensioners. There's then a big reversal on that. She now has to find 1.25 billion to fund that. And then there is a growing clamour on your benches about reversing the two-child benefit cap, which I hear that Truss and, Liz Kendall, not Liz Truss, Liz, mixing up my Liz's there, Liz correction, that Liz Kendall is keen to do, Bridget Phillipson, the Education Secretary, would like to do. I hear the Prime Minister would like to do it. That could cost up to £3 billion. There's your colleagues that want reversals on the welfare cuts. They're not happy with the PIP changes. I guess the bigger question is, has she kind of taken the finger out of the dam now, and is that putting pressure on her into the budget?
Well, without getting too nerdy, there are different types of budgets. So the annually managed expenditures, that demand-led stuff around welfare changes and things like pensions, that it's an elastic thing, and you can't predict in a year how much. There's obviously some parameters around it, but you can't completely predict because you could get more demand, as we saw, for instance, with universal credit and COVID. You know, they're very, and this is about the department's capital. That's the money for big kit and buildings and projects, and the day-to-day expenditure, but based around projects. So that's what this is about today. So those are debates that will perhaps, you know, they might crystallise more in November, or when we expect the budget to be in November, because that's about the annual management of money. And so it is a different thing. This is a set of parameters around the amount of money those departments will have to spend on their planned expenditure. And so that isn't going to shift.
But the point is the Chancellor is shifting on annual managed expenditure in the sense that now she said, I'm reversing on this policy, and she has, in terms of the annual budget, now got to find an additional 1.25 billion. And my question is, do you think that that drumbeat is going to get louder into the autumn, with Labour MPs saying, yes, you're doing all of this capital investment, but day-to-day budgets are still tight, people are feeling the squeeze, and people want more support from government, not in a decade's time when wages are up or projects are
And I think you hit the nail on the head there, because a lot of these changes, particularly the capital programmes, are long-term delivery, and that has to happen. I mean, I spent a long time looking at public projects that were delayed, and we know that, you need to get on with it, but a lot of this will deliver later. So there's always going to be pressure. Just that's the nature of government, and there will be pressures, I think, yes, for November at the budget, but that's when she will have to look at what's happening with growth and what's happening with interest rates. All of those things play into that. So there's many factors, and of course at that point we'll have the OBR also analysing what's happening, and they have to sort of mark the homework of the Treasury, really. So that's that moment in time. But yeah, there's pressure because all our constituents are finding the cost of living very difficult.
Meg Hillier, really good to talk to you. Thank you very much for coming in. Let's just take another look at number 11 Downing Street, where we are expecting the Chancellor to depart from very shortly. Meg Hillier there talking about the pressure on constituents, and the Chancellor herself got tough choices. But what are the tough choices, the winners and losers out there for the rest of us? Let's talk to our social affairs correspondent, Becky Johnson, who's in Peterborough. Becky, what are people that you were talking to there concerned about?
Yeah, I've been speaking to people here over the course of the last week, and people really feeling that cost of living crisis, first off. Lots of people talking about how things feel like they're getting more difficult money-wise, and then they look at the amount that they're paying in tax. The UK tax burden, very, very high, and families looking and saying, well, do I get a return for that? I spoke to one mum who had to pay for a private dentist for her 3-year-old because she couldn't get him an appointment. I spoke to another mother who's actually withdrawn her child who's awaiting an autism diagnosis from school. She now homeschools her because she said the school system wasn't providing. So these are people who feel like they're paying an awful lot in their taxes and not getting those crucial public services that their families need. Now, of course, we are expecting health to get a boost. The biggest gripe that I have heard from people here is about GP appointments and trying to get an NHS dentist. Those are the two things. Will the money be enough to make people feel a difference, feel like they get more access to those health services? And then what will be the losers? Because every parent I've spoken to is really worried about schools, in particular the growing crisis around provision for children with special educational needs, how that affects them, and indeed every child in a class with a high number of children with high needs. So parents really looking at what will there be for schools, for the education system. Other people I've spoken to, one woman said, her husband's a top-rate taxpayer. They've just got a new baby. They want to see more of their money going on green policies. Is that going to be one of the losers when we know that things like defence and health are going to be prioritised? Look, tough choices for the Chancellor. Everyone I spoke to who said, what is the answer when there's a limited pot, pretty much said they don't want the job of the Chancellor or wouldn't like to be having to make those decisions because, of course, they're difficult decisions. She's not going to please everyone, but she is going to have to try to make voters feel they're getting return for their taxes.
And there she is, just leaving number 11 Downing Street, the Chancellor, heading down Downing Street, heading down to the House of Commons. She will deliver her spending review after Prime Minister's questions, which is due to start at midday. We're expecting her to be on her feet for between half an hour, and we're going to get a response from the opposition as well. After that, we're going to be bringing you analysis here on Sky News across the rest of the afternoon as well, of course. Well, health, and more importantly, the NHS, is expected to fare well in the spending review. Let's talk to our health correspondent, Laura Bundock. Laura, in terms of capital spending and day-to-day spending, it's a real balance, isn't it, for the NHS? Where are the key things that money needs to be spent on?
That is the big question, isn't it? Look, I think everyone would agree the NHS needs to improve, and the question now is whether or not what is expected to be around a 2.8% rise in day-to-day spending is enough to improve the NHS in the way it needs to. Don't forget, the government set really hard targets to hit those waiting list targets so that 92% of people will be seen within 18 weeks. They're struggling to hit that target, so that's already one pressure existing. The NHS costs a huge amount, and we're not just talking about the fact it's got this ageing, growing population. We've got more people living with more complex conditions. We've got commitments to pay staff more. We've got huge drug bills. Everyone wants the new drugs, the new technologies. It all costs a lot. Now, just to keep up with that kind of demand would cost between 3 and 4% increase every year. This 2.8% goes towards that. We are talking big sums of money, but just how far does it go? And then it's an interesting question looking at the capital spending as well. So this is the spending that goes on, not the running of the NHS, but the buildings, the equipment, all the stuff, the things that doctors, nurses, physios need to do their jobs properly. If the spending isn't being put on these sort of crumbling, unsafe buildings, out-of-date equipment, then how can the services improve? So lots of questions there. Big questions, I think, for the Health Secretary, Wes Streeting. As he went into the Cabinet earlier, he said he was pleased, with what's going on. But the reality is for him, he'd hoped to get out his 10-year plan for the NHS before the spending review. Now it's the other way round. So he now is going to have this pot of money and to figure out how he fits that money around his ambitions for the NHS. How far will it go? I think there are going to be some really difficult decisions for him when he drafts that long-awaited 10-year plan, which we're expecting next month, hopefully.
Okay. Laura, thanks very much. Let's return to Beth and Ed in the studio. And Laura, Beth, Laura was talking about the difference between day-to-day spending and investment. And this short-term pressure on the day-to-day spending. This is key for Labour, isn't it? Because this is how voters feel that the government is making a difference.
Yeah, and I think what we've had, look, in the run-up to the spending review is a kind of capital investment blitz. So you had the Chancellor up with the Greater Manchester Mayor, Andy Burnham, talking about 15 billion of investment into red wall seats in the Midlands and the north of England to fund transport links, which, of course, will be hugely welcomed by all of those mayors up there and the public. You had the Prime Minister, as I was saying, talking about nuclear. You've got an announcement today about 39 billion in housing. So all of it sounds absolutely great, right? Investing money, thousands of jobs created, a path to economic growth. But that might not happen for a decade or longer. And that's the kind of good story that the government has to sell or tell. But on the sting is on the annual managed expenditure of the day-to-day spending on how much is actually going into local councils and hospitals and schools and the courts and prisons and all of the things in our lives when we interact with public services which make us feel good about it or not good. And the fact is that Rachel Reeves front-loaded how much she had available for day-to-day spending into the first year of this Parliament. And what happens as Parliament goes, and Ed will have a graph for this, I've seen this graph, it drops down. So on average, it's 1.2% in real terms. So that's like once you strip out inflation, what's it actually going up by? That is pretty modest for starters. And where it becomes worse is that a department like health might have 2.8%, so it's getting more of this pot of money. And that means that some departments will have real-term cuts or they will have a flat line, so they're not growing at all. So they have the same pot and they've got to deliver all the services. And that's where the sting is here. And this is where the difficult choices are.
Beth, we're just pausing because Keir Starmer is also leaving Downing Street. He's coming up number 10. He is heading down to the Houses of Commons for PMQs, which is, of course, at 12 o'clock. Chancellor has already left. It feels a little bit today like PMQs is just a bit of a warm-up act for the real story, which is going to be happening half an hour later at 12:30. Ed, Beth says you've got a graph for us. Can you show us this graph?
This graph.
Beth loves it.
If you insist.
I insist.
If you insist.
And everyone's going to love it once it's up there.
I hope it's the chart that you were thinking about, because, I mean, there are a few. Let's start. Shall we start with just, kind of what this is about? So in terms of, let's bring the charts up. In terms of, actually that one's slightly chopped off at the end, so let's not do that one. In terms of just the total amount of spending we're talking about in the coming years, okay? What this is showing you is, and maybe we'll adjust this in a sec because it is a bit too big. I was wondering about that. This is showing you your day-to-day spending and how much that has increased in recent years. It's doing it as basically kind of working out in inflation-adjusted terms. That's day-to-day spending. And the red line is investment and just how much that's gone up, where the Conservatives were planning to send it, where Labour are planning to put it. But here's the important thing, OK? We can take those lines and we can look at them not just in real terms. So this is looking at them in inflation-adjusted terms, but looking at them as a percentage of gross domestic product, which is kind of a better way of doing it, looking back as a percentage of GDP. And there you get a slightly different picture. You can see, actually, we've slightly shrunk this so you can see the edges of it, which is slightly more useful. OK, same numbers as a percentage of the size of the economy. And this is really important, OK? Here, when you look at the total amount of day-to-day spending as a percentage of GDP, what do you see? You see that in this period from 2010 through to 2016-17, it fell. What was that? That was austerity. That was George Osborne and his various spending reviews pushing the amount of spending down, down, down. Then you've got COVID. You can see the big leap, mostly in healthcare spending over the period of COVID. And you've got kind of where we are now. And I said this is partly about kind of dividing up where the spending is going. OK, but even if you look at the level of day-to-day spending, so spending on basically keeping public services going, even with this slight increase that we've seen planned under Rachel Reeves, it's certainly not austerity, but it's still, you're below pre-2014 levels. You're nowhere near where Gordon Brown had it. And that is important. And the reason why I think Rachel Reeves will want to talk an awful lot, maybe less about this and more about this, the investment spending, it's because that is where you're talking about maybe not historic highs, but the highest we've seen for decades. So more money going into actually building stuff rather than running stuff. And that is the critical kind of distinction. We're going to hear a lot about the building stuff. We're going to hear something about the running stuff. But it's running public services that I think people, as Beth was saying, that people really notice on a day-to-day basis. You know, how good is your kind of local police, the crime kind of care in your area? How good is the health service? Do you feel this kind of question of a broken state is actually being resolved by this? Well, that is where running day-to-day kind of public services really kind of matters. And on that, there's less good news than there is on the investment side of things, where the comparative increase is much greater. So it is, and it's not, and final thing to say, we'll get a lot of superlatives, I imagine, from Rachel Reeves, a lot of figures thrown at us. The overall scale of this spending review, by the comparisons of previous ones, it's not massive. It's not massive in terms of the increases. It's nowhere near what Gordon Brown, if the famous one was Gordon Brown, 2000, around that period, he splurged a lot of money. This is nothing like that. And so if you're expecting a kind of a big transformation on the NHS or anything, it's unlikely.
But that is part of their problem, isn't it? That on the one hand, they're trying to talk about a decade of renewal and transforming the country, and they're doing it in the confines of actually a very constrained economy with low growth and limited tax receipts, even though people are being more heavily taxed with more demand on services, right? Yeah. So even with the health department, as Laura was saying, Wes Streeting is a winner in this, absolutely no doubt. And there are many people around that cabinet table and ministers, I think, green with envy at the Wes Streeting health settlement, because he's getting much more than other departments. But there are still questions about, can he hit the targets that the government have set by the end of the Parliament of 92% people seen within 18 weeks, cutting the waiting list? Can he hit that target even with the increase? And there are questions around that. If you look at the Home Office, Yvette Cooper, in the manifesto, it says 13,000 more neighbourhood police. I've been told that for the Home Office to hit that target, in terms of what the settlement is, and I don't know what it is yet, we'll see soon, she's going to have to cut other areas such as national security, MI5 and secret services and all of that business, which in a way is all about security and defence. So there's irritation in a way that John Healey's getting more money for defence, and then on the Home Office side, they might have to cut those budgets for national security. And these are all the trade-offs, and the settlement has been agreed. But if you think that it's been agreed with goodwill and there won't be a lot of noise around it as it falls out in the next few days, I think that would be a wrong thing to think.
It'll be interesting to watch, pick it all apart later on this afternoon. Right, we're going to take a short break because we've got a panel of MPs coming in to talk ahead of Prime Minister's questions, which is at 12 o'clock, and ahead of the spending review, so don't go anywhere. Well, it is time to look ahead to today's Prime Minister's questions. That is a scene in the Commons. We just saw the Prime Minister leaving Downing Street a few moments ago. He will be arriving there imminently and he will be answering questions. We're expecting Kemi Badenoch to push him as well, and that will be followed by the spending review. Well, joining us in the studio now, the Labour MP Dan Tomlinson, who's a former senior economist at the Resolution Foundation. Also, the Shadow Treasury Minister James Wilde for the Conservatives, and the Lib Dems spokesperson for energy security and net zero, Pippa Heylings. Thank you all so much for joining us. So let's just briefly skip across PMQs to the spending review. Dan, what are you hoping from the Chancellor today?
So the big thing that I think I want to see from the Chancellor is as much as we can on what we can do to get our economy growing so that people can be better off. You know, when I knock on doors in my constituency, I went up to the Runcorn by-election, so many people talking about the cost of living crisis. So what action are we going to see in terms of investment in getting our energy bills down, getting more houses built so we can have cheaper rents, and doing the things we need to do to get our economy growing again so that wages can keep rising? Because we've had this long period in the UK where wages were not rising faster than prices and people were feeling worse off year after year. We've started to turn that around. We've got wages increasing faster than prices at the moment in the UK economy. Interest rates have been cut 4 times. But I want to see as much as possible on the cost of living and helping people through that.
So you're talking about fundamentally investment and capital spending, but it's the day-to-day living costs that are on people's minds, isn't it?
Well, definitely. And so there's things that we're doing there. For example, we've said that if you're on universal credit and you've got a little one in school, then they will get free school meals now. We've increased breakfast clubs in schools across the country. I had a really great time opening one of them in my constituency a few weeks back, increased the national living wage to help people on lower pay. But in the end, I think that for too long, we've had politicians and governments that have focused very quickly on the short term and not done the things that we need to do to improve our economy for the long run. Just one statistic for you. You mentioned I used to work in a think tank doing economic policy work. If you look over the last 30 years, in 27 of those years, the UK has invested less than every other country in the G7. And that's why our economy is struggling, because we don't have the connectivity between our cities. We haven't built the wind, solar and nuclear power that we need to lower energy bills. And I think it's the right thing for the Chancellor to be doing at the start of this Parliament, to be making sure we've got those long-term investments so that we can change things for people in this country.
It's a pretty brutal charge, isn't it, James Wilde, that the previous governments, Conservatives, the last 14 years, didn't invest enough for the economy today. Would you agree with that?
Well, in the last Parliament, actually, we did increase capital investment significantly, close to what this government is going to do. But what the spending review is going to do today, it's going to lock in the higher borrowing, the higher spending and the £40 billion a year of higher taxes paid for by businesses and by my constituents and your viewers. And as sure as night follows day, there's going to be higher taxes coming in the autumn budget again this year, and the economic indicators are going in the wrong way because the government's lost control of the finances.
We've got the fastest growth in the G7
You had that when you won the election, and you had inflation at 2%, it's now at 3.5%. And they borrowed £151 billion last year. That was 70% higher than the plans they inherited from Conservatives. Over the course of this Parliament, the amount that's spent on debt interest, paying for our debt, is going to go up by an extra £70 billion because of Rachel Reeves's decisions. We spend £50 billion a year on our defence budget. So we need to get the economy growing, but putting up businesses, taxes on businesses and on working people is not the way to do it. And that's what Rachel Reeves has unfortunately done. And we've seen it with the unemployment figures yesterday, 100,000 fewer people on payroll. That's a result of her decisions.
So what would Conservatives do instead?
Well, we wouldn't have taken the decisions that they did. We would be driving better value for money in our public services. It's good to put more money into the NHS. We did that. But you've got to get productivity gains. And my constituents, your viewers, want to know what's happening with my waiting list. When can I see my GP? Can I see an NHS dentist? That's what they should be judged by, not just big announcements of big amounts of money, actually driving reform. Where Streeting talks a good game, we haven't seen the results yet.
But look, this is the challenge, is that the Conservatives over and again say they support the increase in spending that we put into the NHS, an extra 20 billion or more, which we were able to fund through tax rises because we didn't
junior doctors, and you got nothing in response, and they're about to go on strike again as a result of your 20%.
Just on the pay rises, the Conservative government said that they would meet the recommendations of the independent review, but didn't leave any money aside for it. We had to close that gap. We've invested in our public services, and we've said how we're going to pay for it. The problem with the Conservative, you can see they haven't learned from what happened under Liz Truss, where they had all these spending commitments and all these tax cuts, and the bond markets didn't like that, and it pushed up interest rates for people in my constituency and the people across the country. I would respect the opposition more if they said, we don't support those tax rises, and we're going to take this 40 billion out of the NHS or out of defence or out of health or out of a different public service. But you're just not willing to do that. You want to have your cake and eat it.
Your jobs tax, which is seeing more people not getting jobs, people being laid off, unemployment going up as a result of your choices.
Let's bring in Pippa for the Liberal Democrats. How would your spending review differ from Rachel Reeves, do you think?
Well, we've definitely got to be the one which ends the crisis in NHS and social care, and breaking the cycle, I'm sorry, but of years of Conservative decline in those public services, and bringing about the change that so many people, were expecting, were promised and need to be delivered. And what we need, rather than cutting, as we're going to be able to hear, departmental vital budgets which are overstretched. We think that the growth pathways that we should be following, really, if we want this true growth and investment, will be, and you won't be surprised to hear this, but it is a bespoke UK-EU customs union, which we have looked at, and independent financial advice has said this would bring in around 2.2% of GDP. That's about 25 billion in additional taxes a year. And so that would be what would really bring investment into our public services. So we've seen that, how you've managed to say that you've got headway with the Chancellor is through the trade deals with the EU and India. That's 0.1% and 0.2% of GDP. Here we're talking about, with our nearest allies, serious trading relationships that would bring in around 25 billion a year into our vital public services. So that's what we'd be looking at.
It sounds a little bit like revisiting Brexit. Do you really think that there is appetite for that?
What we've seen is that we are now able to talk about a botched Brexit trade deal that didn't deliver what it was promising. We've seen how it's strangling with red tape British businesses. We've seen now that people want to see a reset. A bespoke EU customs union is not the same as going back to Brexit. This is about building up the trading relationships with reliable partners now. If we're really thinking seriously about investment in our key sectors, that needs to be together with those reliable close partners.
Let's come back to Dan for Labour. Dan, we've seen a big U-turn from the Chancellor this week on winter fuel payments. It's still not clear how she's going to pay for it, is it?
Well, what we've seen from the Chancellor over and again, we saw it at the budget last year and we saw it at the spring statement earlier this year, that we will always make sure that we don't repeat the mistakes of previous Conservative governments, and we will make sure that we balance the books and that we stick within our fiscal rules at the budgets. And over and again, since we've had fiscal rules, since we've had budgets, since we've had the OBR, governments make spending announcements sometimes between fiscal events, and they always make sure that they sort things out and they have the respect of the markets, that the OBR can approve that they're meeting their fiscal rules at the relevant point, and that will be at the budget later this year. That's the way it's always been done, and that's what we'll do. The Chancellor's shown time and time again that she's not going to play fast and loose with the public finances, and so we will make sure that this is all levelled out when it comes.
But she said every announcement will be costed and funded. She's gone back on this agreement. How is she going to fund it?
Well, it always happens at budgets or at spring statements. That's just the way it's done. I don't think every single time the government makes an announcement on your programme in the morning, you would expect them to then say, well, this is precisely the tax change that we're going to... That would be chaos for business if every single time a small spending change was announced, there was a tax increase or tax decrease or change in borrowing. The way to do it is in the round at a budget, and I'm confident that's what the Chancellor will do at the end of this year.
Dan, if I could encourage you for a moment to take off your MP hat and put your senior economist hat back on when you worked at Resolution Foundation. When you look at the state of the public finances and you look at some of the decisions that the Chancellor's made and you look at the fact she has reversed the winter fuel allowance, it's going to cost her 1.25 billion, her headroom is shallow. There's a lot of pressure from your MPs about lifting the two-child benefit cap. I imagine if you're at Resolution Foundation, you might want that to happen as well if you were still wearing that hat. Paul Johnson at the IFS thinks there's a 50% chance that she will have to raise taxes in the autumn to fund additional spending commitments, or indeed if the economy deteriorates and her headroom disappears. With your economist hat on, but not your MP hat, has Paul got a point there? Do you think she will be under pressure going into the autumn?
I think that there's always pressure on chancellors, and my firm view, is that the long-term sustainable way out of the challenges that this country has had is to get the economy growing again. We saw at the spring statement that we just had that the Office for Budget Responsibility, the independent analysts that look at this, said because of the changes that we'd made to planning rules in this technical document, it was going to make it more easier for things to get built in this country. The economy would be £7 billion bigger, and we'd bring in an extra £3 billion of revenue. We've just passed the Planning and Infrastructure Bill through the Commons. Thank God we didn't vote for some of the things that the Tories were backing that would have made it less possible for us to get things built and grow our economy. We've got to do that, and then that should ease the pressure, make it easier for us as a country, both to make sure we balance our books and look after the public finance as well, but crucially to improve our economy for the long term so that people's living standards can start rising again.
But the ABR halved the growth forecast for this year. The reason Dan was struggling is because they don't know how they're going to pay for it. This is a rushed U-turn that the Prime Minister was forced to do when the Chancellor brought it in, she said it was urgent and necessary and essential for the stability of the economy. That was all part of their fake narrative about the inheritance. They inherited the fastest growing economy. Now they've U-turned on this policy, but they can't answer the straightforward question. Hopefully Kemi Badenoch will be putting that to the Prime Minister, and I hope she'll also be asking him to apologise to all of the pensioners who this winter went cold because of the decision that Dan and all of his colleagues happily voted for, but now they're coming out and saying, oh, it's the right thing to reverse. So that's Labour's record. You can't just walk away from it.
You can't have it both ways.
This government, this is going to go onto people's taxes. Taxes are going to go up again in September. Absolutely, certainly that's going to happen. Otherwise, they'll be increasing borrowing. It's one or the other. They did say the spending review was about a zero-based review, so let's see which bits of government activity they're going to stop to save money. Again, we've got the highest number of civil servants for 20 years. They came in saying they were going to reduce the size of the bureaucracy. So look at what they do, not what they say. That's how people should judge this Labour government.
If the Conservatives and the Lib Dems, their policy is to have
reduce the civil service,
is to have the winter fuel payment paid to everyone, including millionaires, then as you've just been saying, you should set out well, that's fine. Where are you going to find the £500 million that you want to spend on giving millionaires the winter fuel from?
Pippa,
you can't have it both ways.
In the panel here, Pippa has come up with an idea that both of your parties will not agree with, but closer relationship, trading relationship with the European Union. You say, I haven't looked at the numbers, but you say it would potentially garner another 25 billion.
Well, it would prevent us doing any future trade deals.
James,
the Prime Minister said he got a trade deal with the US, which hasn't been implemented.
But there is a point here that you want tax reversals, but you aren't saying where, therefore, the spending cuts will come.
Well, we had a plan.
And I could come in with another one, which is, well,
£12 billion of welfare savings for a start.
OK, so welfare cuts, further welfare cuts.
And getting more value for money.
What about...
And who
would those cuts be coming from? Are those cuts to pensions or those cuts to working credit?
This is to get more people into work who are currently on sickness and disability benefits, helping them to work.
We've got a
million people, disabled people, more into work in the last Parliament. If you put the support in place for people and for employers, you can do that. A lot of people in those positions want to work. They just need the help to do that.
Shall we say where there could be an additional...
Otherwise, the budget's going to hit over 100 billion. And it looks like Labour might even walk away from the cuts they introduced in the emergency budget in March to save the Chancellor's blushes at the time, because she was going to break her fiscal rules.
Potentially, yes. So I think addition to the UK-EU Customs Union, one that we could do right now was a cut that you did do as Conservatives, which was to the bank levies. So back from 2016, if you reinstated those levies on the banks, that would be £4 billion immediately that we could be bringing back into the economy and funding.
I'm not sure putting up taxes on businesses is the way to grow the economy.
Banks
are quite important for growth in the economy.
They absolutely are, but they were absorbing those levies up until 2016.
Well, we've got to be competitive. So, we're in a competitive world, and putting taxes up more on businesses is not the way to go.
Well, that's pretty straightforward. I mean, Pippa, in terms of taxes, would the Lib Dems consider increasing taxes like VAT and income tax to fund services, or are you happy to say here and now those are off the table?
So what we said, in addition to the UK-EU Customs Union, a bespoke one, which would bring in 25 billion per year in additional taxes to back vital public services and the bank levy, we said to back small businesses, and we would reform business rates, and we would scrap the national insurance contributions hikes to those. And, you know, because we have to have a thriving economy, we have to back those small British bankers. We would also look at what's happening in terms of our farming budget. Again, those close trading relationships with the EU in terms of our agricultural trade, but also making sure that in this budget we don't scrap further the nature-friendly farming budget.
Well, and talking about farming, Dan, you know, we've seen a U-turn on winter fuel. Are we going to have a U-turn on inheritance tax for farmers? This is something that farming communities and rural communities are really, really angry about. We've seen huge protests here in London. It seems the Chancellor does bend if there is enough protests about a subject.
We're not going to see a change in that policy. I think the change in that policy that we introduced raises hundreds of millions of pounds. And just to go back to this discussion on the winter fuel, we've said that millionaires shouldn't receive it anymore, and actually anyone with an income of $35,000 or more shouldn't receive it, so that it is means tested.
But they can still be millionaires. Somebody could well be sitting in an incredibly
so that we can
house.
Save that £500 million from the budget for the winter fuel payments. And look, if you both want to extend it to millionaires. That's your priority.
It's such a false argument.
That is where you want to spend
Do you know where we
£500
do want to
million.
extend it? Do you know where-
Then you need to
It's a desperate
say
argument,
where
Dan,
you're going to
try
take
and
that
cover up
money
your
from.
Humiliating U-turn for your
you know where-
Chancellor and
That's
Prime
exact-
Minister.
Do you know where we do want to extend it? And we will be using all parliamentary tools to see about this. If for those eligible that you've declared now eligible, we think that should therefore be, there should be back payments for all of those who struggled over the last winter. So if they are eligible, you should be looking at bringing that payment back to them, all that stuff. The number of people that really were just above that threshold and suffering. Our polling is showing 3 in 4 elderly people really concerned about heating, their homes. So we do need to, and you're right to have done this very slow U-turn, but I think it's only half a job at the moment. So for all those eligible, we should be looking at back
This
payments.
party's remained fully committed to the triple lock, this Labour government.
Tory triple.
That will increase the
You asked
state
about
pension.
the farm tax, I think.
That will increase the state.
on the farm
That will
tax.
increase the state
Yeah.
pension by £1,900 over the course of this Parliament. Mel Stride, the Shadow Chancellor, said on the radio a few weeks back that it was unsustainable. And so we will keep backing pensions, making sure that we can protect people's living standards in retirement, and also protecting and supporting the living standards of people who are working age as well. Can I go back to Beth's
Can I
question?
come in on the farm tax? Dan hasn't.
We'll let you come in on the farm tax, James.
So Dan didn't answer the point. He just dismissed that there would be a U-turn here. Anyway, I represent a rural constituency. I know how badly this has gone down. This is an attack on the rural way of life, but it's also a family business tax at the same time, and 90% of private sector businesses are family firms, and this tax goes after them as well. So it's going to cause huge damage to our economy, job losses, breaking up of land in rural areas, and that's a damaging thing for our energy security, for our food security. And I hope Labour do listen to the farming community, do listen to their MPs in rural areas who were elected in the last election, because it's clear as day that their voters want this to be reversed.
Actually, it's not just about the inheritance tax, it's also about the SFI, so the Sustainable Farming Incentives, which is about being stewards of our land, managing water supply crisis, and also flood management, as well as nature. And what's happened is the government has just pulled not only on inheritance tax, but also their ways of managing the land in a sustainable way. So we really hope that there won't be cuts to that nature-friendly farming budget coming up. We've heard that perhaps they might not be as severe, but we're really worried about those being slashed.
Dan, coming back to you finally before we do go to Prime Minister's questions, and I know you're a new MP, and I feel this has been unfair on you, but is Rachel Reeves' own long-term future at risk here?
I've chosen to be here and take your questions.
You absolutely have.
You can handle it.
But privately, there are MPs who are questioning Rachel Reeves' long-term future. This is a big test for her today. Do you think she's up to the job?
I haven't heard a single MP question Rachel Reeves' long-term future. Her and the Prime Minister are trying to turn this country around. We inherited a mess, both in terms of the economy and in terms of public finances. We've got the fastest growth in the G7 now, and we've got a big opportunity today to set out to the public where our political priorities lie, and that is in growing our economy so that people can be better off. That's in funding our public services so that we can keep those waiting lists going down in the hospitals. That's in paying our teachers and public servants better so that we can have public services that we can all rely on and that are there for us when we need them, rather than the situation we had where people were waiting hours and hours in A&E or years and years on waiting lists. We're trying to take those steps today to turn the country around and to invest, may I say, in the whole country as well. I was really supportive of the announcement, £15 billion in investment in our transport infrastructure in cities and regions and towns across the whole country. Plans that we're able to fund. The Conservatives going into the next election pledged to cut capital spending by 10%. We've boosted it, and you're criticising us for the extra borrowing that means.
Where we're silent to really get people back into work is about the social care programme. And unfortunately, that's been kicked into the long grass, so we need to have that this year.
I've just got a cabinet readout. So the Prime Minister just had cabinet, and this is one of the top lines. The PM added that today marks the end of the first phase of this government as we move to a new phase that delivers on the promise of change for working people all around the country, invests in Britain's renewal. And I think that will be at least the argument that the Chancellor tries to make today, that year one was fixing the foundations. You'd have heard a lot about that in the run-up to the election. And this is an attempt to kind of turn the page and open this new chapter. But I think, as you can see with this panel here of politicians, a lot of this is going to be contested, and there will be lots of questions about the long-term investment, but also the short-term spending pressures, and whether this Chancellor is going to be bounced again by MPs and what that means for voters out there in terms of tax rises or even further borrowing, which she has ruled out. But I think all of this is going to be live in the next few months.
James, very briefly, what red lines economically do you want Mel Stride to hold the Chancellor to in his response?
Well, she shouldn't be putting up taxes in the autumn. She promised us she wouldn't do that. And our constituents, your voters, there's a record tax burden and it can't go even higher. It's just driving and undermining our competitiveness.
Briefly, Pippa for the Lib Dems, you've already mentioned green projects. If you had your say in the spending review, what green project would be top of your list?
Well, really looking at the North Sea and the oil and gas workers, so really pushing forward. We can only get to that clean green transition where we get rid of our dependence on Putin and volatile, energy prices if we've got our own homegrown energy. And that has to be a just transition with the oil and gas workers around the North Sea. But secondly, we welcome the capital investment that's going into renewable energy and the small modular reactors with British engineer Rolls-Royce. This is the good investment that we need. But meanwhile, we have to make sure that these bring down people's bills. That's the main thing.
Pippa Halings for the Liberal Democrats, James Wilde for the Conservatives and Dan Tomlinson for the Labour Party. Thank you all so much for coming in and talking to us ahead of Prime Minister's questions and the spending review. And as Beth says, we're going to be certainly digesting a lot of what they said over the course of the afternoon. It is 12 o'clock. You are watching Sky News and it is Prime Minister's questions ahead of the spending review, a big day in Parliament. Our political editor, Beth Rigby, is here in the studio. We've slightly glossed over PMQs almost, looking ahead to what we're expecting the Chancellor to say. Do you think there's anything in particular we're going to be going on today in PMQs? Any ideas what Kemi Badenoch might choose?
Well, what she might go on something like immigration because there's big boat crossings again. But, I mean, really, this is the warm-up act and we're actually waiting for the Chancellor and the Shadow Chancellor, Mel Stride, and that's a very unusual PMQ. So normally they're really in the hot seat with this. But I think that they'll probably feel a bit more relaxed today. Is that fair, James, do you think? Kemi Badenoch be feeling relaxed?
I think she's likely to go on a bit about the winter fuel and the economy. I don't have any inside information, but that's what I would expect her to go on. And the data, as I say, unemployment's going up under this government, inflation's up under this government.
500,000 more jobs in the economy since...
What about 100,000 people fewer
since the last election?
Do they not matter, those 100,000 people?
500,000 more jobs in this economy.
OK, PMQs has started and we're going to leave Dan and James to have their own in the corridor. Thanks a lot.
To Sir Billy Boston. Anne Davies, Prime Minister's questions.
Question one. Mr. Speaker, can I first wish you a happy birthday for yesterday and say that we're all delighted that Sir Billy Boston, a great British sporting icon, has received his richly deserved knighthood. Long overdue, if I may say, for him, but also for Rugby League. Mr. Speaker, it's Carers Week, and I know the whole House will join me in celebrating the selfless dedication of our unpaid and young carers. This weekend also marks the 8th anniversary of the Grenfell Tower fire. We will honour the 72 men, women and children who lost their lives by delivering meaningful and lasting change, a country with safe and secure homes for everyone, and where justice is done for the Grenfell community. Mr. Speaker, acting alongside our allies, we've sanctioned individuals responsible for inciting appalling settler violence and expansion. We've done that to uphold human rights and defend the prospect of a two-state solution. We will continue to support all efforts to secure a ceasefire, the release of all hostages despicably held by Hamas, and the humanitarian aid that needs to surge in. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Davies.
Diolch, Mr Llefarydd. My constituent, Mr Michael O'Leary, was brutally murdered 5 years ago and his body was desecrated. Working alongside the honourable members for York Outer and Montgomeryshire and Glyndŵr, I've made a number of requests to discuss his and other victims' cases with ministers and to explore introducing legislation making the desecration of a body a criminal offence. Would the Prime Minister meet with Mr O'Leary's family
along with other victims' families, including April Jones of Machynlleth and Sarah Everett and Helen McCourt, to hear why they are calling for a new criminal offence of desecrating a body to be introduced.
Well, can I thank her for raising this horrific case and the other similar cases? And my thoughts, and I'm sure the thoughts of the whole House, are with Michael's family and all those affected by such vile crimes. I think we all need to listen to what they have to say. I know she's been working with the Honourable Friend for York Outer on this issue, and I pay tribute to her and all of those that are working so hard on this issue. And I'm sure the Justice Minister will be in touch at the first opportunity to take this forward. And I thank her again for raising a really important issue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Prime Minister, in Gloucestershire, after 14 years, waiting lists for both physical and mental health are finally falling. So last week I hosted a round table with young people and heard how music and arts programmes like the fantastic Gloucestershire Music Works are transforming mental health outcomes. I also chaired a panel on comedy on prescription in South by Southwest with Lou Jackson and Jonathan Pye, utilising laughter to improve well-being and reduce waiting lists. So can I ask the Prime Minister to back our campaign in creative health and urge him to go further in reducing waiting lists for all patients? Thank you.
Can I comment? He's got great expertise. He's worked for many years in the NHS as a GP, and I support the work that he's doing. Our plan for change has cut waiting lists, as he points out, by almost 5,000 in his local trust, and we're going further, including through state-of-the-art radiotherapy machines rolled out across the country, Mr. Speaker. There's one going into his constituency, more scanners going to 27 other hospital trusts, including 2 hospitals in the constituency of the Leader of the Opposition. All made possible by the decisions that we've made, and I know she'll want to stand up and welcome that.
Leave the opposition, Kemi Bernal.
Mr. Speaker, perhaps the Prime Minister knows something I don't know. There's only one hospital in my constituency. But Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, since Labour took office, Mr. Speaker, inflation has nearly doubled, growth has halved, and unemployment has surged. Is this what the Prime Minister meant when he tweeted that the economy is improving?
Minister. Mr. Speaker, since the general election, 500,000 more people are in work. And I know she doesn't mention that. She's fixated on talking Britain down. We're investing in the future. Mr. Speaker, even in the last 2 weeks, the Strategic Defence Review, 30,000 new jobs building submarines. Yesterday, the Sizewell announcement, 10,000 new jobs. Tens of thousands of construction jobs building the social and affordable housing that was announced this morning. That's the difference that Labour makes in government.
Mr. Speaker, he must be talking about a different economy. All of us in this House heard about unemployment increasing. Unemployment has increased every month since Labour took office. Last year, he said he was taking the winter fuel payment away to balance the books. But the books are not balanced. In fact, they are worse. This year, the deficit is forecast to be £10 billion higher since the budget. Not since last year's election, since the budget. In what way are the books now balanced?
Mr. Speaker, she's obviously missed the interest rate cuts, the growth figures for earlier this year, the huge, the Strategic Defence Review, local transport, £15 billion going in, free school meals, Sizewell, social housing. Mr. Speaker, but she stands there to lecture us, and I say Liz Truss is obviously back in vogue, advising reform officially now, haunting the Tories, and I remind her that the Shadow Home Secretary, I think he was then Chief Secretary to the Treasury, he gave the Liz Truss budget, Mr. Speaker, 9.5 out of 10. The Leader of the Opposition said what was wrong with Liz Truss's budget was not necessarily the package, that was all right, it was the way it was sold. They've learned absolutely nothing.
Mr. Speaker, he loves talking about Liz Truss because he loves talking about Liz Truss. Why? Why? Because he wants to hide from his own economic record. He's a coward. He's a coward. Every time he stands up there and talks about Liz Truss, it's because he is scared about talking about his record and what is happening to the economy out there. Let's bring it back to the U-turn, which he's running away from. A U-turn on a policy that his MPs went out defending time and time again. Let's go through what's happening here. 1 minute, they said it was right to take the winter fuel payment away, that there might be a run on the pound. The next minute, they said it was right to give it back. This is laughable. He stands there all puffed up and self-righteous. Why can't the Prime Minister just admit that he made a mistake?
Mr. Speaker, they left a £22 billion black hole that we had to fill. And that's why we took the right decisions. We've stabilised the economy. That's why we've seen 4 interest rate cuts. The triple lock is committed to on this side. They say it's unsustainable on that side. That's £470 for most pensioners and good Q1 growth. 3 weeks ago, I said that I wanted more pensioners to be eligible for winter fuel. I'm really pleased we set out the threshold and the certainty that is needed. And she says I don't want to talk about my record. What about 3 trade deals, record investment, free school meals, breakfast clubs, social and affordable housing, defence review, Sizewell? We could go on all morning, Mr. Speaker, but we've got the Chancellor who's going to say even more in a minute. Mr. Speaker, I think she at the weekend said that she would be getting better in the role. She could start with apologising for the Liz Truss budget. That would be better.
Mr. Speaker, I get better every week. He gets worse. Yes, he gets worse. Last week, Mr. Speaker.
If you think that is a good look, it is a very bad look. And think twice before you try to shoot somebody down in that way.
Mr. Speaker, last week he had to get his lines from the Russian embassy. I think we all know that he is getting worse, and what he does not want to talk about is how he is going to make the economy better. That is what the people out there want to hear, and he's got no answers. His trade deals have unravelled. The Strategic Defence Review, everyone out there is asking where's the money coming from, and the fact is he doesn't know how to balance the books. The Chancellor says the winter fuel payment U-turn won't be funded through higher borrowing. So will the Prime Minister admit that it will be funded by putting everybody's taxes up?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think she let slip on the Matt Ford programme the other day that she rehearses her fury for PMQs. So a very good rehearsal this morning, I think. Mr. Speaker, she asked what we're doing. At the budget, we put record investment in our NHS and our public service. Record investment. And she comes every week to carp on about national insurance, but she doesn't stand there with the courage of her convictions and say she'll actually reverse it. And the reason she won't, because she won't stand up and say she's against the investment in the NHS. She won't stand up and say she's against the investment in our public services. And we'll all listen very carefully in just 20 minutes when the Chancellor lays out more record investment as to whether they welcome it or whether they say they wouldn't support it.
Mr. Speaker, every week I come here to tell him the truth. The truth that the economy is in a spiral because Labour, that's all of them, Labour put up taxes that cut growth. And we all heard the Prime Minister, he didn't rule out tax rises, so they are going to have to put up taxes even more. This is a spiral. And if that wasn't bad enough, Mr. Speaker, if that wasn't bad enough, this morning we heard that because of his terrible Chagos deal, Mauritius is scrapping income tax. Why on earth should the British taxpayer pay for £30 billion for tax cuts in Mauritius?
Mr. Speaker, Diego Garcia is a vital intelligence and strategic capability. And it's absolutely clear that legal uncertainty would compromise it in very short order. That is why they started the negotiations in relation to it. And no responsible Prime Minister would let that happen. We've secured the base for the long time. That has been welcomed by our allies, by the US, by NATO, by Australia, New Zealand, India. It's been opposed by our adversaries, Russia, China and Iran. And in the second column, we add reform, following Putin, and the Tories following reform.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister knows this has nothing to do with national security, but his bad negotiating. I've had the security briefings. It was a bad deal before, and it's still a bad deal. And then in half an hour, the Chancellor is going to stand up and tell us that everything is fine. But the truth is, she has made bad choices. Bad choices that mean higher inflation, bad choices that have led to lower growth, bad choices that have meant that jobs have been lost every single month since Labour came into office. That's hundreds of thousands of families who've lost their income in Stoke, in Grangemouth, in Luton. Those are their constituencies, businesses across the country. The Chancellor has lost all her headroom. She's fallen out with the Cabinet. She's making unfunded spending commitments, which she promised not to do. Isn't the truth that we have got the wrong Chancellor and the wrong priorities?
The wrong choice they made was making her Leader of the Opposition.
Richard Bergen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and belated birthday greetings to you. Mr. Speaker, it's wrong for any Labour government. No Labour government should ever try to balance the books on the backs of disabled people. Yet in just a few weeks' time, that is what the Prime Minister will ask this House to do. Many of us will not be able to go along with that because it will mean that people who need assistance to cut up their food, to wash themselves, to dress themselves and to go to the toilet will lose the PIP they currently get. That's vital support. This week, the Prime Minister changed direction on winter fuel payments. Will he do the same in relation to this and now drop these disability benefit cuts?
Mr. Speaker, it's very important we make the changes to our welfare system. It's not working. It needs reform. I think everybody agrees with that. It doesn't work for anyone. We will do so on a principled basis that those who can work should work. Those that want to work should be supported to do so, and that we must protect those with the most severe disabilities who will never be able to work. And we're doing that by ending reassessments and paying a new premium.
The Liberal Democrats, Sir Ed Davey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I join others in wishing you belated happy returns for yesterday? And can I welcome the government's sanctions of ministers in the Netanyahu government, Ben-Gvir and Smotrich? The violence they've incited, the settler violence they've incited against innocent Palestinians on the West Bank is intolerable, and the government will right to act. And as it's Carers Week, Mr. Speaker, can I pay tribute to the millions of unpaid family carers across the country and recognise the challenges that they face? Mr. Speaker, the last Conservative government left our health service on its knees. We've heard reports that the NHS will get extra funding in the spending review. If it does, we will support that. But does the Prime Minister agree that no amount of money for the NHS will solve its crisis unless we also invest to fix care? So without preempting the Chancellor's statement, will the Prime Minister reassure me that both social care and family carers will get the priority they deserve in the spending review?
Can I agree with him that the health crisis created by the previous government cannot be solved? They groan. That is exactly how the country feels about the last 14 years and the mess they made of everything. Yes, we do need to fix social care alongside the money that we're putting into the NHS. We're putting record amounts into the NHS. That's the right thing to do, and we're seeing the results. We promised 2 million extra appointments in the first year, of a Labour government. We've delivered 3 million, so there will be that extra funding. I would gently say to him, whilst he welcomes all the extra funding, he can't also at the same time simply say he's against any way of raising the money for the funding. There's an incompatibility there.
Sir Ed Davey.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister knows he's got a fairer and better way of funding NHS investment, and I regret the fact that he didn't answer my question on care. But, Mr. Speaker, moving on, the Prime Minister is right to increase defence spending, and later we'll hear the difficult choices the Chancellor has had to make, partly to fund that defence expenditure. But there are £25 billion of frozen Russian assets in the UK right now, billions that could be used to stop Putin's war machine and to boost Britain's defence industry even faster. So at the G7 this weekend, will the Prime Minister try to seek an agreement to seize those frozen Russian state assets and use them to support Ukraine?
Well, as he knows, that is an issue that's being considered, but it is complicated, and there are a lot of countervailing factors that need to be carefully balanced in a decision that can be made. We are talking to allies about it, but I don't want to pretend to the House that there's an easy answer on this, because there isn't.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. More jobs, cheaper bills. That was our promise on net zero. If we can't meet those goals, then we must consider our approach. In Pembrokeshire, we have a proud industrial history rooted in oil and gas, and an incredibly exciting opportunity in floating offshore wind in the Celtic Sea. So can the Prime Minister assure me that he is committed to a just transition that protects and creates jobs?
Well, I thank him for raising this. I believe this government must seize the opportunities of net zero for working people, creating good skilled jobs, taking them off the roller coaster of volatile fossil fuel markets. Under past governments, Mr. Speaker, hard-working communities had their pride and their jobs ripped away, and we will never do that in relation to a transition. We've already seen £40 billion of investment in energy and renewables, and the CBI shows that 38,000 jobs in Wales are linked to clean energy. I want to see more of that. Both of them are against it.
Saoirse Eastwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, I just want to pay tribute to the Police Service of Northern Ireland briefly for tackling public order in Northern Ireland over the last 2 nights with over 30 police officers injured. I'm sure the whole House would want to join with me in that, and also condemning the racist violence. Mr. Speaker, whether it's the cardiac scandal at the RVH in Belfast, the cervical smear scandal in the Southern Trust, the COVID-bereaved families, or the crash of Chinook Zulu Delta 576, all of which has impacted my constituents in Lagan Valley. The common thread here is that families simply wanted the truth, but they were let down by institutions at every cut and turn. Will this government urgently introduce a duty of candour bill and ensure that it reflects what the Hillsborough Law Now campaigners and families have fought so very hard for?
Can I start with the important point she makes about Ballymena? And I utterly condemn the violence that we've seen overnight in Ballymena and in other parts of Northern Ireland, including against PSNI officers. It is absolutely vital that the PSNI are given the time they need to investigate the incidents concerned, rather than face mindless attacks as they seek to bring peace and order to keep people safe. And the Northern Ireland Secretary is in touch with the PSNI and the Executive, and I'm being kept updated in relation to that. In relation to the tragic cases that she raises, firstly, I thank her for raising them, and it is important that we have a legal duty of candour. We will be introducing that because, as she says, there must be the truth here based on all people being dealt with on the basis of dignity, fairness and accountability. Thank you.
Yasmin Qureshi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the words of the former Israeli Prime Minister, what we are witnessing in Gaza is indiscriminate, limitless, cruel and criminal killing of civilians. More than 50,000 people have been killed. Children have been shot while queuing for bread. A growing number of genocide scholars, including leading Israeli academics, believe that a genocide is taking place. Under international law, we have a duty to prevent genocide. I served on the UN mission in Kosovo. We acted to stop mass killing there. What is the difference now? Will the Prime Minister please intervene immediately to alleviate human suffering and take steps to recognise the state of Palestine?
Mr. Speaker, she'll have seen the statement we made yesterday and the actions that we're taking with allies. The humanitarian situation is dreadful and distressing, and scenes that we've witnessed outside aid distribution centres are frankly heartbreaking. More aid is needed at volume and speed into Gaza, and Israel's plan for aid delivery is inadequate and insufficient. What is needed is for the UN and other agencies to deliver that aid according to well-established mechanisms, and Israel must allow this. Mr. Speaker, we are working with allies to do all that we can to make this happen, as well, of course, to get the hostages out who have been held for a very long time and a desperately needed return to a ceasefire.
Alex Easton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Prime Minister, there are significant concerns regarding the potential job losses at Spirit Aerosystems stemming from the deal with Airbus. Would the Prime Minister agree with me and intervene to bring all the main players, including the unions, the Business Secretary and the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, around the table to ensure these jobs are protected, especially considering the scale of the issues akin to the challenges faced by British Steel? And also, there is an issue for Northern Ireland businesses with the outworkings of the Northern Ireland Protocol and the Winter Framework. Can the Prime Minister give me reassurances that he's working to resolve all those issues?
Well, I'm grateful to him for raising this important case of Spirit Aerosystems in Northern Ireland. I know how important it is for the workforce. I've visited them myself on more than one occasion. Airbus's decision to expand UK operations is good news for the sector and testament to world-class manufacturing expertise, and I want to see those high-skilled jobs protected. The Northern Ireland Secretary has met Airbus, the trade unions and assembly representatives to discuss the best outcome. The Minister of Industry is continuing engagement with stakeholders, and we will do everything we can in relation to this situation. I'm grateful to him for raising it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Prime Minister join me in condemning decisions taken by the Transport Minister of the previous government, who turned their back on promises to deliver a new train station at Bean Park, which derailed growth in my constituency of Dagenham and Rainham? And will he also agree that the Grampian condition on the Bean Park development must be honoured and that infrastructure must accompany all developments of scale as we get on with the job of delivering millions of new homes?
Well, I know she's been fighting hard for this project for years, and she's right, the previous government failed to deliver. You could say that about anything they touch, Mr. Speaker. But the Rail Minister is working with the Mayor and Housing Minister to get an appropriate solution to unlock housing in the area. Mr. Speaker, we'll also bring C2C back into public ownership, improving reliability and performance and ensuring every penny is focused on better service. I imagine when I said disaster is referring to the last government.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've spoken with parents with children with special education needs and disabilities, but aren't getting the support they need in school. However, if as a result their child is out of school, they're left facing prosecution, fines, or even prison time. Punishing parents for the failings of a broken system is outrageous. So will the Prime Minister end this by backing Lord's Amendment 349A to the Children's Wellbeing and School Bill, and will he meet with me to discuss this further?
Can I thank her for raising this? The epidemic of absence in our schools is something that really does worry me and concern me. Thanks to the efforts of schools and parents across the country, we've seen over 3 million more days in school this year compared to last, which is really important. But we do know that pupils with special educational needs face more complex barriers in relation to school attendance. Look, we will, of course, look at all amendments in the usual way, but in this instance, I do think we struck the right balance.
Chris Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I start by congratulating Sir Billy Boston. Billy ended his career playing at Blackpool, and I know this has been a long campaign by the Culture Secretary, the Speaker, the Honourable Member for Makerfield, and many in this House, so congratulations to Sir Billy. 12,000 people, it's been exposed by shelter, are waiting for council housing in Blackpool. This is a damning indictment on the legacy of previous 14 years of the government. Hundreds of families in my constituency are waiting for housing, stuck in bed and breakfast, or like my constituent Casey, who's sofa surfing with her 2 children in tow. So will the Prime Minister, alongside the Deputy Prime Minister, commit to a new generation of social housing and council housing in my constituency and help me build a better Blackpool?
Well, can I join him on his comments about Billy Boston? And I think the whole House will, Mr. Speaker. We are turning the tide on the housing crisis with the biggest investment in social and affordable housing in a generation, Mr. Speaker. The Chancellor investing £39 billion over the next 10 years, almost double what we saw under the last government. And no wonder the National Housing Federation welcomed this as transformative, saying it offers real hope to the thousands who need safe, secure and affordable homes.
It is National Diabetes Week, and as someone living with type 1, as we both are, Mr. Speaker, we are more than aware of the serious complications of diabetic ketoacidosis, KDA, which, if not caught early enough, could prove fatal. Now, a quarter of children are diagnosed with type 1 diabetes when in KDA, and that could be avoided with early diagnosis. So will the Prime Minister commit to rolling out a national, universal screening programme, as seen in Italy, for type 1?
Can I thank her for championing this really important issue? My late mother had diabetes, and so I know firsthand just what a struggle it can be and how important it is. Type 1 diabetes is not preventable, as she knows, but the sooner we can reach people, the sooner we can care for them. And we have a screening programme in the UK available to families across the country, and over 20,000 children have already taken part. It is really important that we continue to deliver that, but can I thank her for continuing to champion this and to raise her voice on this very important issue.
Durham Puffy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is crystal clear how social media and smartphones are harming our young people, with cyberbullying, addiction and exploitation absolutely rife. Governments elsewhere are taking bold action. I understand ministers are considering a 2-hour limit, but that's per app rather than per day. I know the Prime Minister takes this seriously, so can he update the House on what he wants to see happen and what action this government will take to protect our children?
It is important that we take action to protect our children, and from July, Mr. Speaker, tough new rules will mean platforms must protect children in the UK from seeing harmful and violent content. We do need to look at other measures needed to create safer online experiences for young people, and we won't hesitate to take further steps.
Speaker, concerning these statistics showed that delays for cancer treatment in North Norfolk are greater than the national average. Much of this relates to the struggles that we face specifically as an older rural constituency. I was elected on a promise to get our NHS back and fighting fit after the criminal damage inflicted on it by the Conservatives. Would the Prime Minister recognise that rural health services face acute and specific challenges? And can he give his word to the people of North Norfolk that the reforms and spending we need will come forward to address this?
Can I thank him for raising this really important issue for his constituents? I think it does impact rural areas in particular. We've set out record funding for the NHS. We have our cancer plan, and I can give him that reassurance.
This is the final question, Johnny Reid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister and members across this House would have witnessed this spectacular victory for Davy Russell in Scotland. Mark Hall and Stonehouse by-election. My constituents are sick of SNP failure, and they voted for change for their NHS, their schools and for Scotland. So can I ask the Prime Minister, has he seen the calls from within the SNP for John Swinney to resign? And does he agree with me that a leader who has only ever lost elections to the Labour Party should stay put?
Well, can I pay tribute to her for the role that she and others played in seeing Davy Russell elected? He will be a dedicated champion for her constituents. And after nearly 2 decades in power, the SNP got their verdict last Thursday. Scotland wants change, and they know the SNP are completely out of ideas. That's why they want a Labour government to deliver real change.
Right, that completes Prime Minister's questions. We now I call the Chancellor of the Exchequer to make a statement. Rachel Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My driving purpose since I became Chancellor is to make working people in all parts of our country better off, to rebuild our schools and our hospitals, to invest in our economy so that everyone has the opportunity to succeed after 14 years of mismanagement and decline by the party opposite, culminating in a £22 billion black hole in the public finances. That was their legacy, and the first job I faced as Chancellor was to set it right. So at the budget last October, and again in the spring, I made the choices necessary to fix the foundations of our economy. And we wasted no time in removing the barriers to growth. The biggest overhaul of our planning system in a generation, launching Britain's first national wealth fund and reforming our pension system to unlock billions of pounds of investment into our economy. We are starting to see the results. The stability that we have provided has helped support 4 cuts in interest rates, saving hundreds of pounds a year for families with a mortgage. Real wages have grown by more in the first 10 months of this Labour government than they did in the first 10 years of Conservative governments. And the latest figures show that we are the fastest economy growing in the G7. With countries around the world lining up to do business with Britain again, with new trade deals with India, the United States, and with the European Union too. We are renewing Britain. But I know that too many people in too many parts of our country are yet to feel it. This government's task, my task as Chancellor, and the purpose of this spending review is to change that, to ensure that renewal is felt in people's everyday lives, in their jobs and on their high streets. The priorities of this spending review are the priorities of working people, to invest in Britain's security, in Britain's health, and to grow Britain's economy so that working people are better off. Mr. Speaker, today I am allocating the envelope I set out in the spring. I am enormously grateful to my excellent team of officials at the Treasury and to my right honourable friend, the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, for his tireless work throughout this process. Crunching the numbers, looking at the assets and the liabilities. And on that note, can I thank all my Cabinet colleagues for their contribution to this process. They are all assets to this Labour government. In this spending review, total departmental budgets will grow by 2.3% a year in real terms. Compare that to the Conservative choice of austerity. In contrast to our increase of 2.3%, they cut spending by 2.9% per year in 2010. So let's be clear. Austerity was a destructive choice for the fabric of our society. And it was a destructive choice for our economy too, choking off investment and demand, creating a lost decade for growth, wages and living standards. That is their legacy. My choices are different. My choices are Labour choices. The choices in this spending review that are only possible because of my commitment to economic stability and to the decisions that this government has made. The Conservatives' fiscal rules guaranteed neither stability nor investment, and that is why I changed them. My fiscal rules are non-negotiable, and they are the foundation of stability and of investment. My first rule is for stability, that day-to-day government spending should be paid for through tax receipts. That is the sound economic choice, and it is also the fair choice, because it is not right to expect our children and future generations to pay for the services that we rely on today. This first rule allows me, as I set out in the budget last year, to allocate £190 billion more to the day-to-day running of our public services over the course of this spending review, compared to the plans of the previous government. My second fiscal rule enables me to invest in Britain's economic renewal, while getting public debt down on a downward path. The rule has allowed me to increase public investment by over £100 billion in the autumn and a further £13 billion in the spring. Investment to rebuild our transport networks, to rebuild our defence capability and to rebuild our energy security. In short, to grow our economy. Mr. Speaker, I've made my choices. Tough decisions, yes, for stability. Changing Britain's fiscal rules, yes, for investment. And today, delivering that investment for the renewal of Britain. Now it is a time for the parties opposite to make their choices. The spending plans that I am setting out today are only possible because of the decisions that I took in the autumn to raise taxes and the changes to our fiscal rules. Every one of those changes was opposed by the parties opposite. So today, they can make an honest choice and they can oppose these spending plans, as they opposed every penny I raised to fund them. Or they can make the same choice as Liz Truss: spend more, borrow more, with no regard for the consequences. And in their clamour to cut taxes for the richest, the Conservatives crashed our economy. They sent mortgage rates spiralling and they put our pensions in peril. I will never take those risks. And reform, well, they're itching to do the same thing all over again. Now, the member for Clacton may be playing the friend of the workers now, but some of us are old enough to remember when he described the disastrous Liz Truss budget as, and I quote, the best Conservative budget since the 1980s. Mr. Speaker, after the damage is done, he still nods along. They have learnt nothing. And his party have been in Parliament for less than a year, and yet they have already racked up £80 billion of unfunded commitments. They are simply not serious. Mr. Speaker, every day it becomes clearer. It is Labour, and only Labour, that has a credible plan for the renewal of Britain. As I said in my spring statement, the world is changing before our eyes. And since the spring, the challenges that we face have become even more acute. The signs of our age of insecurity are everywhere. So we are acting on the promise in our plan to change, building renewal on foundations of national security, border security, and economic security. As the Prime Minister said earlier this month, a new era in the threats that we face demands a new era for defence and security. That's why we took the decision to prioritise our defence spending by reducing overseas development aid, so that defence spending will now rise to 2.6% of GDP by April 2027, including the contribution of our intelligence agencies. That uplift provides funding for my right honourable friend, the Defence Secretary, with £11 billion increased in defence spending and a £600 million uplift for our security and intelligence agencies. That investment will deliver not only security, but also renewal. In Aldermaston and Lincoln, in Portsmouth and Filton, on the Clyde and in Rosyth, investment in Scotland, jobs in Scotland, defence for the United Kingdom, opposed by the Scottish National Party, delivered by this Labour government. And as we invest in our armed forces, our military technology and our supply chains, that also brings huge opportunities. £4.5 billion of investment in munitions, made in factories from Glasgow to Glasgow, Stevenage to Radway Green, and over £6 billion to upgrade our nuclear submarine production, supporting thousands of jobs across Barrow, Derby and Sheffield. We will make Britain a defence industrial superpower, with the jobs, the skills and the pride that come with it. A more unstable world presents new challenges at our borders too, where conflict has opened the way for organised criminal gangs. The British people rightly expect us to have control of who comes into our country. The party opposite said that they would take back control. Well, Mr. Speaker, they lost control. With one failed policy after another. No control, no security. In contrast, in the budget last year, I announced £150 million to establish the new Border Security Command. And today, to support the integrity of our borders, I can announce that that funding will increase with up to £280 million more per year by the end of the spending review for our new Border Security Command. Alongside that, we are tackling the asylum backlog. The party opposite left behind a broken system. Billions of pounds of taxpayers' money spent on housing asylum seekers in hotels, leaving people in limbo and shunting the cost of failure onto local communities. We won't let that stand. So I can confirm today that, led by the work of my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, we will be ending the costly use of hotels to house asylum seekers in this Parliament. Funding that I have provided today, including from the Transformation Fund, will cut the asylum backlog, hear more appeal cases and return people who have no right to be here, saving the taxpayer £1 billion a year. That is my choice, Mr. Speaker. That is the Labour choice. That is the choice of the British people. And, Mr. Speaker, if we want national security in a dangerous world, that does not stop at the strength of our armed forces or at our border. I have long spoken about what I call securonomics, the basic insight that in an age of insecurity, government must step up to provide security for working people and resilience for our national economy. Put simply, where things are made and who makes them matters. Take energy. The Tories neglected our nuclear and renewable sectors and closed our gas storage facilities, leaving us exposed to hikes in energy prices when Russia invaded Ukraine. And it was working people who paid the price for their mistakes. On this side of the House, we understand that energy security is national security. And so, because it is the right choice for bills, the right choice for jobs and the right choice for growth, this government is investing in the biggest rollout of nuclear power for half a century. A £30 billion commitment to our nuclear-powered future. Yesterday, my right honourable friend, the Energy Secretary, and I announced £14 billion for Sizewell C, producing the energy to power 6 million homes, supporting more than 10,000 jobs, including 1,500 apprentices, to build the nuclear workforce of tomorrow. And, Mr. Speaker, that's not all. We are investing over £2.5 billion in a new small modular reactor programme. Our preferred partner is Rolls-Royce, a great British company based in Derby. This investment is just one step towards our ambition for a full fleet of small modular reactors, as well as providing a route for private sector-led advanced modular reactor projects to be deployed across the UK. Alongside these, we are making nuclear-approved land available in Sellafield to attract private investment and create thousands more jobs. And I'd like to thank my honourable friend from Whitehaven and Workington for his work in this area. And to strengthen Britain's position at the forefront of a global race for new nuclear technologies, a cause championed by the Mayor of the East Midlands, Claire Ward, and my honourable friend, the member for Bassett Law, and to support pioneering work taking place in West Burton in Nottinghamshire, we are investing £2.5 billion in nuclear fusion. And to back British industries, pioneering work in carbon capture and storage will take place. Last year, we announced funding for 2 sites, on Merseyside and in Teesside, where we are building the world's first commercial-scale CCUS plant. Today, I can announce support for the Acorn project in Aberdeenshire, supporting Scotland's transition from oil and gas to low-carbon technology, a challenge and an opportunity well understood by the leader of Scottish Labour, Anas Sarwar, and by my right honourable friend, the Scottish Secretary. And we are also backing the Viking project in Humberside, a cause long supported by my honourable friend, the member for Great Grimsby and Cleethorpes. And because I am determined to make sure that the energy technologies of the future are built here and owned here, and that those jobs come to Britain, with spending review decisions means that we can invest in the wholly publicly owned Great British Energy. Great British Energy, headquartered in Scotland. These are investments to make sure the towns and cities which powered the last industrial revolution will play their part in our next industrial revolution. To reduce our reliance on overseas oil and gas and protect working families from price shocks. A new generation of energy industries for a renewed Britain. That is my choice. That is Labour's choice. That is the choice of the British people. Economic security relies on our ability to buy, make and sell more here in Britain. In April, this government faced a choice: to let British Steel in Scunthorpe go under or to intervene. We heard representations from workers. Mr. Speaker, that choice was the choice not of the metal trader, but this Labour government. We heard representations from workers, trade unions, and from my honourable friend, the member for Scunthorpe. My right honourable friend, the Business Secretary, and I were not prepared to tolerate a situation in which Britain's steel capacity was fatally undermined. We were not prepared to see another working-class community lose the pride, lose the prosperity, lose the dignity that industry provides. So we did intervene to save British steel and the jobs that come with it, and I am proud of that decision. And this government will invest in Scunthorpe's long-term future and the future of steelworks across our great country, and in a vote of confidence in our homegrown steel. Heathrow Airport, where we are backing London by backing a third runway, has signed the UK Steel Charter, a multi-billion-pound airport expansion backed by Labour, built with British steel. And as we build our train and tram lines, our military hardware and our new power stations, that will mean orders for steel made in Britain. In Sheffield Forgemasters, where we are investing in nuclear-grade steel, and in Port Talbot, where this spending review confirms the £500 million grant to Tata Steel. A future for British-made steel, and a proud future for Britain's steel communities. Things built to last, built here in Britain. That is my choice. That is Labour's choice. That is the choice of the British people. This Labour government is backing British business. There will be more to come in the weeks ahead with our 10-year infrastructure strategy and our modern industrial strategy too. A plan drawn up in partnership with businesses and trade unions. And when I speak to business people and entrepreneurs about what they need to succeed, they say they need the chance to innovate. They need access to finance. They need a deep pool of talent. We have heard that message, and so today we are taking action. First, innovation, a great British strength. Our universities are world-leading, and we are proud of them. We want our high-tech industries in Britain today to continue to lead the world in the years to come, in car production, in aerospace, and in life sciences. So we are backing our innovators, backing our researchers, and backing our entrepreneurs, with R&D funding rising to a record high of £22 billion per year by the end of the spending review. And because homegrown AI has the potential to solve diverse and daunting challenges, as well as the opportunity for good jobs and investment here in Britain, I am announcing £2 billion to back this government's AI action plan, overseen by my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Science and Technology. And second, to champion those small businesses seeking access to finance as they look to grow, I am increasing the financial firepower of the British Business Bank. A two-thirds increase in its investments, increasing its overall financial capacity to £25.6 billion, to help pioneering businesses start up and to scale up, backing Britain's entrepreneurs, backing Britain's wealth creators. And third, As we invest, if we are to thrive in the industries of the future, we must give our young people the skills that they need to contribute to our national success. As scientists, engineers and designers, as builders, welders and electricians. I know the ambition, the drive and the potential of our young people. And it cannot be right that too often those ambitions and that potential are stifled. When young people who want training find courses are oversubscribed and are turned away at the door, forcing growing businesses eager to recruit to look elsewhere. Potential wasted and enterprise frustrated. So today I am providing record investment for training and upskilling. £1.2 billion a year by the end of the spending review to support over 1 million young people into training and apprenticeships so that their potential, their drive and their ambition is frustrated no longer. And on the subject of skills, Mr. Speaker, we should all recognise the Leader of the Opposition's own commitment to lifelong learning. At the weekend, she promised to learn and to get better on the job. Well, I am sure that members on the benches opposite will be supporting her in that endeavour. Good luck with that. As we build a strong and secure and resilient economy, working people must feel the benefits. That starts with the security of a proper home. Our planning reforms have opened up the opportunity to build. Now we must act to make the most of those opportunities. And a plan to match the scale of the housing crisis must include social housing. Neglected for too many decades, but not by this Labour government. And so, led by my right honourable friend, the Deputy Prime Minister, we are taking action. I am proud to announce the biggest cash injection into social and affordable housing in 50 years. A new affordable homes programme in which I am investing £39 billion over the next decade. Direct government funding to support house building, especially for social rent. And I am pleased to report that towns and cities, including Blackpool, Preston, Sheffield and Swindon, have already had plans to bring forward bids to build those homes in their communities. And I have gone further. Mr. Speaker, last autumn, I enabled greater use of financial transactions to support investment in our infrastructure, alongside strict guardrails that ensure that money is spent wisely through our public financial institutions. And so, in line with that commitment, I am providing an additional £10 billion for financial investments, including to be delivered through Homes England, to crowd in private investment and unlock hundreds of thousands more homes. Homes built by a Labour government, homes built for working people. But, Mr. Speaker, it is no good investing in new skills, new jobs and new homes if they are not properly connected. That is why last week, with the support of my right honourable friend, the Transport Secretary, I announced £15 billion of investment to connect our cities and our towns, the biggest ever investment of its kind. Investments in buses in Rochdale, train stations in Merseyside and Middlesbrough, mass transit in West Yorkshire, and metro extensions in Birmingham, in Tyne Wear and in Stockport. And alongside that, we are backing Doncaster Airport. Today, I am announcing a 4-year settlement for Transport for London to provide certainty and stability for our largest local transport network to plan for the future. And for other regions in the UK, I am today providing for a 4-fold increase in local transport grants by the end of this Parliament to make the improvements put off for far too long to improve the journeys that people make every day. And to unlock the potential of all parts of Britain, we are going further, investing in major rail projects to connect our towns and cities. In October, I announced funding for the Transpennine route upgrade, the backbone of rail travel in the north, linking York and Leeds and Manchester, with a quarter of that route expected to be electrified by this summer. I know the commitment of my honourable friends, the members for Huddersfield, York Outer and Colne Valley to this issue. And today I can announce a further £3.5 billion of investment for that route. But my ambition and the ambition of people across the north is greater still. And so, in the coming weeks, I will set out this government's plan to take forward our ambitions for Northern Powerhouse Rail. I have also heard the representations of my honourable friends, the members for Milton Keynes North, Milton Keynes Central and Buckingham and Bletchley. And I can tell the House today to connect Oxford and Cambridge and to back Milton Keynes' leading tech sector, I am providing a further £2.5 billion for the continued delivery of East-West Rail. And on a matter I know is of great importance to my honourable friends, the members for Lichfield, Birmingham Northfield and Birmingham Erdington, I can announce today that I am providing funding for the Midlands Rail Hub, the region's biggest and most ambitious rail improvement scheme for generations, strengthening connections from Birmingham across the West Midlands and into Wales too. Mr. Speaker, for 14 years, the Conservatives failed the people of Wales. Those days are over. Following representations from my right honourable friend, the Welsh Secretary, the First Minister for Wales and Welsh Labour MPs, I am pleased to announce today £445 million for railways in Wales over 10 years, including new funding for Padeswood Sidings and Cardiff West Junction. That, Mr. Speaker, is the difference made by two Labour governments working together to undo a generation of underfunding and neglect. This government takes seriously its commitment to investment, jobs and growth in every part of the UK. And I have heard the concerns of my honourable friends, the members for Mid Cheshire and Rosendale and Darwen, and the Mayor of Liverpool City Region, Steve Rotherham, that past governments have underinvested in towns and cities outside of London and the South East. And they are right. So I am today publishing the conclusion of the review of the Treasury's Green Book, the government's manual for assessing value for money. Our new Green Book will support place-based business cases and make sure no region has Treasury guidance wielded against them. I said we would do things differently. I said we wanted growth in all parts of Britain. And, Mr. Speaker, I meant it. Backing our nations and regions means backing our devolved governments. And this spending review provides the largest settlement in real terms since devolution was introduced, with £52 billion for Scotland, £20 billion for Northern Ireland by the end of the spending review, and £23 billion for Wales. And having heard representations from many Welsh Labour colleagues, and because I know the obligation we owe to our industrial communities, I'm providing a multi-year settlement of £118 million to keep coal tips safe in Wales. Mr. Speaker, I know the pride that people feel in their communities. I see it everywhere I go. But I also know that for too many people, there is a sense that something has been lost, as high streets have declined, as community spaces have closed, as jobs and opportunities have gone elsewhere. The renewal of Britain must be felt everywhere. Today, I'm pleased to announce additional funding to support up to 350 communities, especially those in the most deprived areas. Funding to improve parks, youth facilities, swimming pools and libraries. Supporting councils' fight back against graffiti and fly tipping, including in Blackpool South, in Stockport, in Stoke Central, in Swindon North and in Newcastle upon Tyne East and Wallsend. And there's more. Job creation and community assets are vital to our growth mission. But too often, regeneration projects are held back, gathering dust in bureaucratic limbo. We are changing that. We will establish a growth mission fund to expedite local projects that are important for growth. Projects like Southport Pier an iconic symbol of coastal heritage which has stood empty since 2022. Kilcody's seafront and high street, where investment would create jobs and new business opportunities. And plans for Peterborough's new sports quarter to drive activity and community cohesion. Because people deserve a government which shares their ambition for their communities. To deliver renewal, to deliver growth, to deliver opportunity. And that is what you get with a Labour government. If people are to feel pride in their community, enjoy their public spaces and spend time on their high streets, they must feel safe when they do so. Safe in the knowledge that when people break the law, they feel the full force of the law. But the party opposite left our prisons overflowing and on the brink of collapse. And they left it to us to deal with the consequences. We are taking the necessary action. So with my right honourable friend, the Justice Secretary, we have announced that we are investing £7 billion to fund 14,000 new prison places and putting up to £700 million per year into reform of the probation system too. Today, I will do more. I am increasing police spending power by an average 2.3% per year in real terms over the spending review period. To protect our people, our homes and our streets. That is more than £2 billion, supporting us to meet our plan for change commitment of putting 13,000 additional police officers, PCSOs and special constables into neighbour policing roles across England and Wales. And as well as every place, I am determined that every family feels the benefits of Britain's renewal. Falling interest rates, supported by our commitment to economic stability, are already saving many families hundreds of pounds a month on their mortgage. I have accepted pay review body recommendations for pay in our armed forces, for our nurses, our teachers and our prison officers, giving public sector workers the fair pay rises that they deserve. And in autumn, I increased the national living wage, a pay rise for around 3 million hard-working people. And this government is doing more. We're banning exploitative zero-hour contracts. We're strengthening statutory sick pay and ending the injustice of unscrupulous fire and rehire practices. Those are my choices. Those are Labour choices. Mr. Speaker, I know that for many people, the cost of living remains a constant challenge, which is why we are capping the cost of school uniforms. And I can tell the House today that I am extending the £3 bus fare cap until at least March 2027. Earlier this week, we announced that over 3/4 of pensioners will receive the winter fuel payment this year. And there is more. To get bills down, not just this winter, but in winters to come, we have expanded the Warm Homes Plan to support thousands more of the UK's poorest households, including providing £7 million to homes in Bradford, £11 million to homes in Rigby, and £30 million to homes in Blackpool. And today I can announce that I will deliver in full our manifesto commitment to upgrade millions of homes, saving families and pensioners across the country up to £600 each and every year off their bills. I am determined to do everything in my power to put more money in people's pockets, to give people security and control in their lives, to make working people better off, and to show them that this government, this Labour government, is on their side. Mr. Speaker, taxpayers work hard for their money, and they expect their government to spend their money with care. So for the first time in 18 years, this government has run a zero-based review, a line-by-line assessment of what government spends, something that the Tories didn't bother to do in 14 years. And as a result of that work, and of our wider drive for efficiencies, led by my right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, in this spending review, I have found savings. From the closure and sale of government buildings and land, cutting back office costs and reducing consultancy spend, all which the previous government failed to do. Reforms that will make public services more efficient, more productive and more focused on the user. I have been relentless in driving out inefficiencies. I will be relentless in cutting out waste, with every single penny reinvested back into our public services. Mr. Speaker, I joined the Labour Party almost 30 years ago because I knew that the Conservative Party, when I grew up, didn't care much about schools like mine or the kids I grew up with. I joined because I believe that every young person should have the equal chance to succeed, no matter where they come from, no matter what their parents do. I believe that just as strongly today as I did then. That is why at the budget last autumn, I ended the tax loophole which exempted private schools from VAT and business rates. And I put that money where it belongs, into helping the 93% of children in our state schools. Mr. Speaker, they oppose money for their local state schools, and I will always prioritise them. That was my choice. That is the Labour choice. And because of the decisions that we made in this spending review, I'm working with my right honourable friend, the Education Secretary. Last week, this government announced that free school meals will be extended to over 500,000 more children. That policy alone will lift 100,000 children out of poverty. Children in schools from Tower Hamlets to Sunderland and from Swansea to Bridgend. Last year, at Labour Party conference, I was proud to announce the first steps in our plan to deliver breakfast clubs for every child, with an initial rollout to the first 750 schools. And we will continue with that national rollout as part of our manifesto commitment, so that no child goes hungry and every child can have the best chance to thrive and succeed. Yeah. And because I know that a good start in life does not just start at school, I can also announce £370 million for school-based nurseries, to put us firmly on track to meet our plan for change commitment for a record number of children being school-ready. And for children's social care, to break the dangerous cycle of late intervention and low-quality care, I am providing £555 million of transformation funding over the spending review period, so that children do not go needlessly into care when they could stay at home. Yeah. And for children where state intervention is necessary, better care and better outcomes. Yeah. And last week, I was pleased to announce, with my right honourable friend, the Culture Secretary, that more than £130 million from the Dormant Assets Scheme with the financial services sector will be allocated to fund facilities for our young people, to give every child the chance to take part in music, sport and in drama, to fund libraries in our schools, so that the confidence and the opportunity that those resources open up are no longer the preserve of the privileged few. Those are my choices. They are Labour choices, and they are the choices of the British people. Overall, I am providing a cash uplift of over £4.5 billion a year for additional funding in the core schools budget by the end of the spending review, backing our teachers and backing our kids. Mr. Speaker, people who went to ordinary comprehensives in the 80s and 90s are all too familiar with the experience of being taught in temporary classrooms. And the previous Conservative government oversaw another generation of kids herded into cold and damp buildings as school roofs literally crumbled. It wasn't acceptable when I was at school, and it isn't acceptable now. So I am providing investment rising to nearly £2.3 billion per year to fix our crumbling classrooms. In addition, £2.4 billion per year to continue our programme to rebuild 500 schools, including Chase Community School in Enfield, Woodkirk Academy in Leeds and Budmouth Academy in Weymouth. Investing in our young people, investing in Britain's future, investing in opportunity for all. That is Labour's choice. Finally, Mr. Speaker, let me turn to the... I knew the chair... me turn to our National Health Service. It's our most treasured public service. And people rightly expect an NHS that is there when they need it. An ambulance that comes when they call one. A GP appointment available when they need one. A scan that is performed when they are referred for one. I am hugely grateful to our nurses, our doctors, our paramedics and other healthcare professionals for everything that they do. If we want a strong economy where working people can fulfil their potential, then we must have a strong NHS. Not as the Reform Party have called for, an insurance-based system. We believe in a publicly funded National Health Service free at the point of use. Now, perhaps the member for Clacton should spend some more time focusing on the priorities of the British people and less time in the Westminster Arms. Although, Mr. Speaker, after this week, perhaps the Two Chairman pub might be a better fit. At the budget, I took the decisions necessary to provide an immediate injection of funding to get the NHS back on its feet. And I commend my right honourable friend, the Health Secretary, for all the progress that he has already made. In less than a year, this government has recruited 1,700 new GPs, delivered 3.5 million extra appointments, and cut waiting lists by more than 200,000. Fixing our NHS also means delivering fundamental reform across social care, which means that we are backing the first ever fair pay agreement for that sector. And I am increasing the NHS technology budget by almost 50%. And we are investing £10 billion to bring our analogue health system into the digital age, including through the NHS app, so patients can manage their prescriptions, get their test results and book appointments all in one place. We are shifting care back to the community, providing more funding to support the training of thousands more GPs to deliver millions more appointments. We are investing more in prevention to meet our manifesto commitment of providing mental health support teams in all schools in England by the end of this Parliament. These investments will enable the delivery of our upcoming 10-year plan for health and put the NHS firmly back on the path to renewal. And to support that plan, to back the doctors and nurses that we rely on, and to make sure that the NHS is there whenever we need it, I am proud to announce today that this Labour government is making a record cash investment in our National Health Service, increasing real terms day-to-day spending by 3% per year for every single year of this spending review. An extra £29 billion per year for the day-to-day running of our health service. Mr. Speaker, that is what the British people voted for, and that is what we will deliver. More appointments, more doctors, more scanners, the National Health Service, created by a Labour government, protected by a Labour government, and renewed by this Labour government. Mr. Speaker, this is a spending review to deliver the priorities of the British people. Security, a strong Britain in a changing world. Economic growth, powered by investment and opportunity in every part of Britain. And our nation's health, with an NHS fit for the future. I have made my choices. In place of chaos, I choose stability. In place of decline, I choose investments. In place of pessimism, division and defeatism, I choose national renewal. These are my choices, Mr. Speaker. These are Labour choices. These are the choices of the British people, and I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Chancellor, Belstride.
Mr. Speaker, this spending review is not worth the paper that it is written on. Because the Chancellor has completely lost control. This is the spend now, tax later review. Because the right honourable lady knows she will need to come back here in the autumn with yet more taxes. And a cruel summer of speculation awaits. How can we possibly take this Chancellor seriously after the chaos of the last 12 months? We were assured, Mr. Speaker, we were assured at the election that Labour's plans involved barely any additional spending or borrowing. Now, the Chancellor parades her largesse. Hundreds of billions in additional spending over this Parliament. The initial profile for that spending was, of course, significantly front-loaded. But the Chancellor now expects us to believe that she will let spending rise by only 1.2% a year. There is no chance whatsoever of that happening. For the lesson of the last year has been that when the going gets tough, the right honourable lady blinks. She presented herself as the Iron Chancellor, but what we have seen is the tin-foil Chancellor. Flimsy and ready to fold in the face of the slightest pressure. She said she would not fiddle her fiscal rules. Then she did. She said she wouldn't make any unfunded commitments, but with the humiliation of the winter fuel U-turn, she just has. She looked business leaders in the eye and said no more taxes. But we all know what happened next, and we all know what is coming in the autumn. Her own backbenchers, her cabinet colleagues, Labour's trade union paymasters, even the Prime Minister himself, they have all seen that she is weak, weak, weak. And they can smell the blood. They will be back for more, Mr. Speaker, and they will get it. These spending plans are a fantasy. And it's not the truth, Mr. Speaker, that the Chancellor has to maintain this fiction because she has left herself no room for manoeuvre. She is constantly teetering on the edge of blowing her fiscal rules, which she already changed to allow even more borrowing. And the only way she can claim to be meeting her rules is by pretending that she can control spending over the coming years. But, Mr. Speaker, let's look at the record so far. Borrowing in the last financial year came out $11 billion above even the OBR's March forecasts, and 70% higher than the plans that she inherited from this side of the House.
Tax up, borrowing up.
But for someone so keen on borrowing, Mr. Speaker, the Chancellor seems strangely reticent to even use the word. Indeed, ministers bizarrely tell us that it is Labour's fiscal rules themselves that have, quote, generated investment. The reality is a little more straightforward. They have loosened the fiscal rules so they can borrow more. Borrow and borrow and borrow, allowing the national debt to continue to rise higher every single year, while ministers pretend that it is not. An eye-watering £200 billion of additional borrowing in this Parliament compared to the plans set out in the last Conservative budget, with £80 billion more to be spent on debt interest alone. In fact, if she had retained our fiscal rules, as she said, they may laugh, Mr. Speaker. If she had retained our fiscal rules, as she said she would before the election, the OBR have confirmed that she would be breaking them right now. Mr. Speaker, our country is now vulnerable. Vulnerable to even the smallest changes in the bond markets. Should we face a sudden external shock, we have no fiscal firepower left with which to respond, all thanks to the right honourable lady's choices. So can I ask the Chancellor, will she be open about what she has done? Will she admit that she has made a conscious choice to borrow more and to accept higher debts? Does she accept this means interest rates and mortgages will be higher than they would otherwise have been, as the OBR themselves have said? And given she continues to claim that she has brought stability to the public finances, can I ask her what on earth her definition of stability is? And, Mr. Speaker, the Chancellor must be delighted that she does not have to face a new OBR forecast today. Because if she did, she would have to set out how she will fund her humiliating U-turn on winter fuel payments, having already blown the savings on buying off her trade union paymasters last year. She said this week there was, and I quote, she said, still work to do to ensure that the sums add up. Hardly reassuring from the person in charge of the nation's finances, Mr. Speaker. You don't need to have worked at the Bank of England for a decade to know that that pitiful utterance is unlikely to soothe the markets. So can the Chancellor confirm categorically that there will be no additional borrowing to pay for this chaotic reversal? And if this is the case, can she explain how on earth it can be paid for without raising taxes? And can the Right Honourable Lady explain why last summer, apparently to avoid a run on the pound, Mr. Speaker, this measure was so urgent that pensioners had to be left in the cold over the last winter? What exactly has changed? Because it certainly hasn't been made possible by an improvement in the economy or the public finances, which the IFS said this week are both in a worse state now than when Labour came into office. And if we had an OBR forecast, we might also get some answers on how the government intends to find £3.5 billion to abolish the two-child benefit cap, which we are led to believe is imminent. Another addition to the ballooning welfare bill, another expensive surrender to the Labour left. And we would certainly get the OBR's assessment of the economic outlook following the tariffs. Changes the Right Honourable Lady knew full well were coming. Meanwhile, her deluge of taxes and regulations has left business confidence at record lows, costing people their livelihoods. Only yesterday, Mr. Speaker, we saw the latest evidence of that. Figures for last month show the number of people on payrolls fell by more than 100,000, after already falling by 55,000 in April. Unemployment is up by more than 10% since Labour came to office. The Right Honourable Lady may trumpet extra spending today, but is not the simple truth that she has trashed the economy and left no contingency in the face of a highly volatile global outlook? It's not the reality, Mr. Speaker, that the Chancellor knows she will have to come back in the autumn with more tax rises to fund these plans? Or can she assure us right now that this is not the case? Yes or no? We know that the Deputy Prime Minister has helpfully provided her with an entire brochure of tax rises that she will no doubt be perusing over the summer. The Corbynist catalogue, Mr. Speaker. And can the Chancellor confirm, as promised, can she confirm as promised that the income tax thresholds will not be frozen at the budget, a move she herself said would hurt working people? And Mr. Speaker, what about the uncertainties in the departmental spending plan she has just set out today? Can she assure us that these plans will not be topped up, that no backroom deals have been cut with disgruntled cabinet ministers? Can she assure us that the capital allocations announced today will actually be spent on capital, not diverted in year, as she has in the past, to day-to-day budgets to play more games with her fiscal rules? The Chancellor has had to impose a settlement on the Home Secretary because this spending review won't deliver for our hard-working police officers across the country. Instead, the Home Office budget gets squandered on asylum costs because this government simply doesn't have a plan on illegal migration. And as the Defence Secretary admitted, and I quote, the government has lost control of our borders. Small boat crossings, Mr. Speaker, are up 42% on the same point last year. On energy, at a time when businesses up and down the country are struggling with high energy costs, the Chancellor has chosen today to fund the Energy Secretary's vanity projects like GB Energy.
Where is he?
And while we welcome the announcements on expanding nuclear capacity, the scale of ambition is a downgrade on the commitments made previously on this side of the House. Mr. Speaker, the party opposite barely mentioned farming in their manifesto. And now we know why. It's not enough to have hit the farmers in our country with a family farm tax. Today, what we see in black and white is a choice to make further cuts to the vital grants on which many farmers rely. A huge betrayal of our farming communities, and something which many of her MPs in rural areas will have to go back to their constituencies later this week to explain. And on defence, we will always welcome any additional investment in our armed forces and capability.
But there isn't.
Though I note, Madam Deputy Speaker, nothing was said about when 3% will be achieved.
No squeak.
All we heard was that in the intelligence service spending was to be included in defence spending to flatter the numbers. We left the party opposite a fully funded plan, which they didn't over for a year. But now, what we get is the Chancellor's own black hole on defence spending, the lack of a timeline on when we will achieve the 3%. Instead, we get a £30 billion bill for the Chagos surrender, money which should go to our brave armed forces, rather than is being reported funding lower taxation in Mauritius. The first tax cuts for which this Chancellor has ever been responsible are in Mauritius. Mr. Speaker, we would have made different choices. We would not have killed growth with huge tax rises and new regulations. We would not have talked down our economy and the great businesses up and down our country. We would be focusing on efficiency and productivity in the public sector and not handing out pay rises with no strings attached. And we would be getting a grip on welfare. Labour cancelled our plans for fundamental reform to health and disability benefits that would have seen 450,000 fewer people on long-term sickness benefits. That is a disgrace. And instead of proper reforms to PIP, their own plans are a rushed cost-cutting exercise, so rushed they even had to change them after they had announced them. And their own backbenchers are in full revolt. Yet again, they talk tough, but there is no substance. The Right Honourable Lady has no grip. She has no clue. The markets and the public see a Chancellor completely out of her depth. Having blown her headroom and more from her budget in the autumn, she was forced into an emergency budget in March to scrabble around to try and repair the damage. Today she comes before us again with yet another fantastical tale that she knows will have completely fallen apart come the autumn. So we are not left with stronger foundations, as the Right Honourable Lady would have us believe, but rather another dose of that hallmark for which her actions have made her so renowned: uncertainty and failure. And so there she sits, Mr. Speaker, powerless to resist her disillusioned MPs and her panicking Prime Minister. Like a cork on the tide, the drumbeat for U-turns pounding in her ears. Yet her tone today suggests that all is well. The sunlit uplands await. What a hopeless conceit, a masterclass in delusion. Inflation is up, unemployment is up, growth is marked down, business and households are hurting, investors are fleeing in their droves. The bond market vigilantes circle. And here we have the Chancellor, who refuses to listen. Not only tinfoil, but tin-eared too. And let me be clear, Mr. Speaker. It is working people and businesses who will pay the price come the autumn, with yet more taxes to pay for her weakness and her failures. Mr. Speaker, we cannot afford this spending review. And for many, the growing conclusion is that we cannot afford this Chancellor.
Chancellor the Exchequer. I will address the Shadow Chancellor's specific points in a moment, but I want to start by acknowledging the progress he has made. After all, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's been quite a week for him. Last Thursday, he gave a speech saying it will take time for his party to win back trust on the economy. And today he showed us how far he and his party have to go to be able to achieve that. Now, I want to give him some credit for last week's analysis. He said that the Conservative Party was seen to have failed. He's right. He said that the last Conservative government put at risk the very stability which Conservatives had always said must be carefully protected. Madam Deputy Speaker, I agree with him. And he said that on his party's...
Chancellor, I need to be able to hear, and I'm sure our constituents would also want to hear. Chancellor.
He said that the credibility of the UK's economic framework was undermined by spending billions with no proper plan for how it would be paid for. Mr. Speaker, I couldn't have put it better myself. Now, the Shadow Chancellor could have gone a lot further. For example, Madam Deputy Speaker, he couldn't even bring himself to mention Liz Truss by name. Stride by name, baby steps by nature. But at least he's made a start. Also spoke about, and I quote, the death of what we might call the age of thoughtfulness. And speaking of the death of thoughtfulness, let me now turn to his response to the spending review. Now, the Shadow Chancellor welcomed our nuclear investment of £30 billion, but he said it's not enough. He welcomed our defence investment of £11 billion, but he said it was not enough. He and his party opposed the decisions that this government has taken to make those announcements possible by voting against the budget in October last year. Madam Deputy Speaker, you can't spend the money if you won't raise the money. Now that's a lesson from Liz Truss that he has already forgotten. He complained about the level of investment that I've announced, ignoring the fact that the reason this investment is so important is because his party oversaw 14 years of cratering investment, stagnating wages and public service collapse. So let me remind him of what I said, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Tories' fiscal rules guaranteed neither stability nor investment, and that is why I changed them, so that we can get stability and we can get investment. All their fiscal rules enabled was them to crash the economy, and the working people of Britain will never forgive them for doing that. So the party opposite set themselves against investment in the renewal of Britain. They set themselves against NHS investment, free school meals, investment in skills, investment in carbon capture and storage, investment in transport in our towns and in our cities, investment in everything that we've set out today. And yet, the British people voted for them. And the Right Honourable Gentleman says that the Home Office budget involves an increase in asylum costs. It doesn't. Asylum costs are coming down under this Labour government because we are deporting more people and getting them out of hotels. He says that we're cutting police spending, we're increasing it by 2.3% in real terms a year. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, we've had no apology No apology for the damage that they did to our economy or to our public services. In the last 11 months, interest rates have been cut 4 times. GDP was the fastest growing of all G7 economies in the first quarter of this year. Business confidence is rising. 500,000 more people are in work. Record investment has been made in Britain. Real wages have increased more in 10 months than they did in 10 years of the Conservative government. The national living wage has increased, giving 3 million working people a pay rise. And we've done all of this without increasing taxes on working people. Those are the choices that we have made. That is the difference that we are making. And in the spending review today, we set out the spending that we announced in the budget last year and in the spring statement. Not a penny more, not a penny less. I said in the budget and in the spring statement that public services must now live within the means that we have set, and we have achieved that. There will be a budget later this year, and in that budget we will set out in the round all of the fiscal plans. But we have already drawn a line under the Tory mismanagement with tax rises last year, and we will never have to repeat a budget like that again, because we will never have to clean up after the mess that the party opposite made again. Now, the reason that this Labour government has spent its first year fixing the foundations of our economy and stabilising our public finances is because it is what we had to do. The government of which the Shadow Chancellor was a part of left an unenviable legacy, which is why his party is, in his own words, in a difficult place. Now, we've made our choices. Removing barriers to growth, barriers untouched by the party when they were in office for 14 years. Strengthening Britain's security, the biggest real terms increase in defence spending since the end of the Cold War, something that they did not do when they had 14 years in office. Bringing our health service in the 21st century after neglect by the party opposite in their 15 years in office. Investing in Britain's renewal to repair the damage done by the party opposite in their 14 years in office. And Madam Deputy Speaker, in stark contrast to the Conservatives' 14 years of chaos, waste and decline, we are delivering on the priorities of the British people.
Chair of the Select Committee, Dame Meg Hillier.
Well, there we go, both Prime Minister's questions and the spending review. The Chancellor just sitting down there. Lots and lots to digest. Let's bring in our political editor, Beth Rigby, and also our economics guru, Ed Conway, also. Beth, to you first of all. Who are the big winners today? Clearly, you mentioned before that Wes Streeting and the NHS felt like they were going to be doing very well today. They've clearly done very well, almost 30 billion.
Yeah, look, Jane, I mean, look, the first thing to say is we've only just got the document and there's loads of detail in it and we need to go through it because normally the Office of Budget Responsibility, which is the independent fiscal watchdog, would also produce figures where it's looked at the government figures. This time we don't have that. So we've got...
ferocious maths.
Well, he's doing ferocious maths over there.
You're just sitting with your head in your hands.
Yeah, what we have is a sort of set of figures that we have to drill down. The first thing is to say is the big picture of that was a Chancellor saying the first year of this government was to fix the foundations and now we want to try and grow the economy. And you heard her acknowledge there that too many people across the country are not feeling the benefits of a Labour government, and I want to change that. That was the kind of political framing of it. It was interesting, too, that when she chose to attack, the party that she was actually targeting was Reform, where she talked about unfunded spending commitments that Nigel Farage has made in the past couple of weeks and argued that Reform was not a serious party. So the politics of it, you can see, as a Labour Party trying to convince voters it can deliver the change, and that the other people that voters might be turning their eyes to at the moment, they are not credible. That was her political argument. When you drill into the numbers, the thing that struck me in that speech was the way in which she was throwing out projects and ideas and funding. You'd think that she had this largesse to throw around the country, and that was the rhetorical idea of that speech, but actually in terms of what was in it, there wasn't much new in terms of announcements of capital investment.
A lot have been
They've rolled that all out. And one thing people were looking for example, was the Liverpool-Manchester line, a big rail project there. That wasn't announced. She said she would update on some of the northern powerhouse rail networks in the coming weeks. So there weren't any big new announcements in capital. And as you said, in terms of the winners and losers, when you get down to the day-to-day spending, there is a chart here which Ed is frantically going through to build some charts, and I'm gently reading. But look, the big winner there is clearly the NHS, 3.3% uplift in the NHS England budget over the period of 2025 to 6 to 2028 to 29, that's the next 3 years. But the point of that, Jane, is a 3% uplift for the NHS means that other budgets are suffering. And when I go through this, if you look at the Home Office, we were talking about it earlier, it looks like the Home Office is having a real terms cut here. The budget for the Home Office down 1.7%, and the average spend across all departments would be 1.2 in surplus. So the Home Office really being squeezed here. And also, I would look too at the schools budget, because although Bridget Phillipson seems to be content with the settlement, the core school budget going up only 0.4% in real terms over the next 3 years. So again, that falling well below the average. And I think what you're seeing here is in some of the budgets where it's being squeezed, she's trying to find money in the capital budget. So you heard about the housing budget, defence, a lot of there's defence uplift coming there. But you're seeing some squeezes in departments in the day-to-day spending. There's also something about core spending power, both around police investment and local government, which could be about passing back spending increases back onto council tax bills, and we need to look a bit more into that. But that's another little flag in my mind about whether or not there's increases promised, but it's being pushed back to taxpayers when it comes to their council tax bills. But that's so far unclear until I've got through this document.
And it's important, the day-to-day spending, isn't it? Because all of these big capital projects, they all sound good, but they're all going to take time.
Exactly.
And Labour want the voters to be feeling the pleasure, as it were, in 3 years' time when we come to the next election.
Yeah, and look, politically, what's going on here? This is a government and a Chancellor that have put their eggs in the NHS basket. They have decided that NHS waiting lists and improving the National Health Service is clearly where they want to put their money in order to try and prove to voters at the time of the election that those services are improving. And you can see very clearly in this document that that is the choice that Rachel Reeves has made. That is, if you like, the proof point. What I would say about that is already within the health department and with experts in health, there's a discussion about the complexities of ageing and more complex health needs, pressures on social care, whether they can deliver those targets of reducing waiting lists in the time frame anyway. But that's where the money has gone in terms of the day-to-day spending. But really what this reiterated to me, when you match up or the mismatch, if you like, between the largesse she seems to be talking about and the actual figures, is some of the tough settlements for things like the Home Office with police and borders and immigration or school budgets. And that's the thing that people really feel in their lives and their local neighbourhoods. So actually quite a tough settlement today for some of those core services.
Let's just remind you of one of the highlights. The Chancellor did say that Britain was open for business again as she laid out her review, reminding MPs of the trade deals that the government's completed recently. But she admitted many people across the country aren't yet feeling the economic benefits since Labour came to power 11 months ago.
My driving purpose since I became Chancellor is to make working people in all parts of our country better off, to rebuild our schools and our hospitals, to invest in our economy so that everyone has the opportunity to succeed after 14 years of mismanagement and decline by the party opposite. culminating in a £22 billion black hole in the public finances. That was their legacy, and the first job I faced as Chancellor was to set it right. So at the budget last October, and again in the spring, I made the choices necessary to fix the foundations of our economy. And we wasted no time in removing the barriers to growth. The biggest overhaul of our planning system in a generation, launching Britain's first national wealth fund and reforming our pension system to unlock billions of pounds of investment into our economy. We are starting to see the results. The stability that we have provided has helped support 4 cuts in interest rates, saving hundreds of pounds a year for families with a mortgage. Real wages have grown by more in the first 10 months of this Labour government than they did in the first 10 years of Conservative governments. And the latest figures show that we are the fastest economy growing in the G7. With countries around the world lining up to do business with Britain again, with new trade deals with India, the United States and with the European Union too. We are renewing Britain. But I know that too many people in too many parts of our country are yet to feel it. This government's task, my task as Chancellor, and the purpose of this spending review is to change that, to ensure that renewal is felt in people's everyday lives, in their jobs and on their high streets. The priorities of this spending review are the priorities of working people, to invest in Britain's security, in Britain's health, and to grow Britain's economy so that working people are better off.
Well, let's return to Beth Rigby, who's with me here in the studio. Ed's going to talk us through the big picture in a moment. But Beth, just remind us, who are, in general terms, the winners and the losers here in terms of departments and in terms of different sectors?
Well, you've got the Health Department, a clear winner, and you heard the Chancellor really put in health at the centre of her plan for a decade of renewal, as the government is putting it, and health with a day-to-day spending increase over the next 3 years, well above the average for all departments, coming in at, I've got it as 3% here. Justice is also on the rise at 2%, defence coming in at 3%, education actually in positive territory, but as I was saying, the core school budgets rising by 0.6%, and obviously that's what, 0.4% over the 3-year period, which is what people are going to be feeling in terms of the schools. And then, as I was saying, the Home Office, over the next 3 years, you've got 1.7% cut in its budget in the next 3 years. So we need to break that down, really, because that's got some really big commitments from the government in it, from the manifesto, which is 13,000 new police, halving violence against women and girls. I didn't even hear that mentioned in the statement by the Chancellor at all. And, of course, cutting immigration. The Chancellor did say in the statement that they were going to end asylum seekers staying in hotels. That costs, I think, up to £5 billion a year.
By 2029.
But by 2029, by clearing the backlog. But the Chancellor also said it would only save £1 billion a year. So clearly a few billion still going on the processing or accommodation of asylum seekers elsewhere. So we've got to break that down. But yeah, we were talking in the run-up to this about how the pressure might be on the Home Office, and I think you can see that in the numbers, and we need to drill into them. And local government, equally, 1.1% uplift. As I was saying, there's something here about local government core spending power, which then lifts the day-to-day spending of local government to 2.6%. And I'm wondering whether that is precepts on our council tax bills. You'll remember sometimes the government gives local councils a power to raise council tax bills in order to generate more taxpayers' money, but from local government rather than central government.
Which will allow them to stick to their promise of no increase in VAT.
So you know, there's quite a lot to break down in here. But of course, you know, if you are Angela Rayner, the Deputy Prime Minister and the head of that Department of Local Government and Housing and Communities, you've also just got 39 billion over 10 years to invest in social housing. So the Chancellor has taken away with one hand and given back. I guess the question is, how does this immediately feel for voters already feeling that public services are not in a good state, that public satisfaction levels are still falling if you look at the data? So how do the public feel about that? And then going into the autumn, as Mel Stride was the Shadow Chancellor pressing Rachel Reeves on, going into the autumn and into the budget, this is your spending review for now. But will you have to change anything? Will you have to raise any taxes? And that will be a question. I think that's going to be a very loud drumbeat going into the autumn, particularly as there will still be pressure on the Chancellor to potentially reverse some welfare cuts, to lift the two-child benefit cap. And this is all day-to-day spending where she will be coming under pressure.
Beth, thanks so much for the time being. Ed, you've had a chance to crunch some numbers. Have you got any graphs here?
Briefly, I've got a couple of things. Let's show you that
You're doing
first.
it with your hands tied behind your back a bit, aren't you? Because you haven't got the true figures. But
it's less than we would normally.
What's it telling you?
Yeah, let's do kind of, you know, the big picture. And the big picture here, you were just hearing about it there from Beth. You know, the big picture, when we look at just how much money we're talking about here, there was a lot of talk, wasn't there, about how this was a zero-based spending review and how everything was going to be reconsidered and, you know, every single pound in each of these government departments was going to be thought about again. You know, in practice, when you look at these numbers and you look at just how much is going to be spent in different departments in the coming years, this will seem like a very familiar picture, and it is health by far and away the biggest of all of these departments, and actually seeing real terms increases. I'll show you that in a second. Then education, then defence, having seen an increase, perhaps not maybe as much as an increase as expected. It's worth saying, what we're looking at here is this is day-to-day spending, OK? And we'll show you other things in a moment. Home Office there, Beth was talking about. But let's just have a look, not just at the total amounts that each of these departments are spending, but at how much they have changed or they will be changed over the course of this spending review, because that really is the key thing, OK? And what you see, so science, innovation and technology, actually, interestingly, at the top in terms of the increase over this period. But, I mean, that's obviously from a small base. The other interesting thing to look at is the real big winner in terms of the big departments is there. It's health and social care. So that is where you're seeing the big winners. And then defence is down there and education slightly in positive territory, at least according to the Treasury's numbers. But then you have some of the losers. And so there's the Home Office there, one of the bigger losers of the big departments here. But the issue here, really, so we normally at this stage have a lot more in the way of analysis and charts to show you. But here's where I kind of slightly moan, Jane, because we haven't had, you know, basically the Treasury has just provided us with this document. They haven't given us any kind of background about which of the charts and which of the tables, you know, what the kind of some of the background information towards it is. Normally you have the Office of Budget Responsibility basically policing this and saying, look, here's what the Treasury says, but here's what the reality is, or here's a different way of looking at it. This time around you don't have that, and it's kind of ironic that the Chancellor, who has said specifically she wanted to have the Office of Budget Responsibility just because of what happened with Liz Truss, policing these things, they haven't policed this, and as a result, it's going to take hours before people work out precisely where are the bombs buried here, where are the departments that are going to do better out of this, where are those that are going to do worse. And that makes it quite hard to, you know, to get a sense of what is one of the biggest fiscal moments of this year. So that's my moan. We're going to have a lot more for you and a lot more kind of breakdown in the coming hours. But right now, we mostly just have that big picture.
OK, brilliant. Well done. Well done for getting those statistics out as quickly as you were able to. Well, you're watching Sky News. We've been bringing you the Chancellor's spending review. We're going to have a lot more on this after the break. We're going to be, in the next hour, hopefully getting reaction from the Institute for Fiscal Studies, also from Reform, and also the House Builders Federation. Stay tuned for that and all the rest of the day's news. Well done, guys. Well done. Hello, you're watching Sky News live from Westminster. It's 2 o'clock on the day the Chancellor delivered her spending review. Rachel Reeves announced billions in budget boosts, saying she's investing in the renewal of Britain. There were pledges on the NHS, defence, housing and the economy, with a promise she'll deliver for working people.
I am determined to do everything in my power to put more money in people's pockets, to give people security and control in their lives, to make working people better off, and to show them that this government, this Labour government, is on their side.
The Chancellor announced a financial lifeline for the nation's health, with more appointments and extra staff, but the opposition laid on the criticism.
She presented herself as the Iron Chancellor, but what we have seen is the tin-foil Chancellor. Flimsy and ready to fold in the face of the slightest pressure.
There was extra money to police the borders and bring an end to so-called asylum hotels. Fresh funds for the biggest cash injection in social and affordable housing in 50 years. And a crackdown on justice with 14,000 new prison places pledged. We will bring you full analysis live. Hello, good afternoon. The Chancellor has vowed to make working people better off as she revealed the spending decisions that are set to shape the country's future. In the last hour, Rachel Reeves has taken to her feet in the Commons with multi-billion-pound pledges to invest in Britain's health, security and economy. She says her plans will bring the renewal the country needs, but the Conservatives have described the plans as not worth the paper they are written on. Well, here with me in the studio, poring over the fine details, our Deputy Political Editor Sam Coates and our Economics and Data Editor Ed Conway. But first, let's take a look at some of those key measures announced by the Chancellor. Under Reeves's plans, the Health Service will receive £29 billion in day-to-day spending each year. That's a 3% rise every year until the next election. Defence will get 2.6% of GDP by 2027, with an £11 billion increase in defence spending and a £600 million uplift for security and intelligence agencies. The government's dedicated a further £280 million a year for the Border Security Command and revealed plans to end the costly use of hotels to house asylum seekers by 2029. Meanwhile, the core schools budget received a significant boost in the review, with an overall uplift of over £4.5 billion a year, including an expansion of the free school meals programme. £39 billion has been put towards a new affordable homes programme over the next 10 years, described by the government as the biggest cash investment for years. And a crackdown on justice, with 14,000 new prison places pledged, with a £7 billion injection. Rachel Reeves has pledged investment of £15.6 billion into regional transport projects outside of London and extended the £3 cap on bus fares until 2027. Budgets for the nations were also announced, with Scotland to get £52 billion, Northern Ireland £20 billion and Wales £23 billion, including notably for coal tips. And research and development funding will hit £22 billion, a record high by the end of the Parliament, with AI plans getting £2 billion. Well, the Chancellor told the Commons that Britain was open for business again, reminding MPs of trade deals that the government has completed recently. But she admitted many people across the country are yet to feel any economic benefits since Labour came to power 11 months ago.
My driving purpose since I became Chancellor is to make working people in all parts of our country better off, to rebuild our schools and our hospitals, to invest in our economy so that everyone has the opportunity to succeed after 14 years of mismanagement and decline by the party opposite, culminating in a £22 billion black hole in the public finances. That was their legacy, and the first job I faced as Chancellor was to set it right. So at the budget last October, and again in the spring, I made the choices necessary to fix the foundations of our economy. And we wasted no time in removing the barriers to growth. The biggest overhaul of our planning system in a generation, launching Britain's first national wealth fund and reforming our pension system to unlock billions of pounds of investment into our economy. We are starting to see the results. The stability that we have provided has helped support 4 cuts in interest rates, saving hundreds of pounds a year for families with a mortgage. Real wages have grown by more in the first 10 months of this Labour government than they did in the first 10 years of Conservative government. And the latest figures show that we are the fastest economy growing in the G7. With countries around the world lining up to do business with Britain again, with new trade deals with India, the United States and with the European Union too. We are renewing Britain. But I know that too many people in too many parts of our country are yet to feel it. This government's task, my task as Chancellor, and the purpose of this spending review is to change that, to ensure that renewal is felt in people's everyday lives, in their jobs and on their high streets. The priorities of this spending review are the priorities of working people, to invest in Britain's security, in Britain's health, and to grow Britain's economy so that working people are better off.
Well, the Shadow Chancellor, Mel Stride, criticised the Chancellor's plans, describing Rachel Reeves as a tinfoil Chancellor who's ready to fold in the face of the slightest pressure.
Mr. Speaker, this spending review is not worth the paper that it is written on. Because the Chancellor has completely lost control. This is the spend now, tax later review. Because the Right Honourable Lady knows she will need to come back here in the autumn with yet more taxes. And a cruel summer of speculation awaits. How can we possibly take this Chancellor seriously after the chaos of the last 12 months? We were assured, Mr. Speaker, we were assured at the election that Labour's plans involved barely any additional spending or borrowing. Now, the Chancellor parades her largesse. Hundreds of billions in additional spending over this Parliament. The initial profile for that spending was, of course, significantly front-loaded. But the Chancellor now expects us to believe that she will let spending rise by only 1.2% a year. There is no chance whatsoever of that happening. For the lesson of the last year has been that when the going gets tough, the Right Honourable Lady blinks. She presented herself as the Iron Chancellor, but what we have seen is the tin-foil Chancellor. Flimsy and ready to fold in the face of the slightest pressure. She said she would not fiddle her fiscal rules. Then she did. She said she wouldn't make any unfunded commitments, but with the humiliation of the winter fuel U-turn, she just has. She looked business leaders in the eye and said no more taxes. But we all know what happened next, and we all know what is coming in the autumn.
Well, let's bring in for analysis Sam and Ed. Sam, to you first of all. If we look at what Rachel Reeves stood up and announced in the Commons, it seemed like a series of great news, great announcement. This is all the money I'm giving out. But there are losers as well as winners, aren't there?
Yes, it felt like a sort of confetti of billions being sprinkled across the Commons chamber when Rachel Reeves stood up. And I think she'll have Labour MPs behind her with that statement, basically talking about the need to invest in all parts of the country, in all sorts of ways, from schools and hospitals through to transport and infrastructure and military projects as well. But the bottom line is, Jane, that this is a very tight spending settlement. By historic terms, it's really not, over the course of the 3 years that they're deciding the budgets for, the average annual amount going up is just 1.5%, which is a lot less than the kind of settlements we've had in previous years, minus the sort of austerity period post-2010. And, of course, there are winners, and we've talked about the winners. The Ministry of Defence is a winner. They come out on top. The Department for Health comes out second. But that means that there are losers, and my goodness are there losers amongst some of the biggest departments. When you look at it, the Home Office, over that 3 years that she's deciding for, down an average of 1.4% a year. There is concern in the Home Office, I can tell you, about the policing settlement. Yes, it's agreed, but yes, I think the Home Office want to reopen it as soon as possible, and there's going to be a review into police funding straight away. There is that big aid cut, which reduces the Foreign Office budget. It's not clear that aid spending is actually going directly to pay for military spending increases, but we're going to have to watch that. Things like the Angela Rayner's Local Government Housing and Communities Department. Now, overall, what we can see is that local government has gone up 1.1% a year on average over the spending period. But the rest of her department, the department as a whole, has gone down minus 0.6%. Well, what does that tell us? That the Deputy Prime Minister's department's budget in areas not to do with local government has been squeezed quite considerably. So what are we looking for? We're going to be looking at exactly what that means for the 1.5 million homes target. Sort of and on and on and on. Chancellors use this moment as a sort of good news moment, and Rachel Reeves has £113 billion of capital spending, one-off project spending. A large part of that she has distributed today. That's why we're getting the confetti of billions, the sort of good news projects. But they're not going to talk up front about the problems and the squeezes that are being created today. But looking at the list, you know, from the Home Office to the Foreign Office to the Culture, Media and Sport Department, which is down, to bits of transport, to bits of DEFRA, there are lots of losers, and it's not quite clear the detail of what that means government is no longer going to be able to do.
OK, we'll come back to talking about more of the politics. Let's drill down a little bit into the figures with Ed. Slightly hamstrung by the fact that you haven't got the OBR looking at these figures and analysing them, but what have you been able to glean on the bigger picture?
Yeah, we do. Happily, we've got the IFS coming to talk to us in a second, so hopefully, you know, that they can shine some light on this. But let me give you the big picture, first of all, just, you know, I guess, in a sense, to kind of underline, you know, what this is really about. The spending review, you know, the whole point of this is to talk about how much money the government is spending in the coming years. But it's worth just reminding yourself, this isn't quite like a budget. So in a budget, you're talking a lot. So this is the big picture of what we're talking about today. This is tax receipts, how much money is coming in, how much money we're paying in taxes that go into the exchequer, £1.2 trillion in this year. That is spending, so £1.35 trillion of spending. That's bigger than that, which means you need to borrow, or at least the government is borrowing. And when it comes to financing that spending, when it comes to these big bars, when it comes to budgets, a lot of the time you're talking about that, taxes, you're talking about borrowing. This is not one of those moments. And indeed, you're not even talking about all of that, because a large chunk of the spending that the government does, it's known as annually managed expenditure, but basically what it means is it's the stuff that it's harder to control each year. So that's your benefits, it's your debt interest, it's pensions, things like that. Really, what we're talking about today is this remaining amount, which is a lot. It's £554 billion in this particular year, and it's about the breakdown of that. And we can break it down in two ways. First of all, you can break it down in terms of day-to-day spending, then you can break it down in terms of investment. And if we just look at that day-to-day spending, so these are the figures that we have just got through here. In 2028 to 9, so what this moment is, it's about learning that breakdown, the apportionment of that money and who's it actually going to. By the end of the forecast horizon, so in kind of 3 or 4 years' time, 2028, 29, you're talking about these figures. So health and social care up at £232 million, education there, and there is defence, so a little bit of an increase in defence, but it's worth just saying this is the day-to-day spending when it comes to capital spending, so investment on machinery, and in the case of defence, that's weaponry. That bar has gone up faster. But that is the breakdown. And what's interesting here is about first of all, the big picture, which is to say, you know, it is health and social care still very much out there in the lead, albeit with a less generous settlement than in previous spending reviews. And just finally, it's that change in spending, OK? And here you get a sense of it. You know, which departments have been the winners over the course of this whole period and which ones have been the losers? And look, there's health and social care up there near the top, 2.8%. It is not enormous by the standards of previous settlements, but nonetheless, it is big. And then you've got justice and, for instance, the Home Office, one of the losers there. But as we were saying earlier on, it's quite a hard one to make deeply sophisticated kind of conclusions about, just because what happens is this document lands, and it lands without any context and with numbers that the Treasury can decide how it's going to present them, with all sorts of jiggery-pokery a lot of the time going on. And that's why, thank goodness, we have people like Paul Johnson at the IFS who's going to explain it all to us, because it's harder than usual this time around, at least I'm finding it.
It really is. So what is your take? You know, how well are you able to mark the Chancellor's homework, given the information that you've been given in that document?
Yeah, well, I mean, I agree. That speech was almost impossible to follow in terms of anything that it was telling us. So looking at the overall numbers, I think there are a few takeaways. I mean, they confirm what we knew, which is that the total budgets are going up 1.2% a year from this year on in terms of day-to-day spending, which is pretty tight. So that is how they've managed. They have kept within that envelope. Within that, as we've seen, health is clearly the substantial winner. Where are the potential issues for the government? Well, one is actually defence. I mean, that's going up to 2.5% of national income and then sticking there for the last two or 3 years of this Parliament, despite all of the pressure and all of the promises to get that up. So I think that's going to be a pressure. Secondly,
she said that was going to be paid for by reducing international aid. Are you confident that that is actually
That's not what's
how
happening.
it's working?
That's not what's happening, because essentially all of the increase in defence is on capital spending. So that might be the right thing. I don't know much about defence, but it's all going on capital. So I presume buying tanks and drones and things, and none of it is going for extra soldiers and sailors and so on. Now, that may or may not be the right thing, but what that does mean is it makes it easier fiscally. So what's actually happening with the cut in overseas aid, which is mostly current spending, is it's effectively protecting other domestic budgets, which again is a perfectly reasonable choice to make, but that's not how it's been presented. So that's one thing to look at. Second thing I look at this, and I look at the schools budget, and I think that looks pretty tight. There is a fall in the number of pupils over this period, but the growth over the period is very, very slight. And a chunk of that's going to be just used up in the free school meals plans. We know that there are really big issues around special educational needs, where the budget for that is rising at a horrific pace. And this is going to cause issues around teacher pay and so on. So that's the second area.
And that also comes when they've made when they've increased VAT on private school fees and saying that money was going to be ring-fenced to improve schools.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's never really a ring fence in these things. Money is entirely fungible, and certainly if you look at the schools budget, it's gone up more slowly than most other budgets. So it's not obvious that there's been a ring fencing in that. So I think that is something where I think there's going to be some pressure going forward. I think more broadly, this is the issues around public service pay are going to be a problem here. And then you've got the issue about delivering all of this capital spending. So lots and lots of capital spending going on. We've got promises around railways and airports and all those kinds of things. Are they really going to be able to make those things happen in the way that they in the way that they'd like them to? I mean, the big picture here is genuinely big increases in spending over this year and last, much slower increases over the second half of this Parliament. I suppose the political judgment is that by the time we get to the end of this Parliament, we'll have felt the benefit of the upfront increases.
And in terms of the money in the pot, the opposition will say she's going to have to raise taxes to pay for a lot of this. What is your feeling? Is this something that she's actually going to be able to juggle the way that she's portrayed it today, or is it inevitable that we will see tax rises in the budget in the autumn?
I don't think it's inevitable. I mean, again, it's worth stressing that there was no news today in terms of total spending plans. It was all about the allocation. But the Chancellor really is in the hands of the Office of Budget Responsibility. That's not their fault, that's her fault, as it were, because she set the fiscal rules and she's also meeting them by the most minuscule margin imaginable. What does that mean? That means if there's any negative news on the economic forecasts and the other forecasts, then she will have to raise taxes in order to meet those rules. And, of course, we have had some negative news over the last few months. President Trump is making the world a less certain place, and that's reduced people's views of what's going to happen to the world economy. Expectations of British interest rates on our debt have gone up, so that costs the government money in the future. And actually, the OBR was pretty optimistic back in the spring. So Chancellor is going to have all of her fingers and toes crossed over the next few months and hope that the OBR comes back with a forecast pretty similar to what it had in the spring. Because if it comes back with one which is noticeably less optimistic, then she essentially will have no choice. If she, her fiscal rules are ironclad. She said it so many times. If they're genuinely ironclad, she set her spending plans. The only thing that can give is tax. And if the OBR come back with a big downgrade, she's in big trouble.
Sam, you want to come in?
Paul, the messaging from the Chancellor today was we are spending. The economy's turned a corner, and now people can start to reap some of the benefits. Leaving aside the wisdom of that strategy, as you cast your eye down the negative numbers in the spending review for certain departments, is there anywhere that you think will feel a little bit more like austerity because budgets are being crunched?
It's difficult to tell. I mean, it's very striking that if you look at the budgets, the DEFRA budget, the Environment, Food and Rural Affairs budget, is going down, I think, by something like 2.5% a year over the next period. That is for a group of people who are not very happy with the government at the moment, so that might feel difficult. The Home Office budget is absolutely predicated on them really being able to get the asylum seekers out of hotels. And if that doesn't happen, if they can't do that, I suspect in the end that'll get paid from elsewhere, from the Treasury Reserve or something like that. I think schools will. The schools budget is going up per pupil as the number of pupils come down, but the combination of pressures on pay, pressure on special needs, pressures on free school meals, and how easy it is to actually make savings when the number of pupils are going down, that might feel quite difficult. And even in that areas where money's going up, I mean, is the NHS going to be cock-a-hoop and delivering us all services with 2-week waits with all of this extra money? No. I mean, even that's going to find it difficult. Where there really is lots and lots of extra money over this Parliament is, as we've been saying, on the capital side of things, so building stuff. There's lots of money going into that, huge amounts of money over the last couple of years into Department of Energy and net zero, so lots of additional money going into those sorts of things. But I suppose the political difficulty is all the extra money this year and last, and it's going to feel, the closer that we get to the next election, the tighter it's going to feel.
Do you mind if I ask, Paul? This was supposed to be a zero-based spending review, meaning it was reconsidering every single pound spent in Whitehall. Looking at it and having been through other spending reviews, do you look at it and think this was radical? This was going right to the very core of what spending is, what the government does, or did it feel more like just kind of an iterative increase?
I didn't see anything that told me it was a different kind of spending review to others. I've been in the Treasury before when we've had so-called zero-based spending reviews. They're not really much different to any other spending review. All spending reviews take the most enormous amount of resource from across Whitehall, as everyone is making the case for their bit of spending and having their negotiations with the Treasury spending teams and telling them what a disaster it would be if you cut this, that, or the other, and then it all sort of gets accumulated together and goes to the Chief Secretary. And as you can see in the numbers here, I mean, they vary between sort of -2% and plus 3%. I mean, I've just heard the Chief Secretary asked, is there anything that the government is going to stop doing as a result of this? And he said, well, no. So there's not, it hasn't, not surprisingly, it hasn't come across anything which the government feels it can stop doing. I mean, we saw what happened when the government felt it could stop doing paying winter fuel allowances, and once you're doing something, you need really serious political will behind it to stop doing it.
And I know we have to let you go, but before we do, on the winter fuel allowance, the government's argument on it was it's because the economy is doing better than we thought. Is it?
I mean, that's a political excuse, isn't it? I mean, we all know why it's happened. It's because it was so politically unpopular. I mean, the amount of money, it's remarkable. Back in July last year, the Chancellor announced a series of things. So she announced the winter fuel cut, which is by far the smallest of the things she announced, but caused an enormous amount of political harm. And she's replacing that. And that's, the net effect is probably £1 billion a year, which out of a budget of way over £1 trillion is genuinely very small. She also announced much, much bigger things. She announced the halting of a whole bunch of transport projects, some of which I think have just been unhalted. I'm not quite sure, but the transport capital budget is actually going to go up. And the big thing she announced was the getting rid of all of the reforms to social care, which everyone had agreed on before the election. That's a huge change, and that got no coverage at all. So I mean, these decisions in the end are very political, and she decided, she's come under so much political pressure on the winter fuel payment, she's reversed that. But there's no pressure on social care, which in my view is a vastly bigger and more important issue. That's kicked into the long grass sometime in the 2090s or something, when that sort of review on this will come. So in the end, the politics, I think, trumps the what I as a sort of technocratic nerd would do. Let me put it that way.
OK, Paul, well, we appreciate you bringing your technocratic nerd brain in to talk us through what we're all trying to digest. Paul Johnson from the IFS, thank you very, very much. Ed, so back to you. So, Paul, he didn't say she's tinkering around the edges. He was too polite to say that. But is that the message that we're sort of getting, that this could have potentially been quite a lot bolder in financial terms than it has perhaps been?
Yes, I think, I mean, he's very delicately tiptoeing around that. But yes, this wasn't dramatic, it wasn't radical. It was I mean, in a sense, you know, the big picture of what we learnt today was we already knew what those totals were going to be that I was showing you. The big question was about apportioning it, and are you going to kind of make a dramatic change to what you're interested in funding? And the short answer is kind of no. You know, there are certain areas which would have been way too politically unpopular for her to have changed, so health, education, although the amount of money going towards education, it's quite a bit in the first year, it's much less in the following years in terms of the increase, so that is not very generous. And then there was kind of the question of capital, and that was what that speech was dominated by. And as Paul Johnson was saying, it was really hard. If you're watching that at home, you know, I feel for you, because trying to get a sense of, you know, what that was actually about. It's much harder than most budgets, or indeed fiscal events or moments like this, because there was no structure to it. It wasn't like she was trying to make a statement about here's how the economy is doing. It wasn't trying to make a statement about, you know, here's what taxes we believe in. It was just saying, well, I've got some money and I want to spend it. And there were some interesting things to glean from it. I mean, she talked a lot about industrial strategy, about steel, about British steel. I mean, how the government has nationalised British steel. It talked about new projects in terms of environmental projects, things like carbon capture in Scotland, things that a lot of people, I think, will be kind of encouraged by. But in terms of, you know, a great change to the government's strategy, there wasn't really anything there. In terms of a change that, you know, means this spending review is recognisably Labour versus Conservative, again, it's not that different to some of the spending reviews we saw in the last days of the Conservative government. And on that point, you know, when you take a step back from all of this, the total amounts we're talking about and the extent to which they change the picture of what government does or doesn't do, it is marginal. It's marginal. It is relatively small in comparison to, you know, this is nothing like, for instance, when Gordon Brown did a lot of his comprehensive spending reviews back in the year 2000, which completely changed just how much money was going into the National Health Service or indeed education, changing it in that kind of post-Thatcherite period. This doesn't do anything like that. It doesn't move the dial in that way. But then it's hard for the government to do that because there is not much leeway. The government, the size of the national debt is much greater. Debt interest costs are much higher. It can't really borrow all that much more. It's got these fiscal rules that it committed to after the Liz Truss episode. So there's a lot of reasons why it can't move all that much or do anything all that radical. But the upshot is it's not that radical. It's marginal changes rather than big ones.
So marginal changes economically. Sam, in terms of politically, I think we were looking to this saying this is going to sort of define the colours on the page of what the Labour government is going to be producing politically over the next few years. This is what the next Labour government is going to look like. Nothing has really changed as a result of today, has it?
Something in the order of, oh gosh, what is it? Over £100 billion has been spent on capital, on projects. So I don't think you can say nothing has changed, but the question is, does it have an impact? So Ed was talking about how we're in this world where, as he says, this is all very confusing because in government speak there are two different types of money. There's one-off project money, and then there's funding day-to-day. Now, it's in that one-off project money that Rachel Reeves has spent a lot. And who are the winners? Now, the biggest winner there, by quite some way, is the Ministry of Defence. And the amount of one-off project money, capital money, has gone from about 23 billion to about 33 billion. So quite a big chunk there. And that's every year, so that will accumulate. But the other department that's done quite well is the Education Department. But so many departments are even squeezed there. There is no additional spending for the NHS at all from that capital budget. And yes, it's done well with day-to-day. A lot of that will be swallowed up by staffing costs. But, you know, I think even in the NHS, we are looking at years towards the end of this Parliament that might feel, you know, far from years of largesse in the public sector to something of a squeeze. And despite what the Chancellor and how the Chancellor presented it, you have departments, big, important departments, that are not happy. So let's look at them. The Education Department, you know, the people inside the Education Department think that they're going to have to come back for more by 2028. even though they're meant to have settled their budget for that. The Home Office, I don't think they think the police budget is settled by any means, even though they've done a deal for now with the Treasury. They're implementing a review around police funding to report into the budget. That sounds to me like they could come back within 6 months and say the policing budget isn't enough, which would match with what figures like Mark Rowley, the Commissioner of Scotland Yard, says. And I don't think that we've really learned what the implications of some of those medium-sized departments' budget cuts are really going to mean. What is going to stop being done? Unsurprisingly, the government isn't putting difficult decisions up in lights. But we find out in the end, because people find that the government's stopping doing things. Just because ministers aren't telling us doesn't mean that difficult decisions haven't been made.
OK, Sam, thanks very much. We've been looking at the political reaction, the economic reaction. Let's go down to Central Lobby, where Rob Powell, our political correspondent, is down there. He's been gauging reaction amongst MPs, those in Parliament. What do they think about what they've heard, Rob?
Yeah, we've been getting a bit more detail and information out of Rachel Reeves's team about what is in here. There's a lot in here. £4 trillion divvied out over the entirety of this, so there is a lot to go through. I think in terms of some of that nitty-gritty, though, and some of the interesting points that we've been able to glean from this, it really does present the image, I think, of a Treasury, of a government trying to make assumptions in certain places and trying to grab and squeeze as much money from various sources as possible. One example of that, I think, is when the Chancellor talked about police spending power going up. Now, what she didn't say was that that money that they are talking about, 1.7% increase, I think it was, includes the policing precept. So it is money that comes from your council tax bill. That is money that is included in that measure. And once you strip that out, you can see that the Home Office settlement looks a good deal lower. Now, what is being put as part of the reason for that quite tough-looking Home Office settlement is some of the assumptions about how much less is going to be spent on hotels for housing asylum seekers. But we don't have any more details about precisely how they're actually going to clear those hotels out. There's quite a lot of money being allocated in the early years of the community's local government budget for temporary accommodation to move people out of hotels into other accommation. But a lot of that also clearly relies on stopping boats coming across the channel in the first place and processing casework and applications a lot more quickly as well. So I think whilst there has clearly been an emphasis in certain parts of government to try and, in a few years' time, show the public that they are achieving tangible change, I question whether maybe what the Home Office has got will tally with that, given one of the big things you do hear on the doorstep is about crime, the state of communities, and whether there is enough there to really make inroads to that. And another sort of similar trick, I guess, that's been played on the local government budget is that the numbers that are presented in here include the rises in council tax that councils are able to put through without going to a referendum. So that's 4.99% rise, I think. 3% council tax, 2% on top of that if you provide for social care. So it is not necessarily money, much like the policing money. It's not money that's coming out of the Treasury and central government. It is money that is being raised locally from taxpayers through their council tax bill that is sort of being used a little bit to beef up some of the numbers that are being presented in here. In terms of some of the assumptions that are being used, I think the biggest one in there that has been confirmed is an assumption that the government is operating off is the idea that defence spending stays at 2.6% for the entirety of this spending review period. Now, we're going to have a NATO summit in the next couple of weeks where you are going to hear NATO and possibly other global world forces and leaders pressing the government to go a lot faster. At the moment, you've got a vague aspiration to get up to 3% in the next Parliament. Do we really believe that this is going to stay at 2.6%, that the line is going to be held at there right until the next general election and then promises made to increase it substantially after that? That could be a change in there that substantially eats into the broader picture of how funding is allocated. And the other one that is in this document as well is a line about public sector pay, that there are no reserves for extra public sector pay increases on top of what the departments have budgeted for already. If the pay review bodies come back and recommend above that, then essentially it's up to the departments to square that circle and to think about how that they can address that. Clearly, the add-on to that is if there are strikes in various sectors, as we have seen with junior doctors balloting, and the request comes back for more, then, well, don't come to the Treasury for extra money seems to be the message from here. You've got to find it from your existing budget.
Rob Powell down there for us in Central Lobby, thanks very much. Well, health and more importantly the NHS appears to have fared well in the spending review, receiving an almost £30 billion boost. The Chancellor has described it as a record cash investment.
I am increasing the NHS technology budget by almost 50%, and we are investing £10 billion to bring our analogue health system into the digital age, including through the NHS app, so patients can manage their prescriptions, get their test results and book appointments all in one place. We are shifting care back to the community, providing more funding to support the training of thousands more GPs to deliver millions more appointments. We are investing more in prevention to meet our manifesto commitment of providing mental health support teams in all schools in England by the end of this Parliament.
Well, let's talk now to our health correspondent, Laura Bundock. And Laura, where will this money be spent?
That's a very big question, isn't it? I mean, I think the details of where exactly it's going to be spent will be revealed once we get a sense of the 10-year plan. We're streeting Health Secretary's big plan of reform for the NHS. If we look at these figures, I think overall it's being welcomed. It is a 2.8% increase overall for the Department of Health and Social Care. That's 3% when you break it down just to the NHS. I think health leaders accept this is good news. They are questioning, though, whether that is enough to deliver the reforms that they need to. They're already pointing out that the government's targets when it comes to cutting the waiting list, they're struggling to meet those targets. So add into the money, the money they've got now, is it actually going to mean they can deliver the ambitions, the plans they have for the future? As I said earlier, lots of questions were raised about the capital budget. Rachel Reeves saying a £2.3 billion increase there. But when you look at that, it equates to a pretty flat situation. So the capital budget is the budget that gets spent on buildings, on equipment, the stuff that people who work for the health service need to do their jobs, basically. And if you're talking about a crumbling, out-of-date, unsafe NHS estate, old hospitals, out-of-date equipment, then I think lots of health leaders are concerned that by not getting enough investment there, they're going to struggle to put the NHS on the footing it needs. Lots of people also looking at social care as well, because clearly that has a huge impact on the pressures that the NHS itself finds itself under. And I think the social care aspect of it, the capital budget, things like public health as well, this isn't included in, is not what we're talking about. We're talking about extra 3% for the NHS. That's the rest of it. There are worries as to whether or not targets are going to be met. There are worries as to whether all these huge plans of the NHS can actually be delivered.
Thanks very much. Well, let's get some more political reaction to the spending review. Let's talk to the Deputy Leader of Reform UK, Richard Tice, who joins me now. Richard, good to talk to you today. So the Chancellor's committed to closing the asylum hotels. We're seeing more money going on the NHS, defence, less money for international aid. Reform must love this.
Well, I suspect there's no chance of this government reducing spend on the illegal migrants, on the hotels or the housing. We frankly laughed when she said that. I mean, it was just ridiculous. Look, this is a Chancellor who has given a spending review where basically she's pandered to her public sector union paymasters, public sector spend. The government spending is completely out of control, and the net effect of that is that government borrowing is out of control. They've borrowed an extra £20 billion in April alone, after £150 billion in the 12 months to March, way above what was previously forecast. Government debt costs are rising, government borrowing is soaring, inflation's up, unemployment's up. And what's down? Well, I'll tell you what's down. The public mood is down, business confidence is down, and we learned just in the last couple of days 250,000 jobs have disappeared down the crater of this Labour government since the blunder budget last October.
What would be Reform's top 3 spending priorities if you were doing this reform today?
What we should be doing is we've got to be saving money, and that's what we're doing with our 10 councils. We're saving tens of millions of pounds already, and then invest it on the front line smartly. So we did actually say that you should invest more in health, but you've got to stop. You spend it smartly as opposed to blowing it on public sector pay with no productivity requirements, no performance measurements requirements. Maybe actually the way to help the healthcare system is for the NHS to, for example, buy many more appointments, many more operations from the independent healthcare sector, who actually are much more productive, much more efficient. We've got to cut government waste. That is absolutely critical. And yes, we welcome more spend on the right form of infrastructure. But my constituents in Boston and Skegness and across Lincolnshire more broadly have seen no benefit from the infrastructure spend in this budget. This budget was basically targeted at areas where Labour are terrified of reform in both Wales and the north of England, for example.
Would you increase, for example, capital gains tax or wealth taxes to bring in more money?
Definitely not. No. What you've got to do is you've got to stop wasteful spending. You've got to cut daft regulations so that you can start to grow the economy, and then you can afford tax cuts. That's what we've always said. And we've got to grow our way out of this crisis. You can't tax your way out of your crisis. That's ridiculous. And it's only reform that understands that, because we come from a successful business career. You know, I've run businesses. I've run a £1 billion multinational where I tripled the share price in just 4 years. I've got a track record of success. This Chancellor's just got a track record of coming from the Complaints Department. And I think many British voters, frankly, will want to wrap this spending review and send it back to the Complaints Department with a label entitled "No Good."
There'll be those who will look at what you're saying and saying, if you're not prepared to increase taxes on things like capital gains, that you're simply a party for the rich.
Well, at the moment, successful people, entrepreneurs, risk takers, what are they doing? They're fleeing the country because of these huge extra employment regulations, extra taxes.
Are they more important than those who have less money, though?
The wealth creators of this country are essential to employ people. And I just repeat the point. Look at the employment numbers. They've gone down by 250,000 since the blunder budget. So yeah, if you scare away entrepreneurs, small business owners, if you scare away successful people, then you're not going to have a growing economy. You're going to have a catastrophe. And that's what we're warning people about.
Would you support, for example, real-term spending cuts in things like, the NHS or education to reduce the deficit?
What we've got to do is we've got to stop wasting money across the whole piece. That is absolutely critical. And we've got to make work pay by lifting the income tax threshold, make risk-taking pay for entrepreneurs, small business owners. We've got to look across the whole piece. What I'm delighted about is now we're controlling and running and governing 10 councils, we can essentially prove our ability and our expertise by starting to save money while still
my problem
providing frontline services. Hang on, hear me out. Whilst what we're going to do is we're going to deliver the frontline services, right, for less money by being smarter, more efficient and cutting out the waste. That's the way we prove to the British people that actually we can run everything and get better value for money, better frontline services than anybody else.
My problem is that when I ask you what specific policies you have, you say that you're going to save money. You're not really giving us concrete policies of how you would do that.
I'll literally tell you, you don't need to spend 20 million quid on a new building when there's a perfectly good existing building in one particular council that does the job. You don't need to spend tens of millions of pounds trying to bail out property developers in another council. So I've got a huge number of examples that we will be giving to people over time, and I'm very confident that we will show that we can save huge sums of money, hundreds of millions of pounds, just in running a few councils alone. That's how we provide. The proof is always in the pudding.
You've got a helicopter coming over you, so you might not be able to hear me, but can I ask you just a quick question about reform? Zia Youssef, we've spoken to him this morning on Sky, actually, former chairman. Is he going to stand as an MP?
Well, I certainly hope so. Obviously, that's a matter for him. If and when he wants to, then and there's elections ahead, then I'm sure he would make a great member of Parliament. But ultimately, Zia's got a big job of work at the moment, running our Doge department, our efficiency department, going into these councils that I've just been touching on. And look, for those of us, we welcome scrutiny, we welcome criticism. Ultimately, we've got to perform, we've got to deliver, and I think we'll do that much better, frankly, than anybody else.
What about David Bull? Do you think he's the right man now as Reform Chairman, doing the rounds this morning? Said he would like to see the burqa banned.
I'm delighted that, I'm delighted that David is chairman. He will be motivating and infusing the membership, our branches, up and down the country. He's a great man, someone with actually health experience as a doctor. So he will be a great asset, as well as the fact that he's also a very good friend. I'm probably a little bit biased, but I just know he'll be a great chairman.
OK, there seems to be a high turnover of staff, so let's see if he sticks it out for the duration. Richard Tice, good to talk to you. Thanks a lot. Well, today the Chancellor announced £7 billion will be used to fund 14,000 new prison places.
We are investing £7 billion to fund 14,000 new prison places and putting up to £700 million per year into reform of the probation system too. Today, I will do more. I am increasing police spending power by an average 2.3% per year in real terms over the spending review period. To protect our people, our homes and our streets. That is more than £2 billion. Supporting us to meet our plan for change commitment of putting 13,000 additional police officers, PCSOs and special constables into neighbour policing roles across England and Wales.
Well, let's bring in our correspondent Molly Malone, who has looked across prison stories a lot over the last couple of years. And Molly, when we look at these figures, £7 billion for new prison places, £700 million for probation, is this going to make a real difference?
Well, I think essentially what the Chancellor did today when it comes to the kind of justice world was really re-announce the status quo. These were announcements that we already knew about, and she was just kind of re-announcing them, if you like. That's not to say that the Prison and Probation Service will be disappointed. They're absolutely not. By comparison to other departments like the Home Office, for example, the Justice Department isn't facing cuts, and actually they're one of the winners, like the Health Department, the Education Department. But the 14,000 new spaces was essentially a re-announcement and actually a continuity announcement, in the sense that the previous government, the Conservatives, promised 20,000 new spaces, and essentially Labour are just continuing with that announcement and promising to deliver 14,000 new spaces. The 700 million for probation, that's a real welcome. They'd said for a while that they needed some more money, and that's because we saw, didn't we, a few weeks ago in the sentencing review, this promise that we're going to send thousands fewer people to prison over the next few years. And with that, of course, comes pressure in the community, pressure for the probation service to manage people in the community. So that £700 million was announced a few weeks ago, but is definitely welcome. The losers here, though, are the police, the Home Office. They're going to be disappointed. And with management in the community of offenders in the community for the probation service, well, who are also going to be managing offenders, well, the police, and they're going to be disappointed with that 1.7% cut to their department. They're going to be particularly unhappy. And we know that with the criminal justice system creaking at every corner, the police, the prison service and the probation service will all need to work together. So some welcome news, even if it had been announced already. For the Home Office, there will be a massive disappointment.
Thanks very much for that analysis. Well, from prisons to housing, Rachel Reeves announced £39 billion over the next 10 years to build affordable and social housing. Let's talk now to Rico Rostolevich. I knew I was going to struggle with this. Rico Rostolevich, who is the head of policy and market insight at the National Federation of Builders. Appreciate you talking to us today, Rico. Talk to us a little bit about the speed of house building currently. How is it since the Grenfell fire? Of course, new regulations were brought in. What kind of impact is it having? And is what the Chancellor announced today going to make any difference?
I don't think it will make a difference to the speed of the planning process at this stage. And that's because the planning process is extremely complicated. And Grenfell has created a delay in high-rise buildings being delivered. So 800 projects around that number are limping their way through what's called Gateway 2, which is how you deliver tall buildings 80 metres high and above. So that's the part of the issue for those buildings. That's, tens of thousands of homes potentially.
So
On
just
the
to
housing
make
side,
it clear, Rico, so sorry, this is buildings that are fundamentally finished but sitting empty that councils aren't putting people into because they haven't sort of been signed off?
No, these are new residential developments that have to go through the regulatory process in order to actually start works, and that's by the building safety regulator. There aren't enough approved inspectors to get those projects started. So on the broader house building side, the planning process isn't just winning a planning application, it's getting pre-commencement conditions signed off so you can actually get a shovel in the ground. Unless you have that process ticked off, you can't also start work. And unfortunately, the last government made things really difficult because they allowed local authorities to perhaps be less ambitious with their housing targets. And it means that the Labour government now, they want all local authorities to have local plans that will give more certainty to actually housing developments coming forward and the number of homes being delivered. That won't really take place until the end of 2026. And that's when we'll start to see more certainty with projects being delivered. So they've got a lot to solve, and they have done a good job. And I think what people don't realise is the Chancellor is making sure that money now is being spent properly. Previously, we allocated a lot of money, but planning was never fixed in any realm, which means that money either sat around or was wasted. We actually have an opportunity now to make sure this money is spent properly. And that's a rarity because Chancellors don't normally get involved within the policy side because they just think the money will solve it. That's never really the case.
So you're hopeful, but you don't think that you're going to be able to meet the targets that the Chancellor is talking about today?
Yeah, and I mean, I've said for a long time the 1.5 million home target is very, very difficult. It's impossible to deliver. Look, if you have new towns and you focus on large sites and you have a lot of social housing, you will inch your way to the homes that have been lost in this last couple of years, particularly with interest rates going up. That has impacted the number of homes potentially coming forward. And because we're so reliant on the biggest builders, we have needed to get them back on board. And I think the Labour government has recognised that and has done a little bit of that. But I think they can put us in a place whereby the fourth or fifth year, we can start to build 300,000 homes a year. And although they've set themselves a big challenge and they'll be hammered for it, if they can get us to that place, that is huge. And that shouldn't be underestimated. I'm still going to be a fierce critic. I always am on the actual reforms. But credit where should be given to the government. Even stuff like unlocking the grid, that all makes a difference because the new homes will have to be built with heat pumps, solar panels. You need the grid infrastructure to have that, otherwise you're going to get massive delays. I am worried about that, but at least they're making the effort to reform the stuff that means that things can get built, and that is really important.
Rico Rojtalevich from the National Federation of Builders, thank you very much for joining us today. Thank you. Well, before we end this hour, let's return to Sam Coates and Ed Conway for their analysis. We've had another hour, really, to digest what has been announced today. Is anything becoming clearer, Sam, about who have won and who has lost?
I mean, the story of this afternoon is the story of it's almost a tonal, dissonance between how the Chancellor presented the spending review, which felt like billions being sprayed around in the name of growth, and the kind of much more sober analysis that we've had from a series of experts. It is not clear that there is money now for the 1.5 million homes. There is a problem in the justice and the policing system, and the problems with the policing system that they face could contaminate the problems in the whole of the rest of that sector, which Justice Department actually did quite well in the spending review overall, better perhaps than I was expecting. And just as you look down that table, the NHS did well, but there's no money for new buildings. The education sector, well, only 0.4% real terms growth for schools. There's a worry that that's not good enough in the final year of this Parliament. When you put it together, it feels like lots of money is being spent. No one sector is standing up, cheering and waving, going, this has been transformatively excellent. That's the nature of the way that we're running government at the moment. It feels like you can pour huge sums in and people are still not satisfied. These aren't huge sums in lots of parts of government, as I think Cabinet Ministers won't be shy in the coming months to actually point out back to Rachel Reeves.
Not huge sums. Ed, can we come back to you? I mean, if we hark back to the Liz Truss era, when big financial announcements were made, there was a huge market reaction. Has this pretty much just gone under the radar?
That's a really good question. I haven't looked at market reaction, but I would be very surprised if it had a big one, because what this is all about, what this document is all about, is it's all about slicing up the spending that was already broadly kind of forecast for future years. So we knew that there was going to be this much spent in 2028, 29, let's say. What we didn't know is which departments were going to get it. So it was about apportioning it to various different departments.
But there's nothing so odd in terms of where that money's going that would scare the horses.
Not as of yet, but there are bound to be some surprises in here. And because we don't have the Office of Budget Responsibility kind of picking through this ahead of the release of it, we're now going through it to work out what those surprises are. And there are some surprises. Sam was talking about housing. You've got education as well. So there are still some surprises. And in the coming hours, hopefully, we'll have more on those for you.
OK, Ed and Sam, thanks so much for your analysis this hour. Lots more to come in the next hour. You're watching Sky News. We'll get a lot more reaction to the Chancellor's spending review. Stay with us. Hello, you're watching Sky News Today with me, Jane Secker. It's 3 o'clock. These are our headlines. Rachel Reeves has announced billions in budget boosts, saying she's investing in the renewal of Britain. There were pledges on the NHS, defence, housing and the economy, with a promise that the Chancellor will deliver for working people.
I am determined to do everything in my power to put more money in people's pockets, to give people security and control in their lives, to make working people better off, and to show them that this government, this Labour government, is on their side.
The Chancellor announced a financial lifeline for the nation's health service with more appointments and extra staff, but the opposition claimed the country was in a critical condition.
She presented herself as the Iron Chancellor, but what we have seen is the tin-foil Chancellor. Flimsy and ready to fold in the face of the slightest pressure.
There was extra money to police the borders and bring an end to so-called asylum hotels. Fresh funds for the biggest cash injection in social and affordable housing in 50 years. And a crackdown on justice with 14,000 new prison places pledged. We will bring you full analysis live. Hello, good afternoon. The Chancellor has vowed to make working people better off as she revealed the spending decisions that are to shape the country's future. Rachel Reeves used her statement in the Commons today to announce multi-billion-pound pledges to invest in the UK's health, security and economy. She says her spending review will bring the renewal the country needs. But the Conservatives have described the plans as not worth the paper they are written on. Well, here with me in the studio to pore over the finer details are our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, and our Economics and Data Editor, Ed Conway. But first, let's take a look at some of those key measures announced by the Chancellor. Under Rachel Reeves's plans, the NHS will receive £29 billion per day for day-to-day running. That's a 3% rise every year until the next election. Defence spending will rise to 2.6% of GDP by 2027, with an £11 billion increase in defence spending and a £600 million uplift for security and intelligence agencies. The government has dedicated a further £280 million per year for the new Border Security Command and revealed plans to end the use of hotels to house asylum seekers by 2029. Meanwhile, the core schools budget received a boost in the review, with an overall uplift of more than £4.5 billion a year. £2.3 billion will go to fix crumbling classrooms and a further £2.4 billion towards rebuilding 500 schools. £39 billion has been put towards a new affordable homes programme over the next 10 years, described by the government as the biggest cash injection into social housing for 50 years. Meanwhile, 14,000 new prison places will be funded with an injection of £7 billion. The Chancellor has pledged investment of £15.6 billion into regional transport projects outside of London and extended the £3 cap on bus fares until 2027. More than £2 billion has been put forward to fund 13,000 extra police officers, PCSOs and special constables across England and Wales. And research and development funding will hit £22 billion, a record high, by the end of the Parliament, with £2 billion to be invested in the government's Artificial Intelligence Action Plan. Well, the Chancellor told the Commons that Britain was open for business again, reminding MPs of trade deals the government has completed recently. But she admitted many people across the country are yet to feel any economic benefits since Labour came to power 11 months ago.
My driving purpose since I became Chancellor is to make working people in all parts of our country better off, to rebuild our schools and our hospitals, to invest in our economy so that everyone has the opportunity to succeed after 14 years of mismanagement and decline by the party opposite, culminating in a £22 billion black hole in the public finances. That was their legacy, and the first job I faced as Chancellor was to set it right. So at the budget last October, and again in the spring, I made the choices necessary to fix the foundations of our economy. And we wasted no time in removing the barriers to growth. The biggest overhaul of our planning system in a generation, launching Britain's first national wealth fund and reforming our pension system to unlock billions of pounds of investment into our economy. We are starting to see the results. The stability that we have provided has helped support 4 cuts in interest rates, saving hundreds of pounds a year for families with a mortgage. Real wages have grown by more in the first 10 months of this Labour government than they did in the first 10 years of Conservative governments. And the latest figures show that we are the fastest economy growing in the G7. With countries around the world lining up to do business with Britain again, with new trade deals with India, the United States and with the European Union too. We are renewing Britain. But I know that too many people in too many parts of our country are yet to feel it. This government's task, my task as Chancellor, and the purpose of this spending review is to change that, to ensure that renewal is felt in people's everyday lives, in their jobs and on their high streets. The priorities of this spending review are the priorities of working people. To invest in Britain's security, in Britain's health, and to grow Britain's economy so that working people are better off.
Well, the Shadow Chancellor, Mel Stride, criticised the Chancellor's plans, describing Rachel Reeves as a tinfoil Chancellor, ready to fold in the face of the slightest pressure.
Mr. Speaker, this spending review is not worth the paper that it is written on. Because the Chancellor has completely lost control. This is the spend now, tax later review. Because the Right Honourable Lady knows she will need to come back here in the autumn with yet more taxes. And a cruel summer of speculation awaits. How can we possibly take this Chancellor seriously after the chaos of the last 12 months? We were assured, Mr. Speaker, we were assured at the election that Labour's plans involved barely any additional spending or borrowing. Now, the Chancellor parades her largesse. Hundreds of billions in additional spending over this Parliament. The initial profile for that spending was, of course, significantly front-loaded. But the Chancellor now expects us to believe that she will let spending rise by only 1.2% a year. There is no chance whatsoever of that happening. For the lesson of the last year has been that when the going gets tough, the Right Honourable Lady blinks. She presented herself as the Iron Chancellor, but what we have seen is the tin-foil Chancellor. Flimsy and ready to fold in the face of the slightest pressure. She said she would not fiddle her fiscal rules. Then she did. She said she wouldn't make any unfunded commitments, but with the humiliation of the winter fuel U-turn, she just has. She looked business leaders in the eye and said no more taxes. But we all know what happened next, and we all know what is coming in the autumn.
Mel Stride there. Right, well, let's bring in Sam and Ed for their analysis. So, Sam Coates, to you first of all, our Deputy Political Editor. How's it going down? What's the political reaction been?
Well, I mean, just across the board, cabinet ministers, in many cases, gritting their teeth and saying that they've done a good settlement and they're happy. But privately, there are slightly more mixed briefings. Take key areas like education. I'm not sure that settlement that's been outlined today is something that people think will hold for all the 3 years that it's meant to. When you go to the Home Office, that looks and feels like one of the biggest losers here. Yes, the Home Office did well when it came to borders, but that police settlement's still challenging. They also have to recoup the money, a lot of the money, from asylum seekers currently in hotels and generate savings from that. That is a messy process. I'm actually struck by the reaction of business groups. I've just been sent the reaction of the Federation for Small Businesses. They say, look, It was not the business-focused day that they were hoping for. And do you think they're a little bit disappointed? They were hoping that with all these big announcements about energy and defence, there would be more help for, some of Britain's entrepreneurs, the small companies, but nothing came of that in today's statement, and they say it's pretty much a crunch time for them. We are at a point where we are spending a lot of money on public services and on the state, and continuing to do pretty much everything that we have done before. We were promised what's called a zero-based spending review, but the state hasn't stopped doing anything as a result of them going line by line through everything that this government does and stopped doing anything substantial. We're just still trying to do everything, but lower growth, lower than hopeful growth, and an ageing and growing population does mean that there is just a continual squeeze. This is a process of salami slicing in some areas. Yes, there are some winners, but nobody out there is particularly cheering what's going on.
Interesting stuff, Sam. We're going to be talking to the Federation of Small Businesses a little bit later in the programme, and also the Confederation of British Industry in a short while as well. So it'd be good to get them at the straight from the horse's mouth, really, what they think of it. Let's bring in Ed Conway. Ed, what are the numbers telling us?
Let me kind of do the big picture here, because, this is a striking moment. The spending review is one of those big moments where the government looks at precisely how much money it has to apportion between various different activities and essentially decides where that's going to go. But it's worth just remembering the big picture. And the big picture here is this is showing you the size of how much money comes in taxes to the government. So that's how much you're paying in taxes, £1.2 trillion a year. That's the spending that the government tends to do, at least that's in this year. And you can see, look, that bar there, the spending is more than the taxes, and that's why the government has to borrow so much money each year. That is typically stuff we talk about in the budget. Today is all about this. It's all about spending. And by the way, actually, it's not about this entire bar, because some of that is things like benefits, it's things like pensions, it's debt interest, annually managed expenditure, it's called. Really, the focus is on this, departmental spending, £554 billion in this year. But there's two different ways of looking at this, OK? And bear with me, I know some of this stuff is complicated, but it is quite important here, because you can talk about current spending. That's your day-to-day spending. It's spending on salaries, it's spending on keeping things running. And then you've got other spending on investments, so building new projects out. And we can look at each of those in turn, because that's basically what this government and what this spending review does. It says, here's how much we're going to spend on that in various departments over the coming years. So for current spending, for instance, this is what we have. The vast majority of it is going on the health service. So health and social care, by the end of the forecast horizon, going to have the biggest amount of spending. Then you've got education, then you've got defence and the Home Office. But I think what's particularly striking here is not just looking at these totals, but looking at how much they have changed over this period or will change in the coming years. Because there's some interesting stuff here. Now, science, innovation and technology is the biggest increase, but obviously it's from a low base here. So from a relatively small amount to a bigger amount, it looks like a big amount in percentage terms. But really the most striking thing here is a picture that perhaps is not unexpected. Health and social care with the biggest increase. And then you've got justice, which had such a low budget in comparison with other departments in previous years, and then local government and defence. But that is just day-to-day spending. It's worth looking not just at day-to-day spending, but looking at that other thing, which is capital spending. So how much money is going out in order to build stuff? And when it comes to that, it's defence by far and away at the top of this, then followed by transport and science, innovation and technology. But it's that defence story that's going to be interesting. And actually, if you look, again, same thing, but just looking at the change. So the change in how much money is going into building stuff, what is in the lead? It's defence. And all of that is to try to get up to that point where the government is spending 2.6% or so of GDP on defence. And here, I want to just finish with the big picture here, OK? So this is the big picture, showing you in previous years how much money was spent on defence, that black line there. That's as a percentage of total national income. And here's how much money historically was spent on health. And you can see we went from being a warfare state to being a welfare state, with health spending and indeed social security rising really sharply. Then you've got COVID there. But here's what's interesting. The numbers we have just got through here, here's what they show. They show that health spending carries on going up So does defence spending, but because it's starting from a much lower base, even though it's getting up towards that 2.5% of GDP, I mean, there are different ways of accounting for this. When you're looking at these numbers, it's 2.2% of GDP. But even though it's getting up to that point, this trend still continues. We are still spending a lot of money on health, and that is not going to change. That is basically what this spending review has enshrined. And to that extent, really, maybe no enormous surprises, but certainly we now have it in black and white.
Ed, thanks very much for that. Really good way of analysing those figures. Thank you very much. Well, we're joined now in the studio by the Chief Secretary to the Treasury. Darren Jones joins us now. Darren, thanks very much. So just to get some reaction to you from the reaction that we've had from MPs, reaction we've had from the opposition as well, it fundamentally seems that they believe that what the Chancellor is doing is pitch rolling for the autumn, that there will have to be tax rises as a result of this. Will there?
That is just such an incoherent argument, and let me tell you why. This spending review is allocating the money that we have already raised. The question was put beautifully. But this spending review is allocating the budget we've already raised at the budget last year and the spring statement. We're essentially dishing out the budget to the departments, and it's living within the budget settlement that the Chancellor set. So if that's the best argument that the opposition's got, I think they need to go back and do some more homework.
Of the allocation that's been spent, that's being allocated today, schools seem to be particularly not doing very well. It seems to be a cut in real terms in school budgets over the next 3 years.
No, I mean, so the education budget's made up of lots of different pots of money. If you look at schools in particular, we fund schools on a per-pupil basis, so the number of kids you have in your class. Per-pupil funding for schools is going up in real terms, so that's more money for schools. If you look at other areas, for example, colleges and further education, they get funded separately to the core schools budget. But overall, the budget settlement is broadly positive, but we know we've got more work to do, particularly in helping schools manage the pressures from children with additional needs. And the Education Secretary will set out a white paper on how we're going to try to improve that system in the coming months.
How has this all played out behind closed doors and in Cabinet? You know, it seems that some departments, have done a lot better than others, haven't they? The Deputy Prime Minister seems to be pretty pleased today. Yvette Cooper possibly not quite so much.
Well, look, what happens in Cabinet stays in Cabinet. But overall, everyone's got a good settlement out of this budget because we're increasing spending really significantly on both day-to-day spending and capital spending. Obviously, you never give an equal slice of the pie to all departments because we know the NHS is a huge organisation, it's a huge priority for the public, but also we've got a very clear commitment as a Labour government that we really want to get building council houses again, social housing, affordable housing, and that means we were putting more of the capital pie into the housing department. So it reflects the choices of this government, the choices that we set out in our manifesto and what we believe to be the priorities of people across the country.
Sam?
Darren Jones, does this spending review deliver, with no more money beyond today, the 1.5 million homes that this government has promised? Does it deliver NATO spending at 2.7% of GDP or 3% of GDP? Does it deliver NHS reforms and the reforms without Wes Streeting having to come back to you for more cash? Is this it in terms of spending between now and 2029?
So let's take them line by line. 1.5 million homes. Obviously, the government is not going to physically build itself 1.5 million homes. So the funding settled today is funding on things like planning reform, support for housing associations, changes on the rent framework, new debt and equity offers to private developers. So it's companies that build the houses. Part of that spending, which is why there's a huge amount of money going in, but the other part is planning reform, consenting, getting local authorities to get their local plans in line. So to answer your question, do I believe the government is going to be on track for hitting our target of 1.5 million homes as a consequence of the spending review today? The answer is yes. But it's not just about spending, it's about all those other things. Your next question, does that say NATO? NATO, 3%. This spending review gets to 2.6% by 2027, which is the government's commitment. We've said we want to get to 3% of GDP in defence spending in the next Parliament, which means it's an issue that we'll deal with in the next spending review in 2027. But this spending review honours our commitment during this spending period of 2.6% by 2027.
And NHS, Wes Streeting's not going to come back for more money when he announces his reform plan in a month's time.
He better not do, no, because he's got a huge amount of money going into the NHS. And you'll have seen today specific mentions around investment in technology, and other reforms to make sure that we're getting through the kind of process of engaging with the NHS much more effectively, how you get your test results, how you book an appointment, how quickly you might be seen. And there's a lot of money going in the NHS to deliver that modernisation. Is it a lot of heavy lifting for the NHS to do? Is there a lot of reforms to be done? Absolutely there is. But this is a good day for the NHS as a consequence of this spending review.
There is certain criticism of the fact that spending reviews aren't analysed by the Office for Budget Responsibility in the same way that the budgets are. But we have got Ed, who's analysed it as fast as he can.
What do you think,
He's
Ed?
gone through it. Ed, what would you like to ask Darren Jones?
Can I ask the Secretary a question? So this was cast as being is it a zero-based review? So you were going back and looking at every penny, every pound that the government was spending. Can you just tell us, since you've been through every single pound that the government is spending, what are a few big things that you've saved? Can you give us examples of or indeed, are there any people who are going to, any workers who are going to lose their jobs as a result of this? Because presumably, if you're looking at every pound, there are going to be some tough decisions here, but it's not altogether obvious that there were tough decisions here.
There are some other documents from the Office of Value for Money which have also been published. They're not in this book, but it's separate. You should have a look at those. But you're right, we've done this zero-based review. The first time in 18 years the government's looked at line by line what it's actually spending and on what before asking for more money. I mean, that's obviously the right thing to do. If you look at our savings and efficiencies package overall, we've been able to reallocate tens of billions of pounds into our priorities as an incoming government. And to give you some examples...
so all that money that was saved has just gone into other bits of the same departments, has it?
Yes, and in the forecast spend in the documents today. But to give you some examples of where we've been able to make progress, we've bared down quite significantly on consultancy spend in government. HMRC's made a commitment that it's not going to be sending out any letters anymore. It's all going to be digital connections with people to answer their questions and provide the information. If you look at the government property estate, we've said we're going to flog off some of the buildings we no longer need in London. If you look at the civil service reforms that Pat McFadden at the Cabinet Office has already talked about, we want to shrink the size of the civil service. If you look at some of the work that we're doing on digital transformation, there's a lot of money that we're putting into what we call the digital centre of government in this spending review to really improve productivity in public services by taking a digital-first approach. So there are lots of different examples, but in total it's about trying to improve the productivity and the user experience of public services so that you can reinvest that cash into frontline delivery.
Not a single pound of wasted money anymore in this government after the zero.
Oh, well, I mean, I would like that to be the case, but it's government, right? We're going to have to keep on everyone's tail, make sure that we're delivering.
Every single line.
We did, but,
And so they're all kosher as of today, because you've been through every line.
We've been through every line. The Office for Value for Money have appraised every department's efficiency and savings plans. They've done a report of that, which is published alongside the spending reviews.
Was it a tough process?
Was it a tough process?
Was it a painful process having to have these conversations? Because you're the policeman for this, aren't you? You're going through.
I am the financial controller.
Yes. Was that tough?
It's always tough doing a spending review because unless you're a country with significant surpluses, and we're not, unfortunately, there's never enough money to go around.
Tough conversations with the Home Office in particular?
I'm not going to give a running commentary of my meetings with colleagues. The good news is we've got there, we've set these budgets, Cabinet approved them wholeheartedly this morning, and now we're off to the races in terms of delivering.
Some of the departments tell me that they didn't feel that the zero-based review was particularly tough at all. Sent in a few bits of paper and then it was done.
Well, we'll go back round it with them if they want to have another go. I mean, you should tell me who wants to go around their zero-based review again. I mean, we'd be happy to...
Come round with a camera.
We'd be happy to do so. You should come.
Is it the same as Doge? Is a zero-based review the same as what Elon Musk has been trying to do in America?
I'm not entirely clear what Doge is, but if it was an assessment of how are we spending money and can we spend it better, then yes. If it was a case of breaking into government offices and cancelling people's IT access, no.
OK.
Final thought before you go. I mean, this is the face of the Labour Party for the next election, isn't it? This is what you're hoping will win you the next election. Do you feel confident enough that what we've heard today is transformative enough, is good enough to make people feel really positive about life in the UK in 3 years' time?
Yes, I do. And look, this is a budgeting process, right? So it sets the foundation on which government now has to get at and deliver over the years ahead. We've got very clear plans. We've now got very clear budgets. And now it's just about delivery, delivery, delivery. and showing people that change can be meaningful for them, irrespective of where they live and what they do.
Darren Jones, Chief Secretary of Treasury, thank you very much for coming in. Appreciate it. Well, as we were discussing with Darren Jones there, the Chancellor confirmed more money for the NHS, describing it as a record cash investment.
I am increasing the NHS technology budget by almost 50%, and we are investing £10 billion to bring our analogue health system into the digital age, including through the NHS app, so patients can manage their prescriptions, get their test results and book appointments all in one place. We are shifting care back to the community, providing more funding to support the training of thousands more GPs to deliver millions more appointments. We are investing more in prevention to meet our manifesto commitment of providing mental health support teams in all schools in England by the end of this Parliament.
Well, from health to business and industry, let's talk to the Director General of the Confederation of British Industry, Rain Newton-Smith, who joins me now in the studio. So what is industry reaction? Is it breathing a collective sigh of relief after what you've heard today?
Well, I think what business will welcome today is some of that allocation of capital spending that Ed was talking about, that, you know, back in the autumn, I think the Chancellor set out some ambitious spending envelopes for the overall amount she can invest in terms of capital, so £100 billion over this Parliament. And we started to see how some of that will be allocated. And I think the amounts on public housing, on, we know we have to build those 1.5 million homes. I think the allocation to clean energy and allocations around nuclear, I think, is really important. And I think also a focus on innovation. So we know if we're going to deliver growth in this country, we need to adopt the best technologies, and a real focus on research and development and building on the strengths we have in our universities and our innovation system, I think, is so important. But where business will be asking what comes next is when it comes to those 1.5 million homes, it's ultimately businesses who will be delivering that in, and they need to be able to attract the people and talent and skills to build some of this critical infrastructure. And also at the moment, our energy costs for industry aren't competitive. They're 50% higher than energy costs in Europe. So when we see the industrial strategy, we've got to answer some of those really big questions if this is going to be a coherent strategy.
So what are those barriers to employing those people to build those homes that industry sees?
Well, actually, we saw Darren Jones touched a little bit on it. I think one of the areas businesses will be really interested in is what's been allocated for further education colleges, that critical gap of how we invest in our young people when they're 16 to 18. That's about apprenticeships. That's about investment in our further education colleges. And of course, it's about how we train and learn throughout our lives. And at the moment, the government have committed to making the apprenticeship levy much more flexible so we can help young and old people invest in communication skills and sustainability, in AI and some of these new technologies. But we don't have a coherent strategy for how that skills will be delivered. And I think that was the missing piece for me today.
So she announced £1.2 billion in training and apprenticeships and record investment, she said, in R&D. But you don't feel that still is enough to meet that skills gap?
I don't think we've seen enough of the detail. And at the same time, we've also seen the government consulting around the immigration white paper, and we're seeing them retreat on some of the ways in which we attract graduates into the UK and for them to stay and remain and help to build the life sciences companies of the future. So there just isn't enough emphasis, I think, in how we attract talent from around the world. And when we see other countries, particularly in the US, is obviously retreating from that investment in universities and R&D, it's a real opportunity for the UK to lean into that, to think about how do we attract global talent to deliver the growth and investment and innovation we need to see in this country. And that has to go alongside with how we help businesses and individuals invest in their training throughout their working lives.
I suppose the government would argue that what they're trying to do is encourage and improve people who are born here in the UK to develop these skills, to lead these industries, rather than importing talent. But I guess there's a lag, isn't there, between getting next year's school leavers?
Realistically, you need both. And I think that's one of the things we haven't seen enough detail, and hopefully we'll see it in the industrial strategy. as to how, the apprenticeship levy, that growth and skills levy the government have committed to, is all about how do we help people learn throughout their working lives. But we don't have any detail yet on how that will work. They've announced some things around younger apprenticeships, but we haven't really seen about, we're all living and working longer, how those work throughout our working lives. So there absolutely needs to be more focus on that. And I think this can't be the end of the story. The vast majority of the growth has to come from the private sector. And I think we haven't seen the whole strategy set out today.
What about the green strategy? There wasn't much mentioned about that today, but in terms of future energy and all the infrastructure that comes around that is important for the future as well, isn't it?
Absolutely, and the government have this clean power mission, and I think we did see some announcements, if we take over the past few days, around that. So a clear commitment to Sizewell C, to investing in some of the large nuclear infrastructure we know we need to have a resilient, renewable energy system. And we also saw the investment in nuclear fusion, some of the newer areas of energy exploration where the UK has a comparative advantage. But if we're going to move our economy into a low-carbon economy, we need to have investment in renewable energy. We need to help businesses themselves make their businesses more energy efficient and move towards low-carbon energy. And so there are a lot of answers on that we need to see in the industrial strategy, because we saw some of that large public sector capital allocated, but we're still seeing too high a burden on businesses to deliver that. The high energy cost is making us uncompetitive, and we're losing out on investment because of it.
Before she came to power as Chancellor, Rachel Reeves was sort of known for doing all of her business breakfasts in the city. Now, sort of 11 months on, do you think she gets business?
Look, that's a journey, and you have to constantly listen, engage with business. She's still on that journey? So I think absolutely, and I think she certainly understands business more than maybe when she first stepped into that role. I think it's different being in opposition to when you are in government and having to make some of the tough choices she's had to make across her cabinet today. But I think what's really important is that she's constantly listening to some of the challenges businesses are facing, because whether it's delivering on that, the housing mission that this government has, or whether it's attracting innovation from around the world, or whether it's creating the jobs we want to see in our local communities, it's businesses who create those jobs. So you need to listen to the things that I and our members are saying, but also just listen to businesses, CFOs, the ones who are making these decisions day in, day out about investing in the UK.
Ray Newton-Smith from the Confederation of British Industry. Good to talk to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, health, and most importantly the NHS, appears to have fared well in the spending review, receiving a £30 billion boost. Let's talk to our health correspondent, Laura Bundock. It's a lot of money, isn't it, Laura? What does the Chancellor hope this money will be used for? What impact does she and the Health Secretary hope it will have?
Well, it's clear that this is a big priority for the government. They've always said that's the case. The question now is, does this uplift in funding actually enable the health service to deliver the big goals? Remember, there are 3 big shifts that the government wants to see within the health service. That's the shift from hospital to community, from sickness to treatment, from analogue to digital. That's the direction of travel. There is a lot of pressure, though, to make that happen. And don't forget, there are also these really difficult targets the government set out right at the start, saying that it was going to really tackle those waiting list targets as well. NHS trusts are already, hospitals are struggling to do that at the moment. So it means that 92% of people won't have to wait any longer than 18 weeks. They for their treatment. That's a tricky target. Doesn't look like we're on track for that. Adding in extra pressure there to try and deliver everything that Rachel Reeves was setting out there in terms of what they want to do with the NHS. So a lot of questions about, yes, OK, we've got a good increase in the day-to-day spending, but it was the capital expense, the money that goes towards the buildings, the equipment. And when we're looking at the NHS, the state, the crumbling hospitals, unsafe buildings, out-of-date equipment, questions are now being asked by health bosses, how on earth can they improve the situation if there isn't enough capital spend? And that at the moment, that capital spend today is remaining flat, basically. So lots of questions about that. And remember, in the background to all of this is Wes Streeting, the Health Secretary's 10-year plan of reform for the NHS. That's due out next month, we think. That will set out the bigger vision. I think the real challenge is going to be looking at the sum of money that's been laid out, and it is a significant increase. I think everyone would agree it is a lot of money. But is it enough? Is it really enough, given all the pressures and demands on the NHS? And we're not just talking about things like an ageing population, a growing population. We're talking about really expensive drugs. We're talking about commitments to increase staff wages, people living with these very complex conditions, even the expensive new technologies. We want access to all of that, but it doesn't come cheaply. So is this funding settlement today enough to cover all of those bases? We'll have to see.
Laura, thanks very much. Well, let's return to Sam Coates in the studio now. And Sam, what kind of reaction are we getting from politicians of all sides to this review?
We had a very robust defence of the spending review there by effectively the guy behind it, Darren Jones. He says, no, ministers are not going to come back for more.
Well, they can't.
The
purse is shut.
Well, so he says. Even in the last 24 hours, that's not what I was hearing from some cabinet ministers. I think they're very much planning to try to come back for more. There's just a curiosity in this. You know, viewers at home could be forgiven for being slightly confused, because on the one hand, Rachel Reeves' spending review sounded, when she stood up, like she was sprinkling confetti, each one £1 billion, sort of dropping all over the Commons chamber, of projects and improvements and upgrades and things to boost growth. Well, at the same time, people like me are saying, but there are really, really tight decisions all over the place. I mean, even take health that Laura was just talking about. Yes, day-to-day spending's up, but there is no real terms increase in the capital budget, the kind of hospitals improvement structural funds in this over the next 3 years. There are lots of areas like the policing budget which look actively problematic, and really tight settlements in quite a lot of other areas. We pour money into the state, and yet people don't seem to be cheering from the rafters. I think this government is going to have a careful management job to be done, because, yes, there is a lot of spending, but still there are a lot of pressures.
OK, Sam, thanks very much. Well, let's talk now and get the SNP's view. The SNP's Westminster leader, Stephen Flynn, is here in the studio. So, Stephen, you're obviously watching it very, very closely there in the chamber. £52 billion for Scotland, a big hooray for you?
Not quite, because the devil, as always, in anything the Chancellor says, is in the detail. And it appears that it's £2 billion over the course of 3 years. That £2 billion, we don't seem to know yet whether that's real terms in terms of taking into account inflation, whether that's going to be able to afford us the opportunity to meet pay rises within that fiscal envelope. Because, of course, people in the public sector are going to want to see, rightly see, their pay increase during that period. And it also, importantly, appears to be less than the financial envelope that's been afforded to other UK government departments, which is quite stark. And my colleagues in the Scottish Government have already just outlined a statement which suggests that this is a £1.1 billion shortfall in comparison to where we should be if it was meeting the average that's been dished out elsewhere. So the UK Government are spinning it as good news, but it doesn't feel like that.
What about the ACORN project? That you must welcome the funding for that, presumably. This is to help the transition from oil to gas to renewables in Scotland, also sort of, bound up with the Great British Energy, which is having its headquarters in Scotland. It sounds like the government in Westminster is committed to Scotland.
Well, headquarters are my constituency, and if I recall correctly, I think there's maybe 1, maximum 2 employees right now. Meantime, we're shedding hundreds of jobs in the oil and gas sector, so I'm not sure that this is the great chariot riding to the rescue in Aberdeen, the North East, that the UK government are portraying it as. On the ACORN project, it's very interesting, though, is it not? Because the Northern England projects, the 2 carbon capture projects, committed funding, £21 to £22 billion over 5 years. The ACORN project is a line in the Chancellor's statement. There's no fiscal envelope. There's no certainty over what the funding is going to be. In fact, all she's done today is create even more uncertainty by telling us she backs something, but won't tell us by how much. That's not good for our energy transition, but that's to be expected from this UK government.
The Labour Party seems to be doing pretty well in Scotland, don't they? They did well at the Hamilton by-elections. Reforms nipping at their heels as well. Are you worried?
I think in politics you can never be complacent. And what we've seen last week in the by-election was, in that area, The Labour Party last year in the general election had 10,000 near majorities in the 2 overlapping seats. The majority on Friday was close to 600. I was quite frustrated that we weren't able to get over the line. It would have been a good indicator for us in advance of the Scottish Parliament elections next year. But we've got to now galvanise ourselves and say that the national vote share that we're sitting on isn't high enough. We need to do better, be better, and make sure that we win those elections next year.
Stephen, you wanted independent Scotland. You were very open about that. I'm interested in what, in the big picture terms, you would do different, because it feels to me like we are pouring billions and billions more into the state, but we're really only just still running to keep up with all sorts of public services. In broad terms, would you tax more, do less? Would you have government stop doing certain things in an independent Scotland? Or would you just assume that you could borrow more? Scotland, an independent Scotland would be a smaller state, potentially, more at risk from the bond markets. What would you do in the very, very biggest terms with our economy if Scotland was independent?
It's an interesting question, particularly in relation to tax, because we already have a progressive tax system in Scotland which taxes people a little bit more. Those with bigger, deeper pockets than those.
But you wouldn't say everything that you wanted funding was funded.
Well, indeed. But that's £1.5 billion extra that we can pour into our NHS on top of what we have already. So that's the decisions we can take with devolution. With independence, what you can seek to do is tailor a migration policy to meet your needs. In stark contrast to the conversation in Westminster, what you can seek to do is rejoin the European Union, which has had a 4.5% hit to UK GDP, of course, ignored completely by the Chancellor in the chamber here today. And, that's the legacy and the consequence of being in Westminster, being under Westminster's rule. With independence, we can make these decisions for ourselves and seek to grow our economy in the way that Westminster constrains us.
But you think that taxes are at about the right level for Scotland with the increase? You think that public spending is about the right level? Is that right? Broadly, the status quo is satisfactory? You keep that going?
I think there's always scope to...
Would you tax more, borrow more, get government to do less? What's the big change that you would do?
Well, I think I've outlined that change in respect of where you would seek to get growth from, which is in stark contrast to the plan which is being put forward by the Chancellor. I'll talk positively about migration, I'll talk positively about membership of the European Union, because that would be a massive boost to Scotland's economy. I think we should be investing more in the net zero technologies of tomorrow, the offshore wind farms that are going to power Scotland's future. Again, not aligned with some of the main Westminster parties. There's a danger in the coming years that they'll go the complete opposite way. So in terms of where growth would come from, where you would seek to get that revenue from, I think I've outlined quite clearly and succinctly that an independent Scotland would do things far differently and far better.
What you are doing at Westminster is putting pressure on the Chancellor on various subjects. We've seen a U-turn on winter fuel allowance over the last week. You also impose 2-child benefit caps. Do you think there's a realistic possibility that sustained pressure from yourself and others could lead to a change in that?
Look, the Prime Minister, I'm sure, takes account of what myself and others say in the chamber, but ultimately he's going to be driven by his own backbenchers. And you can sense a frustration from them, particularly in around the upcoming disability cuts, removing money from disabled people. I think that's something which his backbenchers are going to vociferously oppose, and it's in contrast to what the Chancellor's saying today. She's telling everyone you've never had it so good. As Sam said earlier, there's billions of pounds of confetti floating around the chamber, and yet in 2 weeks MPs are going to be voting to take money away from disabled people. And the same is true of the 2-child benefit cap, the likes of the bedroom tax, which is mitigated in Scotland already. We think that things should be done differently. We'll put that forward in the House of Commons chamber as clearly as we can. And we just hope that Labour MPs sitting behind Keir Starmer will join with us.
You're going to head to Hollywood if the voters of Scotland allow you and stand down from here. and stand down from here. Are you going to miss days like today?
Listening to Rachel Reeves give a very dry statement for half an hour. I don't think I'll miss that in particular, but I think it's... what I will miss, Sam, is being able to come into the Sky studio and hear your expert analysis of everything that's going on.
I'm sure you can still come down.
Stephen, thanks. We really appreciate it. Thanks very much. Well, the Chancellor announced £7 billion will be used to fund 14,000 new prison places.
We are investing £7 billion to fund 14,000 new prison places and putting up to £700 million per year into reform of the probation system too. Today, I will do more. I am increasing police spending power by an average 2.3% per year in real terms over the spending review period. To to protect our people, our homes and our streets. That is more than £2 billion, supporting us to meet our plan for change commitment of putting 13,000 additional police officers, PCSOs and special constables into neighbour policing roles across England and Wales.
Well, let's bring in our correspondent, Molly Malone, who has covered prisons extensively over the last few years for us here at Sky. And Molly, is this, on the face of it, good news for the prison service? I know you've already said that this appears particularly good news for the police.
Well, I think essentially what we heard the Chancellor do today is re-announce what we'd previously heard in the justice world. There were no huge surprises. That's not to say, though, that the prison service, the probation service, the courts, the general justice system is disappointed from what we heard today. I mean, far from it when you compare it to other departments like the Home Office. Actually, the Justice Department have come out as one of the real winners alongside the Health Department and the Education Department. But much of what we heard by way of the 14,000 new prison spaces, £700 million for the probation service had already been announced in recent weeks. So there was no real surprises, even if it was somewhat welcome news. The 14,000 target is actually a continuation of a previous target under the Conservative Party. They promised 20,000 new spaces, and the 14,000 is essentially what's left over. Now, the £700 million for the probation service was quite welcome news. It came a few weeks ago, as we heard with the sentencing review, that a number will send somewhat in the region of thousands less people to prison in the coming years. Of course, that increases pressure for the probation service, but also for the police. And actually, it's the police that really feel like the losers. The Home Office has faced a 1.7% cut to their budget. And we know that as we look to send thousands, up to 10,000 perhaps, by 2028, fewer people to prison in the next few years, well, we'll see the pressure in the community. And that's for the probation service, but also for the police, who feel that they'll be managing these offenders in the community. So I think we can probably expect somewhat disappointment from them, even if the prison and the probation service in the round feel broadly happy. Some suggestion that actually much of that kind of happiness, if you like, is because the Justice Secretary was one of those ministers that got in there early and presented her situation as the emergency, if you like. But the Home Office certainly set to feel somewhat disappointed.
Molly, thank you very much. Well, a little earlier, we spoke to the director of the Institute for Fiscal Studies, Paul Johnson, and got his reaction to the Chancellor's announcements.
I think there are a few takeaways. I mean, they confirm what we knew, which is that the total budgets are going up 1.2% a year from this year on in terms of day-to-day spending, which is pretty tight. So that is how they've managed. They have kept within that envelope. Within that, as we've seen, health is clearly the substantial winner. Where are the potential issues for the government? Well, one is actually defence. I mean, that's going up to 2.5% of national income and then sticking there for the last two or 3 years of this Parliament, despite all of the pressure and all of the promises to get that up. So I think that's going to be a pressure. Secondly,
She said that was going to be paid for by reducing international aid. Are you confident that that is actually
that's not what's happening.
How it's working?
That's not what's happening, because essentially all of the increase in defence is on capital spending. So that might be the right thing. I don't know much about defence, but it's all going on capital. So I presume buying tanks and drones and things, and none of it is going for extra soldiers and sailors and so on. Now, that may or may not be the right thing, but what that does mean is it makes it easier fiscally. So what's actually happening with the cut in overseas aid, which is mostly current spending, is it's effectively protecting other domestic budgets, which again is a perfectly reasonable choice to make, but that's not how it's been presented. So that's one thing to look at. Second thing I look at this, and I look at the schools budget, and I think that looks pretty tight. There is a fall in the number of pupils over this period, but the growth over the period is very, very slight. And a chunk of that's going to be just used up in the free school meals plans. We know that there are really big issues around special educational needs, where the budget for that is rising at a horrific pace. And this is going to cause issues around teacher pay and so on. So that's the second area.
And that also comes when they've made when they've increased VAT on private school fees and saying that money was going to be ring-fenced to improve schools.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's never really a ring fence in these things. Money is entirely fungible, and certainly if you look at the schools budget, it's gone up more slowly than most other budgets. So it's not obvious that there's been a ring fencing in that. So I think that's that is something where I think there's going to be some pressure going forward. I think more broadly, this is the issues around public service pay are going to be a problem here. And then you've got the issue about delivering all of this capital spending. So lots and lots of capital spending going on. We've got promises around railways and airports and all those kinds of things. Are they really going to be able to make those things happen in the way that they in the way that they'd like them to? I mean, the big picture here is genuinely big increases in spending over this year and last, much slower increases over the second half of this Parliament. I suppose the political judgment is that by the time we get to the end of this Parliament, we'll have felt the benefit of the upfront increases.
Paul Johnson from the Institute for Fiscal Studies there. Now, one of the Chancellor's commitments today was to end the use of hotels to house migrants by 2029. Let's talk now to Harry Reid from Asylum Welcome, an organisation which offers information, advice and practical support to asylum seekers and vulnerable migrants living in Oxfordshire. Harry, good to talk to you today. What's your reaction to what the Chancellor announced?
We are also supportive of asylum seekers not being accommodated in hotels, but provided that there is better, more suitable accommodation available. And definitely in Oxfordshire, where we're based, housing is really limited, really tough and competitive. And I haven't seen yet any convincing way that asylum seekers will be housed, if not in hotels.
One of the things, the couple of the things I've seen suggested are potentially old tower blocks, student accommodation. Why would those places not be suitable in your mind?
Well, in terms of student accommodation, I mean, it would really depend, and we don't have enough detail, but the things that make asylum hotels unsuitable is that people lack privacy. In the hotels that we work with, they're people who don't know each other are sharing rooms, and so that's not very good for people's mental health. Quite often they're out of towns and they're in remote areas, so it's hard for those people to get support. So we would hope to see an alternative deal with some of those issues that affect the mental health and well-being of residents, but also the effect on communities and making sure that people in the local communities are made aware.
There is another suggestion that they should perhaps be better integrated into communities. Is that something that you think is a good idea? Or, I mean, if these are people who are not yet gone through the system, we don't know whether that they have a strong case. Is it right that they are put straight into communities?
I believe so, yeah. And based on our past experience of how asylum seekers used to be accommodated before hotels, so it hasn't been that long that hotels have been used for accommodating asylum seekers. And when people are in communities, the results are better. I mean, regardless of whether someone is in the country for a year or 2 years, it has been speeding up the process of asylum applications, but it can be that people are still in the country for several years before hearing a decision. So giving those people an opportunity to integrate for when they do get granted asylum or when they don't, just gives that person a much better start to then more quickly and more easily be giving back to the community, working, renting, etc.
In terms of the speeding up of the process, as you've just alluded to, it can take a really long time. This must be something you would welcome. How do you think that speeding up would work? Where is the logjam as far as you're aware?
At the moment, the logjam seems to be for asylum appeals, and I have seen that part of the proposal is to speed up those appeals. So because we had the streamlined asylum questionnaire, and then we had some more input going into the Home Office, decisions are speeding up on initial decisions, but there's also evidence to suggest that the accuracy on the reliability of those decisions could be improved. And so that means that more going to appeal, and then the Court of Appeal just not being able to deal with them, and then people waiting for another maybe couple of years before hearing their appeal. And either that person could be, living, working in the UK and contributing to the economy or not. But at the moment, they're in limbo. And this is, I think, partly why people are in asylum hotels, because it's taking that length of time to go through the appeal system.
So speeding it up, but not speeding it up so fast that mistakes are made. Very interesting to talk to you, Harry Reid from Asylum Welcome. Thanks very much for giving us your reaction today. Thank you. Well, Sam Coates, our deputy political editor, has rejoined us in the studio. So, Sam, it's been a couple of hours now since we had the Chancellor's spending review. Which departments within government would you say are licking their wounds this afternoon, and which departments are perhaps cracking open the lukewarm white wine?
Well, I think the Home Office is a department that's going to be under pressure. I think we'll acknowledge it's under pressure. I mean, take the interview that you've just done over asylum. The pledge from Rachel Reeves is that they are going to end the use of hotels to house asylum seekers in this Parliament. But when you look beneath it at the figures, clearly they are still preparing to spend a lot of money on housing asylum seekers, just not in hotels. And the savings will go back into the Home Office if they generate them. But if it's costly, if it costs even more than's projected, then who knows? That's another reason why Yvette Cooper and her team might have to go back to the Treasury alongside the pressures over the police. The education budget, well, schools is going up 0.4% in real terms through the bulk of this Parliament. That's not a lot. And I think some in the Education Department expect that they'll be back cap in hand to the Treasury, certainly by the final year of the Parliament. I think that reflects the squeeze. None of this really takes account if there are big problems with the public sector and strikes and pressures over pay. Inflation's going up. That's going to be something that really this Treasury finds quite difficult to deal with. There isn't money in the budgets today, which reflect quite a lot of pressure in that day-to-day spending bit where the public sector pay is funded from. So, to me, we've put in a lot of money, but there are a lot of difficult decisions. Nobody is really cheering at the moment. Let's see whether some of the growth projects start to pay off. But is this the moment that Rachel Reeves will help Rachel Reeves transform her reputation? Let's see.
It feels like they put an enormous amount of their eggs in the NHS basket. And is that simply at the heart of Labour policy? The NHS so crucial to what Labour stands for on so many levels. It's totemic. They maybe have decided this is the point, that we have to try and fix this.
So they've done it in two tranches. In the October budget, Rachel Reeves put in about, I think, 22 billion, and she put in some more today, although not a lot by historical standards. But the job is to fix the NHS. There's a big plan coming next month, on the anniversary of the NHS's foundation to overhaul it. And Darren Jones told you and me there'll be no more money for that. So I think West Streeting's still got a very big job. Will the public feel that it's getting a lot better? It's going to be hard to see.
Indeed. Sam, thanks very much for that. Well, you're watching Sky News today. Coming up, we are going to get a lot more analysis and all the latest reaction to the Chancellor's spending review. That and all the rest of the day's news after this short break. Hello, you're watching Sky News Today. Me, Jane Secker. It's 4 o'clock. These are the headlines. Rachel Reeves announces billions in budget boosts, saying she's investing in the renewal of Britain. There were pledges on the NHS, defence, housing and the economy, with a promise that the Chancellor will deliver for working people.
I am determined to do everything in my power to put more money in people's pockets, to give people security and control in their lives, to make working people better off, and to show them that this government, this Labour government, is on their side.
The Chancellor announced a financial lifeline for the nation's health service with more appointments and extra staff, but the opposition claimed the country was in a critical condition.
She presented herself as the Iron Chancellor, but what we have seen is the tin-foil Chancellor. Flimsy and ready to fold in the face of the slightest pressure.
There was extra money to police the borders and bring an end to so-called asylum hotels. Fresh funds for the biggest cash injection in social and affordable housing in 50 years. And a crackdown on justice with 14,000 new prison places pledged. We'll bring you full analysis live. Hello, good afternoon. The Chancellor has vowed to make working people better off as she revealed the spending decisions that are to shape the country's future. Rachel Reeves used her statement in the Commons to announce multi-billion-pound pledges to invest in the UK's health, security and economy. She says her spending review will bring the renewal the country needs, but the Conservatives have described the plans as not worth the paper they are written on. Here with me in the studio is our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates. We'll reveal him in a moment. But first, a look at some of those key measures announced by the Chancellor. Well, under Rachel Reeves's plans, the NHS will receive £29 billion per year for day-to-day running. That is a 3% rise every year until the next election. Defence spending will rise to 2.6% of GDP by 2027, with an £11 billion increase in defence spending and a £600 million uplift for security and intelligence agencies. The government's dedicated a further £280 million a year for the new Border Security Command and revealed plans to end the use of hotels to house asylum seekers by 2029. Meanwhile, the core schools budget received a boost in the review with an overall uplift of more than £4.5 billion a year. £2.3 billion will go to fix crumbling classrooms and a further £2.4 billion towards rebuilding 500 schools. £39 billion has been put towards a new affordable homes programme over the next 10 years, described by the government as the biggest cash injection into social housing for 50 years. Meanwhile, 14,000 new prison places will be funded with an injection of £7 billion, and the Chancellor has pledged investment of £15.6 billion into regional transport projects outside of London and extended the £3 cap on bus fares until 2027. More than £2 billion has been put forward to help fund 13,000 extra police officers, PCSOs and special constables across England and Wales. And research and development funding will hit £22 billion, a record high by the end of the Parliament, with £2 billion to be invested in the government's Artificial Intelligence Action Plan. Well, the Chancellor told the Commons that Britain was open for business again, reminding MPs of trade deals that the government has completed recently. But she admitted many people across the country are yet to feel any economic benefits since Labour came to power 11 months ago.
My driving purpose since I became Chancellor is to make working people in all parts of our country better off, to rebuild our schools and our hospitals, to invest in our economy so that everyone has the opportunity to succeed after 14 years of mismanagement and decline by the party opposite, culminating in a £22 billion black hole in the public finances. That was their legacy, and the first job I faced as Chancellor was to set it right. So at the budget last October, and again in the spring, I made the choices necessary to fix the foundations of our economy. And we wasted no time in removing the barriers to growth. The biggest overhaul of our planning system in a generation, launching Britain's first national wealth fund and reforming our pension system to unlock billions of pounds of investment into our economy. We are starting to see the results. The stability that we have provided has helped support 4 cuts in interest rates, saving hundreds of pounds a year for families with a mortgage. Real wages have grown by more in the first 10 months of this Labour government than they did in the first 10 years of Conservative governments. And the latest figures show that we are the fastest economy growing in the G7. Countries around the world lining up to do business with Britain again, with new trade deals with India, the United States and with the European Union too. We are renewing Britain. But I know that too many people in too many parts of our country are yet to feel it. This government's task, my chance, a task as Chancellor, and the purpose of this spending review is to change that, to ensure that renewal is felt in people's everyday lives, in their jobs and on their high streets. The priorities of this spending review are the priorities of working people. To invest in Britain's security, in Britain's health, and to grow Britain's economy so that working people are better off.
Well, the Shadow Chancellor, Mel Stride, criticised the Chancellor's plans, describing Rachel Reeves as a tinfoil Chancellor who's ready to fold in the face of the slightest pressure.
Mr. Speaker, this spending review is not worth the paper that it is written on. Because the Chancellor has completely lost control. This is the spend now, tax later review. Because the Right Honourable Lady knows she will need to come back here in the autumn with yet more taxes, and a cruel summer of speculation awaits. How can we possibly take this Chancellor seriously after the chaos of the last 12 months? We were assured, Mr. Speaker, we were assured at the election that Labour's plans involved barely any additional spending or borrowing. Now, the Chancellor parades her largesse. Hundreds of billions in additional spending over this Parliament. The initial profile for that spending was, of course, significantly front-loaded. But the Chancellor now expects us to believe that she will let spending rise by only 1.2% a year. There is no chance whatsoever of that happening. For the lesson of the last year has been that when the going gets tough, the Right Honourable Lady blinks. She presented herself as the Iron Chancellor, but what we have seen is the tin-foil Chancellor. Flimsy and ready to fold in the face of the slightest pressure. She said she would not fiddle her fiscal rules. Then she did. She said she wouldn't make any unfunded commitments, but with the humiliation of the winter fuel U-turn, she just has. She looked business leaders in the eye and said no more taxes. But we all know what happened next, and we all know what is coming in the autumn.
Yeah, well, our Deputy Political Editor Sam Coates is here, but before we talk more about the spending review, we're going to talk about a bit of other breaking news that the European Union and the UK have reached an agreement about the border between Gibraltar and Spain after years of post-Brexit wrangling over the contested territory. Let's bring in Sam Coates, who's here now. Weren't expecting to be talking about this, were you, Sam? But you can talk about it. You're consummate pro. So whilst there's been wrangling about Northern Ireland and the border between Northern Ireland and the EU on the island of Ireland, a similar row has been happening with Gibraltar and Spain.
This is the long tail of Brexit. Now, David Lammy, the Foreign Secretary, wasn't in the Commons for PMQs today because he was over in Brussels negotiating with Maros Šefčovič, who is one of the European commissioners. He's sort of in charge of the post-Brexit negotiations. And Gibraltar has long been a sort of thorn in the side of the UK-EU deal. Exactly how do we treat the British territory there? Now, the agreement that we've come to with the Spanish and the European Union over this will basically preserve the ability of thousands of Spanish to come into Gibraltar without particular hurdles and people to be able to go vice versa. So there were threats that the situation might get more difficult for people to pass through that border. 15,000 people cross the land border between Gibraltar and Spain every day. And at the moment, you can cross using a residence card without having a passport stamped, and it's easy to go vice versa. So this deal allows Spanish workers to continue entering British territory without checks, and Gibraltar residents to regain the freedom of movement in the EU. Now, there's got a wrinkle here. I think what the Conservatives might pick up on is that it would mean that UK citizens arriving in the British territory would have to show their passports to Spanish border guards, and for some that is a sort of, in theory, something that they don't like. And the Tories came close to striking a deal on border checks in Gibraltar this time last year, but ultimately the talks collapsed, so maybe the government would point back to what the Tories were going to do. But it does mean that there is an ability also, I think, for UK citizens living in Spain, a sort of greater freedom of movement for them. So I think that there is further detail about this, about the standards that need to be in operation for goods coming in to Gibraltar. But the bottom line is that this is a preservation of the sort of status quo of Gibraltar, allowing the free flow of people to and from Spain from there. And I think it will just help further take down the temperature between the UK, Brussels and Spain.
Good news. Right, back to the spending review. One hat on, other hat off. Who are the winners and losers?
So, well-trailed, the Ministry of Defence is one of the big winners, and the NHS is one of the big winners. And then a lot of government departments ended up being squeezed in the process. But one of the things that's really striking, Jane, about today is even if you look at the winners, there are wrinkles in the kinds of things that Rachel Reeves has announced today. So take the MOD. Yes, there is an increase in the MOD budget, particularly in the capital bit, the one-off project bit, in order to help reach 2.7%. But we are going to see a lot of decisions about whether we go further. And you'll remember just in the last couple of weeks, talk of 5% proportion of GDP going on NATO spending, all of that pushed off. So it's not clear how we're going to reach some of the things that we're starting to hint to our allies that we could do. The NHS, well, there is a sustained increase in the NHS budget. I think the overall increase there is about just over 3%, but no increase in the amount of capital budget, the money that might repair hospitals, for instance, going there, and no money additional if Wes Streeting wants to overhaul and reform the NHS. We're expecting the reform plan to come next week. There are difficult areas. Amongst the losers, you've got the Home Office. I think they are nervous about policing. There is going to be a review into policing and some of the structures and the sheer numbers of different forces, and they might come back for more even as soon as the budget. So this is a settlement, perhaps in name only. And then you've got things like education. I'm not sure that the education settlement is going to last the whole of this Parliament. There's only going to be a real terms average increase in schools funding of 0.4%. A lot of money feels like it's being spent on projects and restarting things that could help growth. That's the capital side of what the government's been able to, there's a project money that's been handed out, and that's in the tens, not over £100 billion today. But because the other bit of government spending that funds day-to-day, that funds staffing and kind of keeping the lights on in Whitehall and across public services is so constrained because of Rachel Reeves' fiscal rules, it's just interesting to hear that there's not a lot of cheering going on out there. There isn't unalloyed joy at where we are. Everything still remains very tight. There will be pressures and there still will be rows. This isn't the moment of largesse of a Labour government that some might have hoped for.
OK, Sam, thank you very much. Well, let's crunch the numbers a bit more. Our economics and data editor, Ed Conway, has more.
The spending review is one of those big moments where the government looks at precisely how much money it has to apportion between various different activities and essentially decides where that's going to go. But it's worth just remembering the big picture. And the big picture here is this is showing you the size of how much money comes in taxes to the government. So that's how much you're paying in taxes, £1.2 trillion a year. That's the spending that the government tends to do, at least that's in this year. And you can see, look, that bar there, the spending is more than the taxes, and that's why the government has to borrow so much money each year. That is typically stuff we talk about in the budget. today is all about this. It's all about spending. And by the way, actually, it's not about this entire bar, because some of that is things like benefits, it's things like pensions, it's debt interest, annually managed expenditure, it's called. Really, the focus is on this, departmental spending, £554 billion in this year. But there's two different ways of looking at this, OK? And bear with me, I know some of this stuff is complicated, but it is quite important here, because you can talk about current spending. That's your day-to-day spending. It's spending on salaries, it's spending on keeping things running. And then you've got other spending, spending on investments, so building new projects out. And we can look at each of those in turn, because that's basically what this government and what this spending review does. It says, here's how much we're going to spend on that in various departments over the coming years. So for current spending, for instance, this is what we have. The vast majority of it is going on the health service. So health and social care, by the end of the forecast horizon, going to have the biggest amount of spending. Then you've got education, then you've got defence and the Home Office. But I think what's particularly striking here is not just looking at these totals, but looking at how much they have changed over this period or will change in the coming years. Because there's some interesting stuff here. Now, science, innovation and technology is the biggest increase, but obviously it's from a low base here. So from a relatively small amount to a bigger amount, it looks like a big amount in percentage terms. But really the most striking thing here is a picture that perhaps is not unexpected. Health and social care with the biggest increase. And then you've got justice, which had such a low budget in comparison with other departments in previous years. And then local government and defence. But that is just day-to-day spending. It's worth looking not just at day-to-day spending, but looking at that other thing, which is capital spending. So how much money is going out in order to build stuff? And when it comes to that, it's defence by far and away at the top of this, then followed by transport and science, innovation and technology. But it's that defence story that's going to be interesting. And actually, if you look, again, same thing, but just looking at the change. So the change in how much money is going into building stuff, what is in the lead? It's defence. And all of that is to try to get up to that point where the government is spending 2.6% or so of GDP on defence. And here, I want to just finish with the big picture here, OK? So this is the big picture, showing you in previous years how much money was spent on defence, that black line there. That's as a percentage of total national income. And here's how much money historically was spent on health. And you can see we went from being a warfare state to being a welfare state, with health spending and indeed social security rising really sharply. Then you've got COVID there. But here's what's interesting. The numbers we have just got through here, here's what they show. They show that health spending carries on going up. So does defence spending, but because it's starting from a much lower base, even though it's getting up towards that 2.5% of GDP, I mean, there are different ways of accounting for this. When you're looking at these numbers, it's 2.2% of GDP. But even though it's getting up to that point, this trend still continues. We are still spending a lot of money on health, and that is not going to change. That is basically what this spending review has enshrined. And to that extent, really, maybe no enormous surprises, but certainly we now have it in black and white.
Well, that was Ed's reaction. Let's get more from the Federation of Small Businesses. I'm joined by their policy chair, Tina McKenzie. And so, Tina, those small and medium businesses watching the Chancellor's announcement today, what are they thinking? Was there much there for them?
Well, I think on first listen, they'll probably think not a lot. I think across the piece, looking at the spending, lots of spending on health, lots more in the NHS, lots more on transport. And they're good things, primarily to help the country run better. However, we would have liked to have seen the Chancellor link that into the local businesses. Most of our businesses are small and medium up and down the country. They're employing more people than all big business put together. And something to say that we'll spend some of that money with the small and medium businesses of the UK and get that multiplier effect inside the cities and towns around the country. And maybe that's to come later inside the industrial strategy. But it would have been nice to hear the Chancellor link all of that spending into something that means something for the businesses of the country. And we didn't really hear that today.
How are small and medium businesses managing at the moment?
Well, they're finding it really tough. Now, it's got a little bit better in the sense that our survey in Q4 said that confidence was minus 67 points. Then into Q1, it was minus 40 points. So it got a little bit better. We're waiting on Q2. We don't expect it to be hugely positive. And that's because they've had an increase in costs in hiring people, the labour costs, and that's a huge problem. They've also had an increase, and you heard the Chancellor talk about sick pay. Well, there's an increase in the amount of people taking sick, and small businesses are having to carry sick pay, which the government are recommending they make even more extensive, that small businesses will have to pick up that cost. And at the same time, they've just lost their business rates relief from 75% to 40%. Energy costs are really high for them. So overall, it's really tough for small businesses out there.
Things like sick pay are a bigger issue, aren't they, for small businesses than they are for a big corporation. If you've an office of 40 and one person's off, the other 39 can pick up the slack if there's just two of you of an office.
Well, do you know what's really interesting, Jane? More than that, it's the small and medium businesses in the country that are more likely to hire those that are long-term sick. So if you imagine in your high street, those people that are in the pubs, the butchers, the grocery shops, the hairdressers, they're more likely to hire those people in the community that maybe have been off long-term sick or maybe can only do a shift now and again when they're feeling well. They're helping those that are furthest away from the labour market. So if the government really want to shift that huge amount of people that aren't working, the huge amount of people that are economically inactive, and they want to get some tax on that, then the best way to do that is to encourage those SMEs to hire more people. They're not going to do that if labour costs keep increasing and if they bring in more laws around employment law that make it more difficult for them to hire people.
Sam?
When I listen to you describe the challenges facing small businesses, and when I listen to the Prime Minister talking about how this country's economy has turned a corner and things are a lot better because of 0.7% growth in Q1 rather than 0.6, which was the Bank of England projection. Are you completely sure that this Labour government understands how you get growth?
I think they understand it, for sure, and I've had many a conversation with the Chancellor and the Minister for Business and even the Prime Minister. I think they understand it, but I think they've got competing interests. And what we're trying to say to them is that we're here to help you, to tell you, actually, in an informed way, that if you want growth, you've got to grow jobs. Well, 100,000 less people were payrolled last month, 55,000 the month before less payrolled. We need to increase those payrolled people in order to take more tax, to spend the money you want to spend. And yes, you're spending it in the right places with housing, transport. They're the things we need as a country. But with these competing narratives, we really want to see a balanced approach to growing businesses.
But they keep telling us growth is their number one priority. You're saying it's one of several priorities?
Well, I think they have got several. If you look at where they're putting the money, Sam...
They're lying?
You know, well, I wouldn't say that. I'd say that there are many competing factors. So, for example, if you look at even something like the employment bill that's coming in, and they're saying they want to make it people to be paid more, which we do too, people to have better rights, which we do too. There's no difference in our opinions. To grow the economy, to grow productivity, we all want the same things. I guess if you want to do it quickly, there are certain key things they could do to really help this economy, and not all of them involve spending money. So, for example, a lot of businesses that go for finance aren't getting finance from the banks, and the banks are asking for personal guarantees, and it's stopping people even from going for finance. The government could do something about that. They've just done something about late payments. So anyone they're giving finance to and all of this spending give out across defence, energy, housing, I'd like to see them apply a rule that if you are a late payer with small businesses, you don't get to avail of our taxpayer funds, actually. So there are very simple things they could do in order to help them, help the businesses grow and develop in these local communities.
Do you think small business confidence will increase or decrease as a result of today?
Well, I'm hoping for a trajectory of growth. I don't think there's necessarily anything here in the short term that turns around the problems they have. So as I said, cost of labour, the business rates, the cost of energy, all of these things are against them right now. I think the recent trade deals being announced was positive. I think us, getting a bit of settlement after what happened with President Trump and the tariffs is good news. I think the spending is good in the long term. So what we now have to see from the government quite quickly in the industrial strategy, with the King's Speech, with the Small Business Act that we're pushing for, is let's do more to help the Indigenous businesses of this country, the 5.5 million businesses that employ 65% of people and deliver more than 50% of our GDP. We've got to step in and do something to support them so they grow and you get the productivity you want.
Tina McKenzie from the Federation of Small Businesses. Good to talk to you. Thanks a lot for coming in.
Thank you.
Well, a little earlier, we spoke to the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, Darren Jones, for his reaction to the Chancellor's announcements.
overall, everyone's got a good settlement out of this budget because we're increasing spending really significantly on both day-to-day spending and capital spending. Obviously, you never give an equal slice of the pie to all departments because we know the NHS is a huge organisation, it's a huge priority for the public, but also we've got a very clear commitment as a Labour government that we really want to get building council houses again, social housing, affordable housing, and that means we were putting more of the capital pie into the housing department. So it reflects the choices of this government, the choices that we set out in our manifesto and what we believe to be the priorities of people across the country.
Sam?
Darren Jones, does this spending review deliver, with no more money beyond today, the 1.5 million homes that this government has promised? Does it deliver NATO spending at 2.7% of GDP or 3% of GDP? Does it deliver NHS reforms and the reforms without West Streeting having to come back to you for more cash? Is this it in terms of spending between now and 2029?
So let's take them line by line. 1.5 million homes. Obviously, the government is not going to physically build itself 1.5 million homes. So the funding settled today is funding on things like planning reform, support for housing associations, changes on the rent framework, new debt and equity offers to private developers. So it's companies that build the houses. Part of that spending, which is why there's a huge amount of money going in, but the other part is planning reform, consenting, getting local authorities to get their local plans in line. So to answer your question, do I believe the government is going to be on track for hitting our target of 1.5 million homes as a consequence of the spending review today? The answer is yes. But it's not just about spending, it's about all those other things. Your next question, does that say NATO? NATO is at 3%. This spending review gets to 2.6% by 2027, which is the government's commitment. We've said we want to get to 3% of GDP in defence spending in the next Parliament, which means it's an issue that we'll deal with in the next spending review in 2027. But this spending review honours our commitment during this spending period of 2.6% by 2027.
And NHS, West Streeting's not going to come back for more money when he announces his reform plan in a month's time.
He better not do, no, because he's got a huge amount of money going into the NHS. And you'll have seen today specific mentions around investment in technology and other reforms to make sure that we're getting through the kind of process of engaging with the NHS much more effectively, how you get your test results, how you book an appointment, how quickly you might be seen. And there's a lot of money going in the NHS to deliver that modernisation. Is it a lot of heavy lifting for the NHS to do? Is there a lot of reforms to be done? Absolutely there is. But this is a good day for the NHS as a consequence of this spending review.
This was cast as being a zero-based review? So you were going back and looking at every penny, every pound that the government was spending. Can you just tell us, since you've been through every single pound that the government is spending, what are a few big things that you've saved? Can you give us examples of or indeed, are there any people who are going to, any workers who are going to lose their jobs as a result of this? Because presumably, if you're looking at every pound, there are going to be some tough decisions here, but it's not altogether obvious that there were tough decisions here.
There are some other documents from the Office of Value for Money which have also been published. They're not in this book, but it's separate. You should have a look at those. But you're right, we've done this zero-based review. The first time in 18 years the government's looked at line by line what it's actually spending and on what before asking for more money. I mean, that's obviously the right thing to do. If you look at our savings and efficiencies package overall, we've been able to reallocate tens of billions of pounds into our priorities as an incoming government. And to give you some examples...
So all that money that was saved has just gone into other bits of the same departments, has it?
Yes, and in the forecast spend in the documents today. But to give you some examples of where we've been able to make progress, we've bared down quite significantly on consultancy spend in government. HMRC's made a commitment that it's not going to be sending out any letters anymore. It's all going to be digital connections with people to answer their questions and provide the information. If you look at the government property estate, we've said we're going to flog off some of the buildings we no longer need in London. If you look at the civil service reforms that Pat McFadden at the Cabinet Office has already talked about, we want to shrink the size of the civil service. If you look at some of the work that we're doing on digital transformation, there's a lot of money that we're putting into what we call the digital centre of government in this spending review to really improve productivity in public services by taking a digital first approach. So there are lots of different examples, but in total it's about trying to improve the productivity and the user experience of public services so that you can reinvest that cash into frontline delivery.
Not a single pound of wasted money anymore in this government after the zero.
Oh, well, I mean, I would like that to be the case, but it's government, right? We're going to have to keep on everyone's tail, make sure that we're delivering.
Every single line.
We did, but, if, you know...
And so they're all kosher as of today, because you've been through every line.
We've been through every line. The Office for Value for Money have appraised every department's efficiency and savings plans. They've done a report of that, which is published alongside the spending review.
Was it a tough process?
Was it a tough process?
Was it a painful process having to have these conversations? Because you're the policeman for this, aren't you? You're going through.
I am the financial controller.
Yes. Was that tough?
It's always tough doing a spending review because unless you're a country with significant surpluses, and we're not, unfortunately, there's never enough money to go around.
Tough conversations with the Home Office in particular?
I'm not going to give a running commentary of my meetings with colleagues. The good news is we've got there, we've set these budgets, Cabinet approved them wholeheartedly this morning, and now we're off to the races in terms of delivering.
It wouldn't give a running commentary, but was a very good sport. Now, within the past few minutes, the Assistant Chief Constable of the Police Service of Northern Ireland, Ryan Henderson, has held a news conference. Now, this follows the recent arrest over the past 2 nights. 6 people have been arrested. 1 person has been charged so far following the disturbances. 32 officers have been injured. Police say the riots have been fuelled by anti-immigration protests, and it's left some people too frightened to leave their homes. The Assistant Chief Constable condemned the violence.
Let me say in the clearest possible terms, this senseless violence is utterly unacceptable, and as I see it, serves only to endanger lives and destroy our local area, our local communities. And I want to appeal directly to those involved or considering becoming involved in the disorder to stop and think. Ask yourselves, is the hatred something you want to be associated with? Is this worth being prosecuted for? Is it worth your future being put under threat, or indeed the future of your children? Most importantly, please ask yourself, how are these criminal acts, how are they helping the ongoing criminal investigation in support of a young victim who deserves justice?
Well, our correspondent Conor Gillis was at that news conference and, as you can see, joins us now. And Conor, the police will be hoping that 2 nights in a row that there's not going to be a third tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. That is the hope from police here in Northern Ireland, but the fear is that there will be night 3 of hatred on the streets of Ballymena in Northern Ireland tonight. Hatred and anger was the tone from police there, hitting back at what he said were protests that were fuelled by anti-immigration mobs, police branding those participants racist thugs. And we have been in the town for more than 24 hours now, getting a real sense as to the simmering tension that essentially boiled over last night, spilled through the streets of that area, where foreign families are essentially being hounded out of town. Some locals have taken to erecting posters on their doors, on their windows, essentially trying to identify their nationalities as a deterrent for them not being next in the firing line. Let me talk you through some of the lines from the police here in the past few minutes in Belfast. 32 officers, they say, were injured, branding it absolutely disgraceful scenes. I asked the police whether they had a grip on this, given the chaos of the last 48 hours. Yes was the response to that, but confirmation came that mutual aid has been requested in the form of 80 officers from Scotland, England and Wales to bolster the resources. Clearly, officers here coming under sustained fire, sustained attack now for quite some days, and they will need those backups from the rest of Britain. They also confirmed that they are preparing for more disorder tonight, and they were questioned by reporters, by the journalists here, around who is it that is behind this chaos, behind the mobs, behind the masks. Well, they said that most of it was being driven by local anger, by a small number of people within those communities that are furious around anti-immigration sentiments there, but they did not rule out some people coming in from further afield from the Republic of Ireland. Clearly, politicians have had a thing or two to say about this today as well. Michelle O'Neill, the First Minister of Northern Ireland, said this was pure racism. So far, 6 arrests, but the warning here from police today is that there are many more to follow.
OK, Conor, thanks very much for bringing us that update there from Ballymena. Well, let's return to the spending review. Been getting the thoughts of all of the other main parties, and the co-leader of the Green Party, Adrian Ramsey, joins us in the studio now. Lovely to see you, Adrian. So what did you hear today that you welcomed? What did you think was lacking?
Well, my big focus is how is this going to help ordinary people, the people I speak to every day who see their health services severely overstretched. They can't get a dentist when they need one. Their hospital wards are full of patients, crowded in corridors. We're seeing our schools already facing significant budget cuts. Head teachers I talk to worrying that they might even have to look at making teachers redundant. While the most vulnerable in society, our disabled people who are facing cuts to benefits that they rely on for everyday needs. These things are crucial things that need proper investment. And when you dig into the detail of what the Chancellor's announced, analysis from the BBC has made clear that from 2026 we're going to be looking at further real terms cuts to public services at a time when they're crying out for more investment so that we can support the most vulnerable. We can ensure our hospitals and schools have the funding that's needed. And that's why the Green Party is saying, and there's growing calls from this from different parties, from different organisations, we need to rethink how we do tax in this country. We need to have a fairer approach where we ask the very richest in society, the multimillionaires, the billionaires, to pay a little bit more in tax, a 1 or 2% tax on wealth and assets over 10 million. That would raise tens of billions of pounds that we could invest in these services, because we do have a political choice here to actually raise the money from the very richest in a way that will benefit all of us and get the funding in that's needed.
So your concern is about how the money is coming in more than how it is being distributed today, because of course we saw 30 billion for the NHS. You know, the one thing that you are very concerned about, that by far was the winner today, wasn't it?
Well, I am very concerned about how the money's being distributed. If you look at schools funding, for example, there's barely any increase at all, a below-inflation increase for schools that are already seeing their budget squeezed. We're already seeing disabled people facing cuts to benefits that they rely on for day-to-day needs. And on the NHS, much of that investment is going to be for capital spending, which is important, but is not going to address the fact that our doctors and nurses have got hospitals with corridors crowded full of patients. They're not able to give the patients the support that they need. And we desperately need to get that investment in so people can get access to a dentist or doctor when they need one.
What about nuclear fuel? Do you welcome the Sizewell C announcement yesterday? We need to embrace more nuclear, don't we? Clean energy.
I don't welcome that announcement. Indeed, I challenged it in the House of Commons yesterday. £14 billion, an eye-watering sum for a new nuclear power station that will take at least a decade, quite possibly nearer 2 decades to come to fruition. If you look at what's happened in Hinkley Point, that was supposed to be producing energy from 2017. It's still not producing any electricity at all. It's now costing twice as much as was first estimated. So the eye-watering sums that these new big nuclear power stations take could have a far bigger impact and a far quicker impact, both on climate action and on energy security on people's bills, if we instead put that money into energy efficiency measures, home insulation programmes nationally, a proper nationwide programme that will bring people's bills down, keep homes warm, and also into proper, clean, renewable energy, which is the cheapest way to produce electricity. So I don't think whether it's on 14 billion on nuclear power or 22 billion on so-called carbon capture and storage, which is just a fig leaf for new fossil fuel projects, I don't think the government's got its priorities right when it could be investing in the real green alternatives that are quicker and more proven for people's bills and pockets.
You said there's going to be a real-term squeeze on schools.
Yes.
The schools budget's going up 0.4% in real terms a year. Have you got your figures right?
You said going up 0.4%, so that's well below the rate of inflation.
It's real terms.
It doesn't account for
real terms.
It doesn't account for the fact that
means after inflation.
It doesn't account for the fact that schools are facing squeeze from national insurance increases, from pay rises for teachers, which are very welcome.
That's a different argument.
Last week,
you said that there's a real terms cut today. That's not.
I did, and I'll tell you what
Is that
I based
because
that
you use
on.
figures from the BBC, which is what you've come in. I also want to know.
But last week I met with head teachers in my constituency who tell me that even before this spending review, they're facing significant cuts to their frontline services. They've already made big cuts to school budgets, and they're now looking at the risk of having to make teachers redundant by various future cuts that are now proposed. That's why I want to see more funding for our schools.
It's probably just important to get the facts right when you kind of make the arguments. Do you think that carbon capture and storage is a sensible use of public money?
Not based on the technology as it is now, huge eye-watering sums, 22 billion, which could just be a fig leaf for new fossil fuel projects, new gas-fired power stations, for example. If they're allowed just on the basis of this carbon capture and storage, that's taking our emissions in the wrong direction. Of course, I support research and development into carbon capture and storage, but at the moment, that high-tech version of carbon capture is not proven anywhere in the world, whereas what is proven is the need to invest in restoring our peatlands, woodlands, wetlands, our natural methods of carbon capture that are desperately needed for nature restoration, as well as for natural methods of sequestering carbon.
Just going back to nuclear briefly,
yes.
And obviously the Green Party wants to push for renewables, and lots of people would like to see more renewables used. But we also need a source of energy that is not renewable, don't we? We need energy from lots of different sources, and we need energy security here in the UK, which is why the government is pushing for new nuclear plants. They are a better alternative, aren't they, to what currently exists?
We certainly need better energy security here in the UK. I'll be one of the first to argue for that, and the war in Ukraine showed the vulnerability we have of being reliant on Russian oil and gas, for example. So we need to have more homegrown energy of renewables. We also need to have far more focus on reducing energy use, because we're not going to get to any form of energy security in the future if we don't look at energy conservation. And the biggest way we can do that is a proper national programme, much bigger ambition than the one the government has at the moment, a national programme to insulate people's homes in a way that brings bills down and keeps homes warm. And combined with things like measures to manage the supply and demand of energy, better energy storage, for example, there are plenty of models out there of how, with the right focus and effort and energy, you can get to a greener future.
But are you really arguing that we can run the UK solely on renewable energy?
Well, of course, for the moment, we've still got the existing nuclear power plants, which will be part of a transition to a greener future. The question you have to ask when you're looking at new nuclear power plants is, are those eye-watering sums, 14 billion for Sizewell, if we believe that it stays at that? As I say, Hinkley Point ended up going double over budget. Is that money better spent on that, where it's well over a decade, possibly 2 decades, before it's producing any energy? Or is the money better spent on renewables? And there's plenty of models out there showing how, with a range of measures, better supply and demand management, energy storage, efforts on reducing energy use and renewables, you can have a grid that is a green grid and meeting people's bills needs, energy security needs, and the action we need to take on the climate.
Okay, Adrian Ramsey, the co-leader of the Greens, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Well, health, and more importantly, the NHS has fared well in the spending review, receiving a £30 billion boost. The Chancellor described it as a record cash investment.
I am increasing the NHS technology budget by almost 50%, and we are investing £10 billion to bring our analogue health system into the digital age, including through the NHS app, so patients can manage their prescriptions, get their test results and book appointments all in one place. We are shifting care back to the community, providing more funding to support the training of thousands more GPs to deliver millions more appointments. We are investing more in prevention to meet our manifesto commitment of providing mental health support teams in all schools in England by the end of this Parliament.
Well, let's talk to our health correspondent, Laura Bundock. Laura, it does seem that Wes Streeting, of all the Cabinet leaders, certainly had the most powers of persuasion over the Chancellor.
Well, it's always been a big priority. It's a vote winner as well. No one would argue that the NHS isn't functioning as it should. People are happy to see bigger investment in it. The question is, this all looks very generous, but is this money going to be enough to kind of tick off that huge long list we heard Rachel Reeves rattling through in the Commons there? The demands on the NHS are huge at the moment. I mean, there is this massive shift underway, these 3 kind of areas of reform going from hospitals hospitals, into the community, from sickness to treatment, from analogue to digital. That alone is going to take a lot of effort, a lot of money. And then on top of that, we've got these commitments to sort of bring down some of these very difficult waiting lists, the treatment waiting list, cutting that down. We're struggling already to try and meet the target. We're not on target for that. So you can see the real pressure that the hospitals, the wider health service is under. Questions now also being raised about capital spending as well, which is flat. So the idea is that capital spending which goes on the buildings, on the equipment, all the bits and bobs that doctors, nurses, physios, etc. need to do their jobs properly. If we're not going to be investing enough to improve an NHS estate, which in some cases is unsafe, it's crumbling old hospitals, it's out-of-date equipment, then how on earth can the NHS, can health services themselves improve as well? So lots of difficult questions there as to, yes, seems like a lot of money, large sums being talked about. Is it enough, though, to deliver what the government hopes? Remember, Wes Streeting, the Health Secretary, has a 10-year health plan that's due out next month, we expect, where he will set out his vision for reforms, his vision that will look at improving productivity within the health service. Is the amount of money he's been given enough to realise all his ambitions within that 10-year plan? We haven't got the details of it yet. The vision for that 10-year plan will be really important when it comes out. And also, many are saying 10 years is a very long time. Do we need to look at this perhaps for the next 3 years and then the following 7 years after that? So I think, yes, health is without doubt a winner. We're talking about big sums of money, but the health service itself costs a lot. There are huge demands on all of that money.
Laura, thanks very much. Well, also in the Chancellor's spending review was an announcement for £7 billion worth of funding for prisons.
We are investing £7 billion to fund 14,000 new prison places and putting up to £700 million per year into reform of the probation system too. Today, I will do more. I am increasing police spending power by an average 2.3% per year in real terms over the spending review period. To protect our people, our homes and our streets. That is more than £2 billion. Supporting us to meet our plan for change commitment of putting 13,000 additional police officers, PCSOs and special constables into neighbour policing roles across England and Wales.
Well, we also saw money allocated to Scotland, Northern Ireland and Wales. I'm joined now by the First Minister of Wales, Eluned Morgan. Really good to talk to you today. £23 billion for Wales. Are you putting the bunting out?
Yeah, well, this is the biggest uplift we've had for a long time, so that's great news, because what that means is we can address the issues that people really care about. So we'll get a percentage of that money that is going to NHS in England, and we'll be able to decide how we spend it. Chances are we'll want to spend a lot of that on the NHS in Wales as well. And that'll help us to address things that really matter to the people of Wales, like bringing those waiting lists down. We've already brought them tumbling down after years of underfunding and not having the money to tackle them in the way that we do now. So that's great news. We're building social housing on a scale we've never seen before. We're addressing the issues where we've got control in Wales over things like rail. We've done really well. But the great news here is that we're in a position now where the government has recognised that when it comes to what they're responsible for in relation to rail, they know that we've been underfunded for a long time. And today they've started to correct that injustice. £350 million over 3 years. That's going to give us an opportunity to really reconnect our communities, which is really important to them.
You say it's a good sum, but in 2022, the Shadow and now Welsh Secretary Joe Stevens said Wales loses £4.6 billion of funding because the Tory government says HS2 is an England and Wales rail project. The amount that you're getting back today doesn't touch the sides, does it?
Well, that had the entire project been funded and completed, and as we know, that hasn't happened. So we've calculated how much we're owed, and we know that the amount that's been announced today is over and above what we would have had had we had fairness in relation to HS2.
How will it be spent?
Well, mostly on building new railway stations, making sure we upgrade the lines, making sure that people can get to work. That's part of what we need to do, is to make sure that we can get people to jobs. And we're very, very keen to make sure that we attract new jobs. Will you be using some of this money to make sure that we attract people to Wales, to invest in Wales? We're hosting an investment summit in December, getting people to come to our country. Wales is very much open for business. Every one of you carries a little tiny bit of Wales around in your mobile phone. The compound semiconductors are made in Wales. Those are the kinds of things that we as a government are making sure we help to support and invest.
Nigel Farage was in Port Talbot in Wales on Monday. He thinks that they can steal power in Wales. Welsh Labour's polling third in Wales at the moment, isn't it? Behind Plaid Cymru and Reform. Some would say, what's going wrong for you?
Well, Nigel Farage is welcome to come back at any time, because if he talks the way he did this week in terms of things like reopening pits and sending people down the pits again, I know that there'll be grandparents thinking about the horror of that for their children. That's not what they want for the future of their children, I think. And he suggested he'd reopen the blast furnaces. Anybody with an ounce of knowledge about the steel sector knows that that would cost billions upon billions of pounds that we don't have. So look, he spouts a lot of nonsense, and I think people are starting to cut through and see the nonsense that he's talking. We know he hasn't really got much of an interest in Wales. We know he's trying to make a political point at the UK level through using Wales. But we've got experience of his party in Wales. You know, last time UKIP elected 7 members, and by the end of the Parliament term, 6 of them had left the party. That's what happens when the rubber hits the roads when it comes to Nigel Farage's party.
Hello, it's Sam Coates here. The story of today is generosity from the Chancellor in some areas, but there are really tight spending consequences also in others. And I just want to ask you about a developing element of the political story today. Liz Kendall has just written a letter saying that the PIP cuts, the disability cuts that were planned in March, are going to go ahead in full next year. There's going to be no backing down from this government. I just wonder, do you think that's the right thing to do?
Look, this is going to be really challenging for a lot of people in Wales. We know more people are going to be affected by PIP in Wales than probably any other part of the country. We had meetings with her last week to try and spell out the implications of this for Wales and try to work out how we can best support people back into work, because we do think there needs to be reform of welfare, because we believe that people who can work should work. But in Wales, we've got examples where what we do is we hold people's hands, we stand by them when we help them into work, and we think that's more a productive approach. That was a point we put to her last week. But what is good is that the Chancellor and the Prime Minister has listened, in particular when it comes to the fuel, the winter fuel allowance. That is really good news. That's going to be massively helpful for a lot of pensioners in Wales. The vast majority of them will be breathing a sigh of relief this coming winter.
It sounds to me like you're being incredibly polite, but the very, very clear message from you is no, Liz Kendall is wrong to refuse to back down over the disability cuts.
Look, we've made it very clear that there are difficulties for us in Wales, and we have put forward proposals. We'll be making a formal response as a government to the Green Paper, so we'll have to wait until that comes out. But we've been analysing the figures, looking at how many people will be affected, and there are pockets where it's going to be very difficult. But those same pockets are the pockets that are now going to benefit from things like the fact that we have asked for a lot of money to support and secure our coal tips. This is a legacy from pre-devolution time. There are over 2,000 coal tips in Wales. We asked for an amount of money. We've been asking for it for years from the Tory government, and Labour has delivered what we were asking for in full. This is great news for some of those areas that have a coincidence with those areas that are hardest hit by the changes in relation to PIP.
Eluned Morgan, very good to talk to you. Thanks so much for joining us. Well, we're nearly finished our marathon stint. I feel like we've been here since this morning. Well, we have been here since this morning. I was going to say, I feel like I've been here since breakfast. And before we started this whole spending review, we talked about how this was going to define Labour in power for the next 4 years at least. And it was going to really give us a flavour of what the Labour government feels like, how Parliament feels like, how it looks like for years to come. From what you've seen today, do you think it's going to persuade voters to vote for Labour at the next election? Do you think there are enough sort of cherries on the plate?
I don't know. What we have seen today is largesse in some areas, lots of one-off project spending, and that money has been allocated, but those projects now need to happen, and there are other blockages in the system that could kick in. The government's got to make sure that that doesn't happen. And in other areas of government spending, day-to-day government spending, things that determine salaries and just keeping the lights on generally in public services, things are very tight. And there, I think you're going to get cabinet ministers who have settled with the Chancellor, who agreed their budgets for the next 3 years, actually tiptoeing back and asking for more and asking for a little bit of clemency, because we are in a period of historic lows when it comes to increases in day-to-day spending rises. And I think that's tricky for a Labour government, to have any area of spending where you're basically having to continually say no. What I'm struck by today is the message that government wants to get out there is we're spending because things are a bit better. The picture is more mixed, and actually the economic picture upon which it's based is also more tricky. I think the more honesty you get from government, probably the better are the results.
Yeah, I mean, that economic honesty is something that's only going to be felt by voters in their pockets, isn't it, over the next 3 years? And that, in a sense, the test for the Labour Party is going to be, has Rachel Reeves's gamble paid off? If does what she announced today actually work, then maybe the party will be in a decent position.
And today's spending review does help with some problems, but it leaves lots of issues, not least defence spending. How is it going to get up to some of its promises? 2.7%, unclear and not sorted out. Lots of difficult things.
Sam Coates, thanks very much for taking us through it all this afternoon. Well, you're watching Sky News. Coming up, should you need any more, there will be plenty more reaction to the Chancellor's spending review coming up after this short break, plus all the rest of the day's news as well. Don't go away.